have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sads, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
The early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second with the pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin, yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so that's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen has rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To Sustings, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
be calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done for the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a 3rd there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
What is up, guys? Welcome on into day number 2 of CFWL Season 2 2026, and things are looking a little bit different on the analyst desk. One might say a little bit more handsome today because I'm here. Of course, Penguin's here as well. You are adding to the handsomeness, Penguin. How are you doing, man? Obviously, yesterday you were here. Big day yesterday, but maybe not the biggest day we could have possibly had. So today, we'll see what we get. Feeling good, obviously, after the start of the season?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. Of course, yesterday was a very good day. And you mentioned that, yeah, Vitality 1-0, and we have seen most of the teams win 2-0. The upset was 3BL beating Nemesis. However, when we were looking for Vitality, when they beat them 2 times on Golden Round, it was not kind of upset that we want to see. But today we're going to be seeing Anubis for the first time. So maybe we're looking forward to see a little bit different results than we are always expecting to see.
Yeah, I guess we'll sort of have to wait and see. I thought yesterday, generally speaking, the level of play was maybe a little bit sloppier than what we had come to kind of expect towards the back end of last season. So I don't know if that's maybe, as you said, obviously you were talking about quite a lot on the desk yesterday, meta changes, you know, some specific changes necessarily impacting some of these teams. But realistically speaking, again, you know, you want to be making sure that you kind of figuring those things out. And specifically, you know, in the case, I think of Nemesis, the team that kind of, as you mentioned, got upset, that's the biggest concern for me. I thought they had a really great season last season. Coming into this season, you thought, okay, well, they're going to hit the ground running. They've been working hard as a team. You know, they're putting some good numbers on the board, and then they come in and they lose to 3BL. And look, not to discredit 3BL necessarily, but, you know, they've had a roster change. You know, they were kind of one of the teams that you would expect Nemesis to kind of put away early on in the season, and then they come out with a win 2-0 as well. And I might add, 3BL kind of crushed them as well. Like, it wasn't even a super close game. It was almost maybe the most one-sided game of the day yesterday. I guess. Like, it's crazy.
It was the fastest game, yeah. It was the fastest games. If you're talking about the fastest games, it was the fastest because 3BL had the most round difference now. They have 9 round difference. Maybe, I guess, Titans, they have 7 round difference. So, yeah, it was one of the fastest games yesterday.
Yeah, and we'll see if, obviously, 3BL can continue to back that up over the next couple of days or so. And hopefully, I think, you know, if they can, then there'll be a team to contend with. But speaking of 3BL, Losh's debut, obviously, you know, you have to talk about him. I think he was really, really imperative part of that victory. I thought, you know, he generally speaking looked quite good. Maybe there was a couple of moments there where I would have said maybe I'd like to see him kind of like slow things down a little bit. But I think by and large, I mean, surely you've got to be impressed with what he brought to the table yesterday.
Well, as I mentioned, Lucia is a Cfwl winner. I've watched this guy in 2024. I believe we took him into 3BL. I was managing 3BL that day. I took him into 3BL Academy, and I saw that he's a very good player, and he also had a passion. He was very young back then. And then I saw him after I went to the analyst desk. I saw him playing with 911 last season on 2025, and he went to the CFS, and he got eliminated by TBI, and he did a very good job that I highlighted on my socials, that this guy have a bright future. And then suddenly this guy is just in 3BL and performing very well. And also he won before he won the CFL. Yes, he didn't make it into the CFS league because he had to play Imperium, and Imperium were better, and we've seen a very good performance from Imperium yesterday. However, he won the CFL with a new team, an Egyptian team. So that means that this guy really is just going to be one of the best players in the West League, and maybe yesterday is just the beginning for him.
I think, did you say yesterday that you sort of kind of considered 3BL as a team for the future? I feel like that was what you were sort of alluding to, and I think Losh is definitely someone that encapsulates that quite a bit.
If I'm talking about 3BL being the team, the future of Crossfire, if you look at their ages, I believe that only Sad has like 24, 25. The rest is just 20, 21. They have Noxin is 19, Omega is 20, Ant is 20. So you're talking about, yeah, that's the team that you're going to be building on. But the thing is, it's hard to maintain the 5 roster players on the same level because we've seen Nemesis maybe having some failures. We're going to be seeing maybe Vitality having some failures. And if Titan Esports, they have some failures. So they're going to be picking from such players because these are the futures of the season. But however, they are all Egyptians. That means that still Egypt have some talents to show to the community. And also we've seen a Portuguese talent, which is LSY, in my opinion, one of the best players as well. So It's hard to stay at this, but definitely these guys are the future because we're going to be seeing 2 or 3 of them in the top 3 teams. Maybe they make themselves in top 3 teams this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable. And even if not, like, even if it doesn't happen as a team, as you mentioned, there's opportunity for upward mobility. I mean, I think in particular, you can look at people like maybe Dipsy and Comics that sort of move into that Nemesis lineup. And, you know, it's a perfect example of exactly what you're touching on there. So it'll be interesting to see, again, whether or not 3BL are going to be able to sort of maintain that level. But we're not necessarily here to just talk about 3BL. We've obviously got the entire sort of region to cover at this point. And it's still very early days, right? We obviously saw 6 of the teams yesterday. You're kind of highlighting in particular Anubis coming in today and playing their first game. And I have to say, I think last season for me, I probably had Anubis as a little bit of a disappointment. I don't know if you would sort of echo that sentiment. I thought that they might do a little bit better than what they had done. I think in previous years, you know, they were very consistently even contesting like top 4 and in some cases maybe even making top 2. And then to see them finish in 5th place last season, I think was a bit of a disappointment. So it's not to say that I'm necessarily surprised that they're going to drop down in that respect, but I think there's some work to be done on the behalf of Anubis coming into today as well. So we'll have to see how things do end up shaping out, and while we talk about that, we can have a look at the tournament format.
Well, yeah, definitely. Anubis, if you're talking about Anubis, they finish mainly on top 4, and we've seen them season 1, 2025, they finished top 2. They got 2nd place after beating LCK and doing a very good run. Sad was playing for Anubis, Dipsy was playing for Anubis, Comax was playing for Anubis. They had a very good run, but Anubis right now, they are having the struggles at 3BL, because 3BL, we've seen 3BL debut was, I guess, on 2023 when I was playing it. They acquired the roster, which Vitality has right now, and going on to 2024, they win 1 season and they win the CFS regional finals. They go to the CFS Vietnam. They do a lot of good run, so that's a good for 3BL. But then suddenly 3BL had a big downfall after all the roster left, so they are trying to reform their position. It's the same for Anubis. Anubis after Snare leaving, and then they make Dipsy and Comics one of the best players in the region, and then they leave as well. So they are trying to find a newer talent on the list. And in my opinion, they could have already found one of the lists, because if you're talking about Muffin, if you're talking about Dirty, they are very good players. Today we're going to be seeing Noor. He's one of the OGs, by the way, and he used to be a IGLing for multiple teams, so now he's back after finishing or serving his military period. So now he's back to lead Anubis team. So that's why I want to be seeing Anubis, because we've seen a 3BL Galaxy after they formed and they had Lucia. They played very good, and Lucia was just cheating everybody. I want to be seeing Anubis as well. I want to be seeing how that change is going to affect Anubis, and we want to see on what tier list going to be Anubis.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess we'll talk about that in a little bit when we do get into that first matchup discussion. For now, again, the map pool, look, I don't know what there is really to say about this. It has not changed, and it has not changed for a very, very long time. I mean, look, you can make the argument that New Mexico and New Compound are changes, but I think that's more of a semantic, really, than anything else. So nothing necessarily really to touch on here. I suppose the more interesting conversation to kind of have here is the participating teams, the majority of which we have actually seen so far based on yesterday. But look, obviously still yet to see 3BL and Unknights. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought Imperium was the one that we didn't get to see, but we did actually get to watch them. And Unknights, yeah, another interesting lineup, right? They, again, are going to be one of those teams that I think we very squarely put in the top 4 discussion, and potentially make it into a top 2 discussion as well, depending on how their season goes. It really feels to me like any one of maybe like Nemesis, Unknights, Titan can kind of make it into that top 2 discussion alongside Vitality, but it really just hinges kind of on what the season looks like for those 3 particular teams.
Well, yeah, definitely. Unknights, this is usually the team that you're going to be putting on top 4. Why? Because they have Famous, they have Snox, they have Petrol. If you look at the names, it's just huge names. The guys have maybe tons of experience on their shoulders. But I think that last season, Unknights, they started very slow, and I mentioned that Unknights, I was putting Unknights maybe in tier B. I didn't think that they will start very, very strong. Yeah, they started a bit slow, but phase 2, they upset Vitality on their first loss in the season, which maybe gave them the power in order to continue the season. And they went in, they went for the playoffs. Yes, they had some struggles again versus Vitality. They almost beat Vitality, by the way. It was 3-2, and it was New Mexico, I guess. It was Tots in 1v2 or something like this, and it was almost going to be Unknights upsetting Vitality again in the playoffs, but then suddenly they dropped to the loser bracket and they have to face LCK, which is Titan Esports right now, and they fall. So they had a very good form, but will they be able to maintain or keep the same form? Because in my opinion, it was not the consistent performance coming out from them. They were strong, but not always strong. They are sometimes strong, sometimes I don't want to say weak, but they are a bit average. So sometimes you see them performing very good, which is against Vitality and the top tier teams, and sometimes they are a bit average. They drop a lot of rounds, maybe maps as well, versus teams they should be sweeping 2-0.
Yeah, and that is a conversation I'd love to get into today, but unfortunately we're not going to get to see Unknights again today. They're going to play, presumably tomorrow, their first match, but these are the games. We've got Titan and Anubis, 3VL and Imperium, and then Vitality and Swamp to round out the day. And, you know, based on yesterday's results and my impression coming into the day yesterday was kind of like, oh, we've got 3 pretty cut and dry matches. They should all be fairly one-sided. They should all be pretty comfortable wins. They weren't necessarily the case, but now taking into account the results that we saw yesterday and looking at the matches that we have today, I'm actually starting to wonder if maybe some of these are going to be relatively close. I look at 3BL and say I think they had a good day yesterday and probably do get the better of Imperium, but that's still a potential upset on the cards. I mean, Swamp and Vitality, I think, should be pretty cut and dry. But for our first match of the day, we, of course, have Titan and Anubis. And without knowing exactly where Anubis is coming into this season and having seen Titan yesterday, a little bit up and down, I think it's fair to say that this is a matchup that could potentially be one that kind of goes the distance.
Yeah, this is the matchup that we can test Titan as well. Swamp Gaming, they did very good, but you usually, when you're playing versus Swamp Gaming, that's a North American team, so you'd be switching servers. So even for a player like me, I used to play Crossfire. When I switch to North American servers, I cannot do 100% of the strategies because some of them not gonna work on the high ping because some of them requires a lot of flashes, smokes. So when you have the ping, it's a bit delay in switching from the smoke to the flash, from the flash to the gun. So we try to avoid using our utility on the North American server. So we just go guns blazing, and that's what we've seen from Titan. And even though Flex yesterday mentioned that we need to play fast, and we knew that we needed to play fast versus them in order to beat them, and this is what happened today. There is no North American servers for Titan Esports, which you're going to be seeing them playing versus Anubis, the team that they met twice last season. They made them in the phase 1 and they beat them 2-1, and they made them in the playoffs and the loser bracket where they beat them 3-1. So it's a good test for Titan Esports and as well a good matchup for Anubis, because I always say if you're going to be playing your first game on the West League, season 1 or season 2 doesn't matter, but if you're going to be playing your first game, you need to be playing one of the strongest teams. Why? Because it will give you a lot of experience, it will give you a lot of confidence if you win, and that's what happened to 3BL Galaxy. So now 3BL Galaxy, if they beat Imperium, they have 2 wins on already from season 1. If you look at phase 1 for them, they had already 2 wins, only 2 wins. I guess only 1 win as well in phase 1. So they already doubled their effort. So it's the same spot for Anubis as well. If they can upset today Titan, they will be having a good start and a good run for them, especially that they have a roster change as well.
I mean, on the topic of Titan, obviously, got to see them a little bit yesterday, and we were sort of commenting on maybe some of the change-ups to be taking a little bit more of a sort of serious role.
Exactly.
Not to say that he hasn't been a focal point of this team for a very, very long time, but, definitely a little bit more of an onus. You saw him particularly out of the gates, I thought, looking really good with the TRG on Eagle Eye. I thought he was, landing quite a lot of shots, and he was playing really, really well. But even still, a little bit of a more tighter affair for Titan than I think we would have liked to have seen. Are you suspecting maybe that was just a case of maybe a bit of the ping issue, maybe a little bit of first day nerves, maybe a little bit of jankiness coming in, and expecting Titan to look better coming into today? Because that would be my assumption. I still think that there's a different level that Titan can reach today, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to hit that.
Exactly, that's what I mentioned, because yesterday I cannot just 100% say that Titan changed or they played very good. Yeah, they played very good, but it's still, we talked about North American servers and European servers. Now they're going to be playing on the European server, and they're going to be playing versus Anubis, a team that's usually playing passively. So that means that the aggressive plays, and as you mentioned, Flex, the aggressive crazy plays that he's doing with TRG or EBR should be working more on the servers now on versus Anubis, because Anubis usually gives you the advantage of having a space in the map. However, there is something which is annoying Flex, I believe, when he's playing versus Anubis, because he's playing versus 2 snipers. Normally, if you're playing versus 1 sniper and your team has 2 snipers, so you put Spoxy facing the other team's sniper. Like, for example, let's say that Titan Esports is playing versus 3BL Galaxy. I would put Spoxy playing versus Sad, and I let Flex just go hunt the other rifle players. But now, if he's trying to match Muffin, then Dirty is gonna be matching Spoxy. And if he goes to try to match Dirty, then Muffin gonna be waiting Spoxy. So that's the thing that he needs to be looking at, and he needs to be focusing more on. So I guess the aggressive, crazy plays that he's usually doing will not 100% work. And this is the change I want to be seeing from Flex, because Flex, I've seen him yesterday using EBR a lot of times, and that's what's needed from Titan Esports. And I said it from season 1. Flex needs to rifle more than he is sniping, and now he did it last time yesterday. So if he's done the same today, it's going to be completely different. And I don't think we're going to be seeing 2-1 as we've seen from phase 1 season 1.
I mean, is that a conversation that kind of comes into play as well around the maps? Like, what, you know, certainly there's a avenue on certain maps, you know, and also certain sides of certain maps where you might be leaning a little bit more towards that double sniper setup, and in other cases you're sort of leaning towards the 4 rifles, 1 sniper. So is that maybe something that I guess both teams kind of have to be cognizant of when they come into this veto?
Well, definitely you're going to be seeing, the maps that favors the double sniper setups, because they both play double sniper setups. So we've seen Titan Esports doing double sniper setups, and Anubis 100% they're going to be playing double sniper setups. But as we asked Flex to flex more into the rifles, we are asking Muffin as well to flex more onto the rifle, because the guy also was doing a very good job on the rifle. We've seen him picking the rifle 1 or 2 times maybe last season, and he did a very good job. So that means sometimes you need it, even though if the map just favors the double sniper setup. For example, Eagle Eye. If you take the double sniper setup and you're playing on the global side, it's completely fine. But if you take the double sniper setup on the blacklist side, it's not completely fine, because sometimes you need 5 rifles to push side, and that's what we've seen from 3BL yesterday. You need 5 rifles to push a side, for example. You need 5 rifles to go into the side. Of course, Seth didn't have a rifle, but he used his USP, so he just want to put more firepower as he can. So that's what's needed from Anubis, and that's also what's needed from Flex, because I've seen Flex already changing. Will Anubis change? Will Muffin change and try to flex more on rifle to give firepower for his teammates? Otherwise, you need Doom and Noor to hit all the shots.
Yeah, I mean, I actually want to sort of touch on Noor, because he was someone that I don't think we really highlighted a whole lot when we were just going through the Anubis graphics there, but certainly a key point here for Anubis. You're speaking about change. That is the change for Anubis coming in this season. Sort of new player, new addition to this team. Salty, the player that gets removed and replaced. What's your thoughts on him? Obviously, again, someone that's sort of close to home for you, so surely you've got a little bit to say. And in that as well, maybe is it enough to sway your prediction in the direction of an Anubis?
Well, I kind of coached Noor before, and I played. I didn't play with him, but I played against him before quite a few times. He's an OG player. And he's a very good IGLer. He's the guy. He's the kind of guy that hypes you. You know when you have someone on your team that he's always hyping the team and always trying to push the team forward, even though maybe he's not the best IGL in the world, but still you trust him. You make him the best in the West. So that's how Noor is going to be playing the game. He's going to be trying to hype his teammates. Always try to let them forget about the mistakes. Try to make them push forward and make them play more aggressive. That's what's needed from Noor. Noor is here because of this. It's not because Salty underperformed. Salty did a very good job on his first games on CFL West League. However, they needed a change to change the team performance, to change the team chemistry. It's not because they needed to change a player by player because Salty was a weak player. No, it's because they need someone to push the team forward, and I guess Noor can do it.
Right, well, we'll have to wait and see. Like I mentioned, though, I questioned, is it going to be enough to bring your prediction in the direction of Anubis? As I can see for myself, the answer there is no. Not for me either. Obviously, I think like last season is enough for me to really have some hesitancy in predicting for Anubis coming into the early stages of this season. That may change, obviously, depending on how these sort of first 1 or 2 weeks go. But I think Anubis were in a pretty shaky spot at the end of the previous season. So you kind of have to go with the sort of known quantity in TEC. We do have the vetoes sort of ready to come here as well, and I don't know whether that is going to change much as far as you're concerned, but I think for me personally, I probably would be going pretty comfortably in the direction of TEC anyway. We have a... Surely this is the wrong way around. Surely this is the wrong way around. No?
Oh.
You're going to pick Eagle Eye into TEC?
Well, look. Last time, TEC picked Eagle Eye twice. They lost it twice, by the way. So even though when they played Anubis on the playoffs, it was in the loser bracket on the playoffs on season 1 2026, they picked Eagle Eye and they lost it 6-10. So definitely Anubis should be picking Eagle Eye. That's a good decision by them because they have a double sniper setup as well. So it will favor them, and historically they are doing very good versus TLC because lately we haven't seen TSC doing very good on Eagle Eye, and we mentioned that they usually pick it. Even versus 3BL, they pick it and they lose. They pick it versus Anubis and also they lose. They picked it versus Vitality and also they lose. So if you're talking about season 1, yeah, it's not that the strongest map anymore for TSC. However, TSC changed their playstyle. Kiko's back. Spoxia is back, so these guys can change Eagle Eye completely for Anubis, and maybe can just run them or sweep them on an Eagle Eye. However, on New Mexico, which is the kind of weird for me, because I've seen Anubis always banning New Mexico. If you look at the bans, Anubis bans only 2 maps lately. It's New Mexico, either sub-base, so they left New Mexico. So definitely TEC had to pick New Mexico. So in my opinion, it's good V2 for Anubis. It's still 60-40. It was 70-30. I'd say maybe 65 or 60%, 40% in favor of TEC.
Okay, interesting. I mean, look, for me, again, I think there's quite a lot to sort of dive into when it comes to the early season here for both teams, trying to sort of figure things out, right? Like you may be making some changes. You're trying to figure out, okay, what maps are working for us this season? What can we angle towards? Again, you know, you can talk about stats, you can talk about numbers, but I think picking an Eagle Eye into a TEC, which has historically been a team that's been very comfortable on that map, I don't think they're going to be very mad about that either, to be fair, TEC. So overall, I look at this map pool and I think it's definitely open for the taking for both of these two teams. But that's enough from us on the desk. It's time to jump into game. And for now, we have our casters, Sekio and Laz, ready to go.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. Yeah, a really good breakdown and a very, very interesting video that we get to see for this first matchup of the day. But again, a little bit of a recap. I'm Laz and joined here with Sekio, and it's going to be a little bit of a bar burner, right? I mean, we got ourselves New Mexico, Eagle Eye, and then if we have to get there, it is Port, which I kind of agree with these guys. Like, I was kind of like, no, this is wrong. Like, there's no way this is happening. But I don't know. Something maybe is cooking a little bit. But Sekio, how you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling so good, but like when you speak about the game, it's not clicking for me that you're picking, or like you're picking New Mexico, since Anubis were one of the teams that rarely played this map. Also, it's been rarely played in the West League itself, so that's something quite frankly interesting to see Anubis and see Titans play in New Mexico, since we have seen a lot of strats being stretched across the map, since we have seen the shotgun, we have seen like the double sniper setup, we have seen a lot of play styles that we might see here today, so let's figure out how it goes.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to figure it out, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see, just in the sense of, again, just I agree. I feel like the Eagle Eye pick was just, I don't know. I felt like that was a little bit of a Hail Mary for me, but I guess we'll find out. Let's see. I don't want to be too pessimistic yet, but nonetheless, we do get to see Anubis on the GR side. TEC will be starting on the BL, but this is where, again, like these guys, you know, for TEC, they're gonna have a lot to prove. Just again, team that's always been the top.
Shotgun.
Yeah, oh yeah, man, you gotta get the shotgun out. Yeah, of course. This is the map to do it.
I mean, it is, but like, it's always like the shotgun with the nasty shots that can matter the most in the game. And speaking of Eagle Eye, TEC actually lost most of the games in the playoffs once they were playing in Eagle Eye, so that's something we gotta keep into consideration. But here you will see that TEC are trying to push here from the waters, but at the same time can check the minimap. You'll see the B already covered with the 3 players, only 1 in A main. Gainer will face a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, it's just a matter of timing here for TEC, right? You get the nades already getting executed, so they're ready to pop out of the apartments here. There we go. The execution is live. So now the question is, can they actually get themselves with the C4 plan? You have players just on the other side. A little bit of chaos, but look at that. TEC mopping up the floor already, taking them down one by one here. A little bit of reply back from Dirty. So all of a sudden, this thing has turned into a 3v3. C4 still has to go down. They're finally going to commit to that plant. You can see the double Anubis players just behind them here. So this is what's interesting. They put a lot of focus on the Muffin. They're really hoping to be able to take him out, because then they can change their thought process just a little bit more. And look at Lionfall. Oh, man, he's just going to get ultra aggressive, but he gets punished for it. And all of a sudden, Sekio, we get to see Anubis putting up a realistic position here to maybe win this, and it's turned into the 1v1, and now IGL Flex needs to come alive. He needs to be able to do something big. Both players are low on HP, 12 seconds remaining. This is just not going to be enough time here. This is running out too low, and now the Ninja Defuse attempt is coming through. No way! Oh my goodness, but Flex! Oh my, gets to the last second.
Yeah, it's definitely 1 inch away from finishing the first round to Anubis, and what actually caught my eye that Anubis didn't actually use a lot of util once they were already taken on B side, and it felt like they had a lot of chances to do it, but wait a second here. TSC won this round, right? Or did Anubis, did he actually ninja defuse the bomb?
Oh no, he did. Yeah, he did. I had to go
He
back
did?
and look. Yeah, I had to go back and look. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I thought he didn't. Come on, man. Like, he killed him after he did the ninja defuse. All right, I got it now. That's a really bold choice to
It was
make.
close.
But Noor here, it was. Actually, he's taking extra space, and that might end up with a multi-kill. They can hear this, so they're just going for the double pick, and he picks 2, makes it triple. Noor make his debut with Team Anubis worth it.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Great work from Anubis being able to find that triple kill on the stairway like that. Like, just really just annihilating him. Now just putting Spoxy. Really not much to work with here. 1-on-5. On the BL side, not going to be easy at all. But that's really too sad for TEC. I was thinking, like, again, I had to go back and I was quickly trying to see the stream, and I was like, yeah, man, if they would have been able to find that round, again, this could have been the 1-1 situation. But no, Anubis now being able to get themselves a really nice start here, a 2-0 lead. That's going to feel really good. I mean, yes, that first one was a little close for comfort, but the same breath, I mean, they're still getting themselves a round win, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Now, TEC, you got Flex trying to get a little bit more aggressive, and oh my goodness, okay. Finds the engagement. It is the cost of Spoxy, but that trade comes in immediately. So a little bit of a 1-for-1 here on the snipers.
He asked for Flex to play with a rifle, and he just answers like, here it is. Like, he need it, he delivers, and it looks like TEC, they have a lot of firepower here. Kiko still on the side, sees Noor doesn't want to actually get closer. The shotgun doesn't connect, but Kiko with the USB just snatched his head. Also on the minimap, you'll see a
good
lot
lead.
of work here in the tunnels of A. Still some work to do. Also keep in mind, you've got a lot of smokes that can help you to get the setup done immediately. Dropping Doom, making it a 4v2 with a lot of HP, making it even a 4v1 now, and it looks like Gainer have a tough fight to take, but actually keep in mind that they have 3 low HP players, so if there is a wonder that Gainer can make, it could be this round. Like 10 HP Flex, 2 HP Kiko, that'll be it. Makes it a 3v1, still going forward here, and still the util will make a lot of pressure on him. A double man B could take him down, immediately goes for the rotation. 10 seconds on the clock, and I think it's over for him. Yeah, like he knows it's over, so he just grab those few seconds to talk to his teammates.
Yeah, it's a good way just to kind of, again, just allow a little bit of a quick chat here for Anubis, just kind of figuring out, okay, like what went wrong there? You know, it's not an official timeout, but they'll just use it. He knew it was a tough position to be in. Again, he didn't know the HP was completely low for these guys. Like you said, it was a good point that there was a world that could happen, but Gainer, ooh, hang on a second. He might get a little bit hot on the heel on this one, and now putting the Vepr into work, but it's only going to be this 1 kill, so it's an instant trade back here from TEC, so not bad at all. That could have been very disastrous, but good reaction here from TEC. Will bring this back, and now Anubis tried something a little bit different. Now they can kind of just park the brakes a little bit, reset up on the defense as much as they can. And you still have one of the players here. He's actually pushing already. He's extending again. And the Vepr seems to be the gun that just wants to cause a lot of mayhem in this one. And now Zane trying to look for this duel. And it is, again, just a back and forth.
Actually, I hate that gun. Like, you always run into it, and you just like, come on guys, let's just like blade fair and square, just snitch this shotguns out of the equation. We'll be all fine. But I mean, Neo Mexico is just the place to play with a shotgun. Like, a lot of tight corners, you have a pretty short space that serves the shotguns and meaning whatsoever in this trade, so just go for it. He also actually Anubis played with 2 shotgun and 2 snipers, which is pretty unique to see here. Also, early on, Gainer had a kill, like a trade, and he made the Zane 5 HP, like he almost snatched 2 players from TEC, so yes, it's a 3v3. Okay,
Ooh,
never
that's a
mind,
great
it's
shot.
3v2. Even with 5 HP, it's still worth it to count him. Doom makes a double, and Claude trades it, and that's a 2v1 spot. But at this point, they're all full HP, so Muffin, the question is, can he do it with the sniper? He's one of the really good snipers we have in the league. They can hear his footsteps. He saw line Claw, he whiffed, but he's capable to take it. Boxy 1v1, and he takes the equalizer 2-all.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary though. Like honestly, that's so unfortunate for Lineclaw too, because again, being up the 2-on-1 like that, I get that he was trying to reposition for a better like angle, but it felt like it was one of those times of like, you know what, it's already too late. I probably should just kind of maintain this spot, and there you go. He gets punished for it, but thankfully, Spoxy's able to find that clutch at the end of the day, like you said. So we're back to an even game, a 2-2 affair now. And this is where Anubis, again, let's not forget, they were the ones with the 2-0 lead, and now it's kind of slipped a little bit out of here in their hands. And now TEC going back for another Palace Pop here. This is where they're going to try to push out of this. We got the nades ready to go, full execute. You still have Muffin here locked into the site. Nades now flushing him out, and actually the nades alone just takes him out, so he's not even able to find any sort of action. He's the one that gets dunked on. And look at this, TEC, absolute perfection of an execute, and they just take the site and they stamp the logo, and this feels like Anubis. It's going to be a long shot.
That's well. Also, it's in a 4v2 situation, which is gonna making it a lot harder. Make it 1. Noor left alone. I mean, he'll just try to save some time to talk to his teammates, but Kiko doesn't even let him a chance to move. Like, what they did to Muffin was just nasty. They opened the rain and he started shooting the nades. The guy didn't even have a chance to breathe, to move, to reposition. They just all went into B site. They had the hotel control, and they made it clear. And it looks like their B executions are a lot easier to maintain, or like to control the site. It felt like Anubis didn't find a way to even make a single trade. It felt bad for them.
Yeah, well, and it's a good point you bring up, because like TEC, like the fact that their executes are looking really good right now, like especially at that B site, it just feels like Anubis do not have the answer for it, right? As soon as those nades are starting to fly through, they're kind of struggling a little bit of how to retake the situation. But even right now, you can see a little bit of a pushback from these guys from Anubis. They're not actually trying to contest. They're trying to play a little bit more conservative, but TEC, they're not actually just, you know, swarming out of sewer. They're actually just taking their time, kind of seeing what they can get away with. They're trying to look for some duels. Now it actually looks like they might even switch up their game plan just a little bit. Instead of going for this B hit that they've been doing, their home cooked meal, their favorite meal, they decide, you know what, let's mix things up. Let's go to this A site. And now this is going to be a test here one more time with the Vepr close onto the stairway like you talked about.
This time it's gonna be Noor. Again and again and again. We have seen this multiple times. He pre-fired pretty early. Noor collects 2, and Zayn makes the trade. A pretty fair one here. But Gainer actually doubled down on the kills, makes it 3-1. Still capable of to keep pushing, but at the same time, Anubis are making TEC struggle in the A-side execution, and these just need to get back to the B side, the home cooked meal, as you mentioned. It's a lot easier to execute, a lot easier to enter this site, and you won't be facing those scary shotguns since you're the beaker. You don't have the advantage versus the shotgun. Yeah, you might have it versus an AR, but not in this situation.
Yeah, it's actually really good work. Like, again, just locking down the shotgun and being able to find that 1, if not 2 frags is huge, right? Because again, it just slows down TEC for doing anything on the BL side, being able to get any sort of aggression. And you can see how fast it all crumbles, right? Like, as soon as they lose that 1-2 guys, like, it just feels like they have nothing to work with. So that's a lot of responsibility right now for one of the recent additions here for Anubis, and he's doing a great job already. So putting up some decent work. Like you said, maybe TEC are going to have to figure out, okay, look, do we go back to what we like? Do we just go back to the B hit and maybe be the one-trick pony? I don't know, but I do like to see them mixing it up. I do like that they're taking sewer control. It is good, but we'll have to see what else they got in store for us, because again, this is where we talk about they're the higher ranked team, right? I mean, they're a team that's obviously like that always makes the top 3 conversation usually every season. So there's a lot more, a little bit more on the spotlight for them.
Yeah, they should be, but at this point, they're going for the A hit again and again and again, but this time they face Noor, trying to juggle beak him a couple of times, but he immediately delivers Muffin for the support. Next to 2, Dezane already cornered him. 3 guys are just shooting the heck out of him. Muffin already traded with the double man beaks that's coming from Anubis. They make it a 4v1, make it actually a 2v1 at this point. Spoxy is left alone. You got the sniper, you got the dream, but now it's 1v1 versus Noor. The IGL brings back the round home with the shotgun. He's laughing like, look at him, he's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time to try and aim harder and you guys will just bring the shotty and take you down.
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not at all? I mean, he's already actually, he's pretty much tied here with Dezane right now, like top fragging in the entire server. And he's, again, like I said, like the fact that he's, you know, a new guy of the team, he's doing a great job just winning some good engagements. This is a good little bit of a, you know, I say for him, this is great because that's going to feel really good for Anubis. And I think, you know, Elfish Guy was talking about it, like, look, Anubis are a team that didn't do that great last season, probably expected to be a lot higher. Now they're really trying to mix things up just a little bit more so that they could be more competitive. So this isn't a bad start for them, all things considered, but job ain't done yet. Still lots of rounds to go here for Crossfire, but now Flex, it's a question if he's going to be able to find this engagement against Muffin. He should be able to have this pixel spot here. He's just tucked away in the corner, and now he should be able to go for the swing. Should be a free kill, a little bit of a pre-fire, but actually can't seem to find it. But yes, he does. It takes a little bit of time, plays with his food, and finally gets the opening kill.
Quick scoop to settle everything down, and I really like the fact that both teams are going with the meta changes. They're going with the fast execution reliability of both. You will feel that Titans, they're taking their time here to play this game, and it looks like that time won't matter when you're playing versus Noor. That guy always brings the guy down with him, at least one for this round. Kiko good flanking position here, still having the A side controlled. It believes, well, actually it feels like Anubis will struggle a little bit to enter this side, still dropping down to a 2v2. No util to enter, only Doom with one smoke, dropping down another one. Spoxy with Kiko. We'll wrap it up and finish this round, unless Doom got other thoughts. Connects some shots, they're trying to go for the timer. Ninja Defuse won't be able to make it for this time. And hear me out, it feels like we're playing a ping pong game. Like, you catch around, they take another one, and the game base is pretty fast, which is something we usually don't see between those teams.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, it just got a map like this too, right? We always kind of talk about how, you know, historically it's always just been so GR-sided, right? It feels like you just finish these halves with like such a massive lead. And the fact that right now we're talking about a 4-4 as we're getting closer to the end point of this first half, it's like, this is where I feel like for Anubis, this might not feel the best, if I'm going to be honest, because again, you kind of expect to have yourself a better lead than this or put yourself in a better position. They might be able to find something here, but Doom can only find that first kill. And again, TEC doing a great job, learning a little bit of a lesson from last season where they need to get these trade kills. They need to do a little bit better about just working as a unit. They try to poke and prod a bit, right? They try to do a little bit of, you know, sightseeing if they can, but now they can reset a little bit. They take down one of these players. So now this defense for Anubis, it does get thinned out just enough here, maybe. And now the question is, where does TEC want to go? Nades are getting thrown here. Possible a little bit of an A execute. You got the flashes of smokes getting thrown, but they actually throw a little bit of a mind game here, Sekio. And now Gainer, he's trying to get some info.
Yeah, they're still actually having a really good spot here. Doesn't get seen, and the smokes picks 2 and actually double down with the 3K into Gainer for this round. Lineclaw actually left alone in a 2v1 spot, which is something we have seen him actually clutch multiple times, but this one won't be one of them. And it looks like, yeah, the first half goes to Anubis 5-4, but that gives us into a conclusion that TEC can just wrap this up and take this win, since, as you have mentioned earlier, this map been always GR favorite, and when you only get one round advantage on the GR side, that's pretty bad for your team.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good, right? I mean, yes, like we said, like Anubis have got themselves in the 1-round lead, but again, I feel like that's not a very convincing first half from them, right? It looked good in the beginning. They squeaked through that ninja defuse. They get themselves that 2-0 lead. And then, like you said, it kind of turns into a bit of a ping pong match. It goes a lot back and forth, but again, I got to give a lot of credit to TEC. I feel like they did such a great job. Some really nice executes, very simple game plan, you know, kind of in the mid control and fighting for A. Nonetheless, it was decent here on the BL side, which has been a nice mixture, right? Because again, we always feel like this map is so heavily favored on the GR side. So this is a very unusual scoreline, I feel like, from my experience on this map.
Yeah, and for this one, it feels like Anubis are going with a different strats, different playstyle than TEC when it comes to the attack. Or actually not, TEC are giving up the stairs to just play on later defense, which is inconvenient, to be honest. Like, if you just control those doors, it would be a lot better with the shotgun. You can easily take a couple of kills from that position, but it looks like they won't be going for this strat, at least on this round. 5-4 in the scoreboard, and well, like, I almost, like, it feels like I cursed Anubis. Like, I was just saying, like, yeah, they're not going for the late execution, they're going to play the game a little bit fast, but it looks like that was from TEC side. Anubis was just still the same button, waits for the last seconds to enter and lose the round.
Yeah, a little bit of surprise, though. I actually thought Dezane was going to be able to have that dead to rights to be able to find that double, but all of a sudden, this thing has turned into a 1v1. But let's not forget, the C4's dropped on the back corner here, so this is not going to be easy for Muffin right now. So really, it's like, look, he should be able to pick up the C4, but then you have to have the time to get the plant. And this is where, again, you can see Spoxy's just kind of burning the time. And yeah, there you go. It's just going to burn the clock, and does get the kill at the very end, but yeah, that was a tough position here for Muffin, but nonetheless, TEC squeaked through a first round here on the second half, and now we're right back to a tie game. So we'll have to see. And it is just going to be Spoxy that is going to lock and load here the TRG, and Flex, like you said, he's just going to rifle things out. This is where we normally get to see him kind of, you know, be the hybrid sniper. This time, he decides to hang tight.
Yeah, he prefers to play with AR. A lot of shooting power will be added to the team, and it's paying out till now. And for the other team, for Anubis, they're going with a one sniper setup, which is pretty convenient when you're playing on the attacking side. Blacklist side, you need to have some control over, like, I wouldn't say the A-long, since there is no clear A-long, but like you have some spots that you need to cover with the sniper, even though if you're going for a short trade or a close one, a quick scoop might help you a lot in this position. But over now, it feels like Anubis are still going for their old habits. But at least you can see that they're going for one target, which is going to be A. Split it here using the tunnels. No control over the ground here. But at the same time, they don't even have the C4. That's something you need to consider. Guys, you forget the C4. You were about to execute the control, or like the play on A, but you don't have, you actually don't have the C4. What are you doing, man? We're 40 seconds in the round. Like, not 40 seconds in, we're 40 seconds and the round would be closed. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it always kind of begs the question, right? Because again, like, some teams like to leave it behind and they try to, again, just look for that opening duel.
Not like that.
It's just getting a little too close for comfort, though. Like, now they got to get going, right? Like, it's 30, like, under 30 seconds left. They have to, you know, make the execute. And now, kind of feels like maybe a bit of a blender, and there it is. Dezane finally lighting up the HK here, finding himself this double, potentially even for a triple. There you go. Why not? So Dezane, absolute fireworks right now. That's going to be a quad kill to finish this round out. But yeah, Anubis, that's not going to be a good one. That's going to be a tough one because, again, it just seems like a little bit of a mistake. And this is where Anubis start to, they start to crack a little bit in these late game situations.
It feels so. They are maybe starting to get some thing done. I don't know. Like, they had, of course, something to work with. I'm not the pro player, but like, as a casual viewer, I'm not gonna say as a casual viewer watching what Anubis made, it felt wrong. That's all what I'm gonna say. It just felt wrong, and yeah, apparently they picked the C4 this time. So once they try to execute the A side, they will have what backs them down. Now smokes used here, and Anubis will just get into this side. The double man here trying to peek. Doom picks up the opening kill, and it looks like from the minimap they're just rotating slowly to the B side. Also, you will see that Dirty is holding an off angle and trying to find the flank here.
Yeah, possibly. And I mean, he's kind of posted up a little bit, yeah, and he is actually putting a little bit of pressure underneath here, but yeah, he's going to reset a little bit. I was going to say, surely that might be a bit bold of a move here for Dirty, but that's the thing, right? Like, he does, he can be a playmaker. He can be one of those guys that finds something. Dezane actually tries to get a little bit of interest, but that adventure is short, so now Doom's able to take him out. So Anubis have themselves in a prime position right now. We're talking a 5-on-3. Really, they got the numbers. They have Flex that's just kind of locked in here for the Soul Anchor. Waits things out. He tries to have the discipline, but he just can't hold on. He has to get that kill, and it's a one and done. Now, Anubis have themselves an A site, leaving it for 2 remaining players for TEC for the retake attempt. Lion Claw, a little bit of a peekaboo, but again, cost him his life, and it's all just down to Spoxy with a 1-on-2. Sekio, this will not be easy, but if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Spoxy.
Spoxy still got the sniper, but he doesn't have what it takes to take this round. Of course, like, Spoxy been one of the clutch masters in the West League, but this round will be dropped, and we're going back to have everything tied up. 6-all on the scoreboard, and I mean, even though that I don't support how Anubis playstyle has been going through, like, what they're doing, but it's paying off. Like, as long as it works, like, don't fix it, like, don't change it. You grabbed some rounds, you survived, so keep it going, I would say.
Definitely could. Now we get to see a little bit of a setup here into the apartment spot. You can see, actually, from Lion Claw, really good work from him just to kind of, again, investigate a little bit, gets that 1 kill. But now look at how fast that Anubis are like, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're going to back up. We're going to change our plan. We can still lots of time on the clock here. And that's actually a smart move from them because, again, they don't want to be predictable. Now they're stuck in sewer. They're just going to wait things out. And that's Spoxy holding a really good angle, of course. Waiting things out as much as possible. And now Anubis have to kind of, again, recollect their thoughts. How do they want to approach this? And it does look like Gainer's going to be the one that's lurking. Everybody else getting ready for the B-pop. Gainer might be the first point of contact, and he is. Look at that entry. That's exactly what you want to see from someone like Gainer. And there's Flex able to put a little bit of a surprise kill on 1. But is that going to really be enough here? I mean, again, you have TEC with 2 players alive. You still got Kiko. You still got Dezane. And you have to still kind of worry about Gainer. They know that he's kind of, again, overextending somewhere. And they need to be able to find this kill. They do. So now they can change their focus onto this B site.
Yeah, they just found a way to catch the guy who's trying to sneak behind the boys and finding a good flank in them. But yeah, they caught the rat, and they're going back to 2v2. Still got a flash and a smoke, I believe. Doom getting caught here. Zayn helps with the double peek. Muffin left alone, but I believe he can play that peekaboo sometimes, or the Zayn will just jump in to grab his head, and it looked pretty convenient that Team Anubis, they need to take a timeout. They need to recollect their thoughts, since I don't know, like, the changes they're having they have Dirty, like he IGL'd in the season 1, and now they're back with another IGL where, I don't know, it didn't feel like an IGL problem back on season 1. It felt like they had some decent games, some unique play style, or actually they had a little bit of hesitant at some points, but it felt like they were coming short on multiple stuff, not only the IGLing.
Yeah, no, and I feel like even for Anubis, like again, my always biggest criticism for them was I always kind of felt like either it's kind of the late game situations where I feel like even in the mid rounds get really difficult for them. It seems like those really quick decisions can be quite costly. Like there is times where they make some really big mistakes, and then you can see kind of the body language gets, it almost looks like it's very negative, right? It almost looks like they're kind of falling apart a little bit. So that's where I think, again, just adding some players, mixing things up just a little bit, those are things to work on. And I think it has gotten better, but it is one of those things that, again, just watching them for some time now, it's still one of those things that's a little bit imminent, but nonetheless, it is still impressive that this has become this close. So Anubis have really, really done a good job putting in that extra work, like, you know, both Penguin and Elfers were talking about the desk.
It helps, of course, and still having Yusuf as their main coach helps them a lot to improve, since he is having like that collection of, I won't say young players, like Muffin is like 25, Dirty is the youngest, maybe a little bit, but he's still got a lot of experience, and CFWL, Gainer, Noor, Doom, we're having some classical Egyptian roster, but like it feels like this mixture is not what we usually be expecting from like an old Egyptian team. It feels like they're still looking for their identity in game itself. The hesitant part, the not being able to find a way to close games is something they really need to work on. But of course, if we go to Titans, Titan Esports, like it's quite frankly so different than Anubis. Like they are one of the best teams that we ever had in the West League. All the players been running for, I don't know, almost 10 years, and they're making a huge name for the West League internationally, I would say.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, I think for again, for TEC, I feel like it's kind of one of those teams that's just like an obvious pick of, you know, they have to be top two. Like to me, like there's nothing else that they should be doing. Like this is a team where always either seem to be second place or first place, and they're relying on points. They want to go to these international competitions. So again, there's a lot of pressure built up for this squad because again, they just got signed to a new org. That's always like adding a little bit of pressure for them too. But look, I mean, they've been here before and they've been through some really tight games, and this is where we'll have to see how much work they've been able to do in the off season, because again, we talked about Kiko joining, which we thought was a really great addition. Loons has been the coach running the team too, which has been really interesting. I always thought Loons would be a really good asset to any team that joins. So I think TEC are going in the right direction. I think we had some bumpy starts for them, which I think was a little bit odd, but nonetheless, they're still going toe to toe with the teams, and right now they got themselves a lead. But can it be maintained, or can Anubis bring it on back?
We'll see. Anubis still going with some of the slow starts that we have here, but at the same time, TEC, they're not committing to any shotgun strategy. They don't want to have extra land. They're just playing super defensive, and it feels like, yeah, that's better for us. We don't want to just fumble around out, or maybe they don't want to open up or use some of their strats. They're saving some for the playoffs, but we'll see. We're still pretty, like, we still have a long time to go there, but here you see a lot of attacks at the middle. Doom just goes with the jumping shots. Spoxy goes with the trade, and now they immediately shifted their focus into B side. Zane got a really good angle. gets a double, and he's going to double down it with a triple here. But no one is peeking. C4 drop down, and it looks like Dezane with a double peek, him and Kiko will collect this round. Muffin is left alone, and it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere but TEC side.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right? I mean, again, you got, 3 players alive. You got Dezane barely alive. Like, I mean, again, skin of his teeth. But this is where Muffin, again, you got to make a bit of a play here. But TEC, they're just going to try to push this all as one unit, which is probably, honestly, one of the best things to do, just because realistically, the chances of Muffin being able to find, a triple kill like that can happen. Probably lower probability. But either way, TEC, good communication, good hold. Now giving themselves a 2-round buffer. That's going to feel really, really good. And this is where, again, we talked about Anubis. They needed to get more rounds on that, first half. And the fact that now it was that close of a 5-4, and they've only been able to find one singular round this entire second half is not going to feel good for them. So this is where, again, my criticism comes back in about can they pull themselves out of this little bit of a snowball or not. We'll have to see. But TEC getting more primed in a better position here, getting this first map potentially their way, which is their pick, by the way. But we'll have to see if Anubis have been able to, capitalize a little bit more on that timeout. Didn't work the first time, maybe the second.
Might be. And TEC just shot it down. Flex with a double sniper kill. TRG intact, of course. You got Spoxy with a double. I don't know, man. Anubis are down to 2v5, and Muffin and Doom, they are a really good player, but the fact that Muffin is not even playing Sniper and Doom is currently alone versus a full squad, they can just go with the knives and they can just take him down. I don't know, they don't even need the rifles at this point. Out of respect, drop him down and will sit down to another round, and TEC are on 1 round buffer from winning the first game, and I would say that at least I will move to Eagle Eye since it feels like TEC already got this game in their pocket. Unless Gainer or some guy from Anubis made some wonder player find a way to grab the 3 rounds buffer. But on Eagle Eye, I still got some hope for Anubis. I would love to see them in Eagle Eye. Yeah, actually, they do have it.
Yeah, it's still, again, begs the biggest question to me, where, I mean, TEC love Eagle Eye, right? And that's where Penguin and both, Elfish Guy were like, okay, why are we going here, right? I mean, this is what I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, okay, Anubis are either going to go a hard anti-strat, or they've noticed something from TEC, or they just feel like their practice on the map has been really great. I mean, it's going to beg a lot of questions here, but so far TEC have put themselves in a prime position here for New Mexico. 3 rounds up, like you said, they only just need the 1, and then they got their pockets full here for the first map. Now this is where Anubis are going to have to be flawless if we're talking about, continuing this map, going to overtime. And this is all about what's the game plan? What are we going to do? You're still down with 1 minute and 10 remaining on this, so again, time is becoming the essence. And TEC, they don't have to be adventurous. They can just kind of post up. And it looks like they're going to play the 3-and-A site, kind of the overextension and B a little bit. So they have a really good read on this right now, Sekio.
They really do. It looks like Anubis are trying to play on the A side, but at the same time, they still got Muffin trying to cover up from the other side here. Across the map, they just take the guy who's trying to find the lurking position, and they immediately shift their focus into B side, and it looked like Muffin fumbled his stun, and that will be actually pretty bad for him, so they immediately just shift down to A side, and they go for it. They take a couple of kills. Kiko with the trade, making trouble, trying to end the round, but Noor is here for the fireback. Flex is left alone, but he got the sniper and a dream. Muffin and Noor, 2 guys, pretty low HP. Flex on the other side. Spoxy, can they do it? Last 3 seconds won't be enough, and the plant is here. Noor and Muffin almost lost the round based on timer. Come on, guys, that's not how you do, but at least they made it through.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt from Flex because again, I feel like his whole game plan there was like, okay, I'm gonna make a lot of commotion. I'm gonna make a lot of noise. I'm gonna distract them. Like time was getting low. Like that's why I was like, look, it's 5 seconds. Like, they gotta get this plant down now, and they do. But man, I feel like they almost forgot because they were so hyper focused on just taking him out. He was the last player, but you could see Flex was just kind of looking up and looking on the side, like yeah, he's looking at the timer. He's like, oh man, I'm so close. I just need them to screw this up, and I got it. But Anubis saved the day. They find themselves another round in this, so they continue on, but they still need 2 more if we're talking about continuation of this map. And I don't like it because in the sense of Anubis, I mean, that was a tight round for them to win. It was a little close for comfort for me.
Yeah, 100%. It felt a lot off, but at least they found a way to solve that puzzle. That's gonna be their second round on these second half, of course, playing on BL. It doesn't look good, of course, on New Mexico, and them only taking 2 rounds is just like, yeah, that's the map and that's how it is. Even though that TEC are not even trying to force the shotgun plays, playing with some basic setups, and that's why Anubis are trying to capitalize on that part and trying to take this. Who knows that someone here in the backside and immediately goes for the head. The Zane takes a couple, and now it looks like Limeclaw will take the triple kill, and Anubis in a 5v2 position. It looks like we're going to map 2, but hold on a second. They get the 2 kills and drop it down to a 3v2, so it's a lot easier to make or like to do it this time. But Muffin in a 3v1 position, this time they'll just 3-man peek him and finish this round and finish the last round on this map.
Yeah, I feel like it's looking like it's already over, right? I mean, unless Muffin can pull up a massive clutch here. I mean, this is, again, a 1-on-3. Yes, has an opportunity to get the C4 down. But then again, when you get the post plant, this is where you have to, I still beg the question. 10 seconds remaining, TEC. They're just going to, flip the coin. They're like, let's just group up A. Worst case, we rotate back on here and B. Muffin now has to make a play. You can see he's kind of getting a little bit, a little bit of extension. Finds that first, so that's good. Now he needs to find more. But backstab comes through. Spoxy should be able to save the day. And indeed does. So now we get to see TEC being able to find themselves 10-7 on their map pick. So they are able to get things done quite nicely here with a little bit of a bow, and it was a good back and forth affair for the beginning, but it really felt like that second half it was just no contest.
It felt so, and I will add up that it felt like Anubis are still stuck into the slow-paced playstyles, even though after what happened in the meta, like meta genuinely changed it, like the shift been pretty hard on it, like there is no more slow rounds, you need to play a lot faster, you need to use you need to get used to not having the kill cam. So I don't know what Anubis still got in their pocket, but we'll head to our of course Penguin, and we'll head to Elfish to talk more about what happened in the game.
Yes, indeed, and I guess not a particularly surprising result, I have to say, off the bat. Relatively close scoreline, 10-7, but we did see TEC get themselves the dub, so immediate thoughts are, well, that was kind of expected.
Definitely, it is expected because we mentioned that TEC have the upper hand throughout this set. However, how TEC played still, I'm very, very happy to see TEC changing the play style because if they continue to play their play style on the like season 1, I don't think they will get the same outcome or results. So the play style is all around flex. I mentioned before, the flex needed to flex more his rifle gun, and he did, and we've seen him using EBR, I guess, more than TRG, which is quite impressive for me because in New Mexico, especially on the Blacklist side, sometimes you need 5 rifles, and that's what we've seen from him. Otherwise, if you look at Muffin, the other guy that we asked him to flex as well, he used EBR 1 or 2 times and he died 2 times and instantly switched back to TRG. And yesterday said, I mentioned one thing, that if you want to be having a flex on your team, then it needs to be a one guy, a unique guy. Not anybody can be your flex, because a flex guy, that means that he doesn't care about anything except his teammates winning. So you put flex, he doesn't care about his score. He just go in and he tries to make his teammates win, and he obviously did. A very could have by them, because having 4 rounds on the blacklist side is just insane. And then when Anubis switched, we haven't seen the answer from them.
Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing the casters kind of talk about that again. You know, we obviously continue to reiterate that this is typically a GR-sided map. So was it at that point where you get 4 on the BL side, you're kind of already thinking, okay, this map is over? Like, what's the past score at that point? Is it 7-2 or is it something like that?
6-3. At least 63. Yeah, at least 63. Otherwise, if you get 5-4, then you need to get the first round in the second half, which is to be 6-4. You need to have 2 rounds gap, at least 2 rounds gap when you are playing as a blacklist side. When you switch to the blacklist side, if you're starting with blacklist side as it's your first half, like TEC did, then you need to at least keep the gap between 1 or 2 rounds. What TEC did, they kept it was 1 round only, and we've seen Anubis falling shortly after switching to blacklist side. And if you remember the last round, a big question marks for, in my opinion, what happened with the last round. If you look at it, we've seen one guy pushing mid solo, it was dirty and he died to Zayn. One guy pushed A Ali solo behind the bricks and it was Doom, I guess he died to Kiku. Then one guy already in B side, which is Gainer. The C4 is already in base. Like 3 guys went 1v1s, they all died, and Muffin had to reclaim the C4 from the base, which is it put him in a very tough position. And in the end, it was 1v3. It was 2v3, but then suddenly it is 1v3. So big question marks on the blacklist side coming out from Anubis. However, this map is hard to execute in such map, but we haven't seen executions by the world executions, because we've seen some plays coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, and this is where I would kind of like push the conversation in the direction of Noor, obviously coming in as the new IGL. We'll take a look at the stats from that map first before we can touch on that. And again, you know, a really solid performance from Dezane. You know, Spoxy's up there in terms of the KD as well, but I think MVP for Titan yesterday was Dezane, and he's kind of heading in the direction of putting on another MVP performance today, assuming he can back this up in map 2. Nothing quite as exciting necessarily on the behalf of Anubis, although maybe a decent individual start for Noor. But yeah, with him in mind, with that conversation being that he's kind of come into this lineup, and you know the BL side maybe looking like it lets Anubis down a little bit. Is that something that you're maybe a bit concerned about heading forward here into map 2, or is it a case of, okay, well, that is not Anubis's map pick? We can kind of look at our second map and we can draw some more conclusions from that map as we take a look at the set MVP here as well, and see who that's going to end up being. I imagine it'll be either Dezane or Spoxy. But yeah, I mean what do you think about going into this next map? Are you concerned about what we've seen? Because again, that's kind of like the first look that we've had with this new lineup of Anubis. Or is it more of a case of let's just give them a chance on their own map pick and then we can make some conclusions?
Definitely we have to give them a chance. Why? Because it's not only because New Mexico was it's not their pick, or it was TSC's map pick. No, it's because New Mexico, or Mexico before even to get to see a newer version from it. I used to struggle a lot calling in this map, and also my strike caller before. We used to struggle on New Mexico back of the days when we started doing the team. So it's a very, very hard and tough map to be able to call and communicate and try to adapt, rotate, because we have seen miscommunication coming out from the guys. We've seen single-handedly the guys going for solo picks. This is a miscommunication issue coming out from the boys. So it's a very tough map. So we can just rely on this map and say, okay, these guys are still maybe having some issues from their play style. Maybe they're playing slow, maybe they're playing fast. No, but looking at Eagle Eye, this is a good test for both teams, by the way, because as I mentioned, Titan Esports, these guys had a very, very rough Eagle Eye last season. They used to pick it and lose it, especially versus top tier teams. And even though versus Anubis and 3BL Gax, they still lost it. And now they're going to be playing versus Anubis, but now Anubis is the one who picks Eagle Eye. So Noor, he has a big, I mean, I don't want to say big troubles coming out to deal with Spoxy or Dezane or Kiku, but Kiku and Dezane, they're feeling themselves. It's very tough for Anubis.
All right, well, I guess we'll get the answer to some of our questions, whether or not TEC can turn it around here on Eagle Eye, and whether or not Anubis can force us through a third map. It's time to hand it back over to our casters for map number 2.
Yeah, we're back. He didn't even name drop us. He just called us casters. Whatever, Jordan. Okay, that's fine. But look, I'll move on. I don't even care. But look, I think they bring up some good points. I think they talk about that TEC, very expected for them to be in this position. And I agree. Like, I think Jordan made a really good point about, look, when you already have 4 rounds in the first half, kind of feels like that map's already over. But look, now we can move away from New Mexico. Now we can talk about Eagle Eye. This has kind of been the big surprise, right? This has been kind of the big question mark for all of us going, okay, what does Anubis have in store for us? Because it kind of feels like a bit of a surprise pick. I feel like this just shouldn't have happened, but it's all good. I'm excited to see this one, to see what they bring to the table.
It feels like they're trying to copy 3BL homework, since I remember back in Season 1 they played versus LCK in the playoffs with Eagle Eye, or at least an Eagle Eye. It felt like that TEC at that point, Eagle Eye was not their best suit, or not the best map they would ever pick, and they actually found a way to win it multiple times in the playoffs. So that might be the case for a teammate like Anubis trying to copy some other team's homework, but we'll see what happens in Eagle Eye, since this map really commands you to play with a double sniper setup. And for Anubis, they have Dirty, they have Muffin, both were pretty decent, especially Muffin, since he plays a lot aggressive, more than Dirty. Like, both of them have their unique style with the sniper, so we'll see how it goes. Poxy here trying to snatch some heads from the turret, but he doesn't find it away. But at the same time, TEC are the ones who are committing to a slower start here.
Yeah, not really surprising too for TEC, right? I mean, again, like to wait things out.
Headshots!
Good shot. All right, well, Kiko getting the opening duel, not bad at all. Takes down Dirty. So now for Anubis' sake, that's going to be a costly one, right? I mean, that's one of your big players here with one of the stars. Be able to put up some good work with the sniper if he's able to. But now Muffin's going to have to do this as well in his replacement for now. So 45 seconds. TEC need to make a bit of a move on, but you can already see a bit of a 1-1 split. 3 kind of on towards long B. Now they have to they got to start to get moving here. They got the C4 this time, at least. They're not pulling a little bit of an Anubis, but this time they're going to group up. This is where they have to get going. And now Doom, he has to be able to be the Doom bringer, because, again, there's a flank coming in from War. He might be able to find the timing, and he does. And, oh, man, this might even be a great opportunity right now for Anubis. 18 seconds. They have to run. They have to get their sneakers on. But you already have Muffin ready to go. But look at Flex.
Oh.
Takes him out, removes his head, and there it is. They're able to find a double kill, and they should be able to have enough time for this plant, and they do. Oh my goodness. TEC playing a little bit of a ring around the rosy, and they get it done.
They're just running around the map, and they got away with that round. Like, I don't know, it felt like Noor had the perfect spot to at least take a couple of kills at this point, but he just went, guys, like, I'll just grab the first and try to go for the rotation, then try to commit to anything, and immediately he got dropped down. And it felt like Anubis are dropping down like Dominus, like you drop on the first kill in the middle, the other one is trying to run forward to get to A, like he was just rotating. He heard the steps, he immediately took his head and just went the other way from Team Anubis. And TAC, I don't know how they actually won the previous round, but they made it. No time, but at least at the last 5 seconds they dropped one of the craziest slow-based rounds and fast at the same time. I don't know how to say it, but like it felt like a roller coaster.
Yeah, it
like
really
the
did,
one
yeah.
that Spoxy right here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It definitely felt like a bit of a roller coaster. And now, I mean, this is where Anubis actually get the opening duel, so this is a good start for them. Now TEC with just under a minute remaining, they're going to have to make a bit of a play here on this one now, and Flex takes a lot of damage here with that nade. Muffin try to get himself a decent little bit of an angle, but there it is. I was going to say that nade could be a decent lineup, and indeed it is. So now Anubis have been able to find 2 kills here, all 5 players alive, and now Dirty has to be able to put up a nice double kill, and he does. So this might even be a flawless round attempt here from Anubis. Kiko might be able to say something a little bit different. He does find himself a consolation prize, but now Doom should be able to have better timing of this. Oh man, he's doing tons of damage, and finally gets the job done. So Anubis are able to bounce back here. Lots of damage inflicted against them, but look, it doesn't even matter because they pretty much took that with ease.
They did. And Anubis just got away with the previous round, but for this one, it looks like TEC are trying to rush things out, playing through B. There's Stanley, you won't see a lot of snipers holding this place. Langflow grabs Doom on the stairs and he immediately goes for the connection. Play number 5. Noor will be taken down here, immediately traded by Dirty, and it's a bloodbath in B side. 2v3 situation. Gainer and Muffin are left alone versus Kiku's Poxy and the Zayn, the Plant. But the bomb get down to the B side, and I don't know how Muffin will try to play this one, but you should just try and get a small trade here and help your teammates to enter this place and try to play from multiple angles. That might be the only thing that might help them. Gainer trying to go for the first K and he takes it down. Muffin with the sniper drops the second. The third is Kiku. And in a few seconds, from a 3v2 to a 2v1 situation, he got 5 seconds and the defuse. Anubis with the second round.
Yeah, it was really clean. A little bit of a retake here from Anubis. Again, like it felt like TEC really just kind of turtling up. But I don't know if I agree with the player in Hotel. Like they kind of just, again, were really exposed. Like they just needed to be able to play a little bit of an off angle. I feel like they could have, just jiggled for information, but again, they were fully exposed. So it allowed Anubis being able to find that first kill, and like you could see how fast the dominoes were falling, right? So this is where really good work from them, because like you said, it was a question of like, how are they going to react to this? Can Muffin be able to find the Kickstarter? It's actually in Hotel that actually all the effects go well for Anubis, but now TEC getting a little bit shook here now with 1 round of a deficit, but we'll see what they want to do a little bit differently for this, as Anubis are starting to show some decent defense right now on the GR side. Looks like they're kind of showcasing a bit of a good reason here for this pick.
They definitely do, and Muffin doubles it down with a sniper kill. Like, guys, we know what we're doing. Like, TEC, they're one of the best teams to play Eagle Eye. But also, you should not forget that we exist here. We have the double sniper setup, we have the players, and we would love to challenge them in their hometown. And man, Muffin been dropping those shots so heavily on TEC for now.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, Muffin's doing a great job, just kind of again sitting at 6-1 right now. So honestly, just putting up some big work. I mean, again, his kills alone are 3 of the players from TEC, so he's actually having a field day. Should be able to find the 7, and he does. He's single-handedly just doing all the work this round. I mean, he's been able to put up all these kills. This might even be an ace attempt now at this, and Muffin waiting for it. You can see he's excited. He wants this so badly, and there we go. Muffin's able to find everybody, so not bad at all here from Anubis, and you can see things are starting to look a lot more proficient here on Eagle Eye, and TEC, they're looking a little flat. They don't look like they got much here going on, and the rubber hasn't really been able to hit the road.
Yeah, and it felt like Muffin guys telling them like, hold on, I got this on my hand, and he just went all in, and to TEC dropping multi-kills, like dropping one on the left, on the right, and those shots won't miss. And actually that's his, I don't know, 2nd or 3rd multi-kills in this game, and one of them is an ace, so congrats, man. Like, he's been doing a lot of grinding, and it's paying off the team itself. And when you have a player like Muffin that's having a really good day, you can count on him to surpass your enemies and help you get this done. Like, also being dropped down here to low HP, and again it's always about the snipers, but this time will be from the other side. Spoxy, a couple of tweets here and there, dropping the double, aiming for the third. Who actually tries to run back. Dirty fumbles the flank, dropping another one to Spoxy.
Yeah, but what a flick of the wrist, though, right? I mean, that was crazy from Spoxy. And look at this. This is now
another ace?
Picking up all these multi. Yeah, this could be potentially an ace. Like, if Spoxy is just doing all the heavy lifting right now. First, it's Muffin on the other side. Now, we're talking about Spoxy may be able to do the exact same thing here, but Nor does have a good position to this. Again, has some good time, has plenty of HP, considering against Spoxy. So really, like, the cliche line of, look, being a sniper, you got one shot to hit, and it kind of feel like that's going to be the little bit of a tail of the tape here for Spoxy. 4 HP. Has to be flawless here. Has to land this shot. He's got the C4. And Noir's actually going to just kind of go for a little bit of a flip of the coin, just sitting in B here, waiting to C. And Spoxy bringing the time as much as possible, just kind of making the illusion of potentially like going towards that B site, but now it's going to be a free plant at A. But how does he work with this post plant? Does he want to play the high ground? Does he want to push? That is going to be begging the biggest question for me right now.
Actually, I was afraid that Spoxy might just die out of jumping after dropping those 4 kills. Like, yeah, he doesn't even look to the jumping thing, and
Dang, Spoxy.
He took Nur with him before. So, ace for Anubis, another one for TAC. There's just like, they got jealous of each other. Like, Muffin dropped the 5k, so immediately Spoxy did the same. Dirty fumbled a really bad fight. Like, he had them red-handed, but now he's trying to bait back and help his teammates at least take one before dropping down. Lineclaw actually got a really good flank here. He grabs one, going for the second one, and of course, if it's gonna be one, so it's gonna be Lineclaw.
Yeah, I love it though. I love that TEC, again, they just kind of, get aggressive on this. They don't actually just like sit back anymore. They're not playing this like bleeding things out. Like, they actually just pedal to the metal. And this is what they needed to do. And look at how fast on Anubis they weren't able to react to that aggression. So TEC, like, I think they lost maybe one, I think if not 2 players, like even 2, I think at best, but they were able to get that very convincingly. So now Anubis is going to have to, again, kind of have these conversations mid-round, figuring, okay, look, we got to make sure we don't fall asleep at the wheel here, and we got to be a little bit more aware of what TEC could do. But we're back to a tie game. That lead that Anubis had is now fallen again. This is a little bit of a deja vu that we saw before in the first map. Now what does TEC want to do? You have Anubis actually grouped up in mid. This could be a sloppy little bit of an execute. You can see they're just trying to bombard it, but the flashes don't work. It's not a good connection. It's TEC that actually counter this attack from them right now. And now it's a 4-on-2. Anubis, they're losing bodies, and they're going to have somebody pull up a bit of a Hail Mary. Someone's going to have to do lights out. That's not going to be a bad start. And now Lineclaw getting aggressive again, and there it is with TEC being able to have themselves a free site, leaving it just down to Dirty on a 1-on-3. Full HP, has still a nade available in the pocket. If he throws it right, he might be able to take down Lineclaw, which would be a free kill. But boy, oh boy, this is where TEC, they have to be careful with their post punts. They've been a little bit overextended at times, but Zane should have them dead to rights, and there we go. TEC will be able to find themselves in the lead position now.
They got the lead position, and they always find us with those rounds. They're like, you definitely don't expect the aggression. Sometimes they go with a slow and steady gameplay pace, or some other times they just go in and make it chaotic. And for this round, we'll just like, yeah, the early kills really matters, especially when you're doing it with the snipers. Make it 2, not even 1. Dirty and Gainer drop down. Muffin is gonna be the 3rd. Doom and Noor are left alone, and that's a full house from TEC. You're facing now, and oh, actually Noor is playing with the sniper. Okay, hold on, let him cook. Okay, he got the first one. Alright. We can count on him. We barely see him play with the sniper, but he delivered a good and nice double kill. Doom left alone, but this time they know where he's at. They'll just sandwich him and take him down. Not even needed. Flex with the UPS ends the round.
Yeah, not bad at all. And it really does seem like, for TEC, they're really starting to, get buffed up here. This is where, again, Anubis were able to have themselves, like I said, deja vu. They had themselves a decent start in the beginning, and then this later round or later portion of the game, it starts to kind of fall apart, right? This is where now TEC have been able to put up a consecutive amount of rounds in their favor. So, see, I felt like TEC were kind of looking a bit slow on this. I was like, okay, hang on. Like, Anubis might be up to something, but now Again, Flex has been able to call himself a really good BL side so far. It's already guaranteeing the first half. It's now the question of maybe a 3-round buff, or maybe it is just only the 1 round. So big question for them. But that's going to feel even better for them going on the GR side. And Anubis in desperation of finding this last round if they can, just to making it that closer of an affair. It's not easy when you lose these consecutive rounds in a row, right? I mean, that definitely starts to dwindle a little bit against you.
That gets into your head and puts you in that position like, did we really need to have that change in roster? Are we really doing it by the right choice? Are we even focused? That's the question I really want to ask. Like, if you look at the scoreboard, you'll see that only Muffin, the guy with a positive KD, or at least above 1 KD, have Gainer barely making it, and the rest of the team is just fumbling here. But Gainer at least trying to make the job done, or like take the job by his side, but it looks like, nah, it's not gonna be the case. TEC literally Blink and Anubis team are all dead. And yeah, that's Doom here. Trying to just, I don't know, I would think that he needs to delay this play and trying to talk over to his teammates, or at least take that time out to try to think of what should they do later on this game. And Flex actually tried to go with the knife, but it didn't work for him.
Nah, why not? Just get the rounds. That's what matters the most here, right? 6-3 though. This is very impressive. And again, unless we see, you know, again, what Anubis were cooking up for a BL side, this is, again, feeling like TVC might have themselves on the brink here for a 2-0. And I think the desk was talking about this one, had a lot of conversation. It could go 3 maps, you know, very well potentially. I definitely was agreeing with them, but TVC might be able to prove us all wrong here today in that regard. But again, still have to wait things out here as the second half has just commenced. And Anubis are going to have to showcase a very strong offense side here to bring something to the table. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe that gas tank is kind of depleted here, Ezekiel. Like, I don't know if I'm convinced that Anubis are in the proper fighting form.
It doesn't feel so. Like, it feels that Anubis are not finding the shots, or not even playing their play style. It feels like they're kind of lost. Even though that they have an XIPN and a new one Lord intact. Actually, speaking about him, he's just dropping a double kill here, trying to connect into A. Looking forward to make it, but at the same time, Doom goes for the flank, triple kill, make it quad for Anubis. 4 kills are down, like who will be the last to drop down. Alright, let them cook. Like, the first half was a story, and it looks like they have still some pages that didn't fold through what's happening here. They still got some strats, and normally Anubis are not the team that likes to play on the blacklist side. Now let's see if they can break down TEC.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, that was the most, you know, kind of the firepower we've seen in quite some time. And there we go. Nice little bit of a kill here from Muffin. And again, he's the one player that, again, is really just been the only player putting up some good numbers, right? He's the guy that's been picking up. He's 13-7. Like, he was the guy who was able to find an ace. Like, it kind of feels like everybody else on Anubis has kind of been, you know, dragging behind a little bit. And that's where I was kind of waiting to see, like, can they pick it up? That first round in this half has looked decent thus far. Finding Spoxy is definitely going to help right now against TEC. So now begs the question here from who TEC is going to be able to pull up some extra firepower, maybe. And now you got Flux actually equipped here with the TRG himself. You do have Lion Claw, typically playing in Hotel. He's actually going to just reposition himself here. Not a bad thing, but oh boy. Okay, Lion Claw. That's, those are some hot waters, man. I don't know if I want to be there, but he's just trying to get some information. But man, he is playing a dangerous game right now.
He almost got caught by 3 players, but safely he dodged those bullets and found a way to trade Spoxy's early death with Dirty, and now it's back down to a 4v4. But at the same time, if you looked at the mini-map, Nuris is sneaking here, cutting the first one, actually seeing Flex also, but immediately getting the trade. And Flex, like, guys, you need me with the sniper, I'm here, you need me with the AR, I can deliver. He's just been all over the place. 11-7. A double kill in this round, and he's trying to even double down on that, trying to go for the triple here. Doom catching Flex, and Lyco is left alone, trying to go for the A-long trade 1v1, and Anubis are getting back into the game. Like, they just dropped a couple of rounds on the second half, and their blackness is looking a lot solid.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better than the GR side, that's for sure. Now Anubis actually are going to get a little bit tested here in the middle. TEC are actually going to try to bombard it, but now Anubis should be able to clean this up. Spoxy trying to get himself out of this bad position, but he could only find this one kill. So now Anubis triumphant their way here for this following round, and now this could be a tie game unless Flex could really showcase something big here. Again, he's going to need 3 kills. Spots the one to go across. Misses the shot, so now Noir's just playing some games. But that's going to be the C4 drop, so that could be a decent kill. Oh my goodness, they're kind of going one by one here, but that nade, it dunks on him. But man, I was thinking that was getting a little close for Comfort. But now we talked about Comfort. We're back to a tie game. And again, Anubis, they were down by what, 6-3? And now they've been able to find 3 in a row. So things are looking decent right now here from Anubis, showcasing why they went for this map pick, why they wanted to do this. Maybe it's the BL side after all.
Of course it was, and TEC, I believe if they lost this round, they should go for a timeout. Like, they need to gather their thoughts and work around Anubis, what they're doing, trying to change some of the stuff that they've been executing through this game. And I've been noticing something about TEC. They always go for the extra defensive plays. Like, when it comes to playing on GR side, they don't even try to contest land. They're just like, yeah, we'll stick to the A side and B side, and a little bit like this small tunnel that's between them, like this small thingy around the stairs. Like, they're not even trying to take extra land, which is I mean, it's CS safe, but like, I'm not a big fan of it.
Yeah, it definitely kind of begs the question where sometimes TEC can have some interesting setups and some game plans of what they want to do. But we'll see if it pans out for them. And their triple A setup could be interesting, but there actually is Lion Claw kind of a little bit, again, a little bit of an extension here in Hotel. So this is very interesting, but I was thinking he might, is he actually really going to try to push down? But right now for TEC, the fact that they are playing aggressive on that B side, I do like it, just again, getting some information. This could be big, because if Lion Claw gets the right timing, he might be able to go for a big flank. Now he's going to start moving. It could be a little bit late on this. Pico, though. Ooh, very nice up close kills here. So able to find this double flex here just on the other corner. Lion Claw does go down for the flank attempt. 28 seconds, and now Flex able to find a kill. But this might be a little too late for Anubis. You can tell they were ready to backpedal this. They wanted to get out. And now, I mean, again, this begs the question. The C4's dropped. 18 seconds, not looking great. So things could be falling apart here a little bit. And my oh my, TEC, when it was looking a little bit grim, they kind of bring things back.
They did, and it felt like this round was one of Anubis going for the late execution rounds. Like, they were always trying to take those extra seconds, trying to collect the maximum information they can get. And for Anubis, like, they had a long run, got back from a 6-3 score, and now we're in a 7-6 on the scoreboard. So those rounds really matter, and I love the fact that Noor is pretty talkative with the guys. Like, it looks like Penguin mentioned that he's one of the players that always hypes the teams back, but it looks like Noor is just going way too aggressive with the guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see some of these teams where they like to play aggressive, so I think that's a good thing. We got to see TEC doing that before. I felt like it kind of backfired a little bit against them. It's all about the timing, right? So it felt like it was a little bit too late for TEC's attempt, but Anubis, they've really done a great job on the BL side to bring in this back to a conversation of a close game. I was thinking that I was not impressed really with their first half, but it was kind of begging the question of like, what are they going to bring on the BL side? And I didn't think the BL side was going to be the moneymaker. I really didn't. I thought it was going to be the GR side. We got to see some good showcase from Muffin, but I was like, man, we're going to need a lot more than just him finding, you know, multi-kill after multi-kill here if they want to be competitive. But yeah, so far the strategy is looking good. It seems like the offense seems to be panning out very well, but this is kind of their tactical, again, just to kind of, you know, figure out some timing, what they want to do a little bit differently. This game has gotten very, very close.
Again, we see the timeout, players getting ready, and will be a few seconds till we start. And it looks like, yeah, Muffin is ready and Anubis ready. Titans, I believe they are all ready, and I would love to hear what Noor is trying to tell the players, but I love the conversation, that they're being talkative. That helps a lot. But on the other side, it looks like Dirty is not even talking. Like, I remember that guy was IGLing in season 1, but now he's just like, yeah, I'm the sniper player. I don't want to get involved with those short calling stuff. I just want to focus on my gameplay and help my team reach the things that we're looking for, and hopefully we'll see a really good game from those players, like see them improve.
Now TEC actually kind of mixing it up a little bit here too. So they've actually doubled up in hotels. So they put Dezane and Lion Claw together. Then they have Flex, again, just kind of playing underneath Stairway. So this is where it's a bit of a mixture for them, right? They don't really have anybody kind of, you know, spotting mid or anything. They're just kind of allowing this. Not a bad setup to say the least, but I think they were expecting Anubis to maybe go for this hotel control right away. This time it's actually TEC that are just going to go, you know what, look, let's just play a little bit more passive. Let's just throw some of the smokes, burn some time as much as possible. They have to be careful on this clearing for Dirty. They're going to double up on the Stairway. So this is a nice, just again, a small addition. Nothing too crazy, nothing too flashy, but could be enough here. But this is a question if Flex might be able to find a kill here. Again, you got different players from different angles. Warning shot here, and now, oh, there it is. Okay, that duel is going to work out, but look at the back and forth affair. And now it seems like Flex goes down, but at least he can take down Noir.
He's doing it, and those phrases land on a favorite event in this. Lion Claw still pretty low HP, taking Dirty from the stair side here. Doom also moving around, helping in the control of this side. It's now back to Kiku and Spoxy. Can they figure it out? It's all about one sniper shot with a double down on Kiku with a rifle. You need to use your man advantage. You need to use that angle, but Spoxy left alone versus 3. Goes for the first, jumps on the second, but Gainer gets the 7th round to Anubis, and now we're on a tied game.
Yeah, just like that, right? I mean, blink of an eye, we're back to a tied game.
Yeah, it feels like Anubis are a different team on this side.
Yeah, they really do. It definitely is a different color for them, right? I mean, I was saying like the GR side was very, very poor. I felt like it was abysmal, to be honest. But it's looking a lot better here for the BL side. It's seeming like they really have a good game plan of their offense. And look at this. Muffin might be able to find him, see if they can get a double kill, because there's some aggression from TEC. It's not looking good right now. Kiko goes down early. Flex, oh man, he just misses the opportunity here to equalize the situation. So now, I mean, this begs the question about, okay, look, TEC are down a player. What do they want to do? Do they want to keep pressing forward? Does Flex really want to contest this again? I mean, looks like he does. It is Flex nonetheless. He likes to be that mysterious man. He likes to, you know, mix things up and throws in some extra ingredients. But Anubis, they're still kind of holding true. They're not going to, you know, move too much of a muscle. Now we see TEC. They're going to retreat this and a full reset for them right now.
They still got all the time in the world to play with. But it looked like TEC are going for a different play style. Defending from early stages or like in spots that they usually don't go to, but this time it's not going to be helping them out. Here Muffin still lurking, trying to find the angle, and he finds it out. Zane goes for the trade, and it looks like he's trying to take Anubis in the mixture, but it's not going to be the case here. Dome goes for the stairs, dropping another kill. It's a 3v1 situation, which Flex is left alone versus Muffin. Doom and Gainer will drop him out and goes for the suicidal jump. 8-7, 2 more rounds, and Anubis will get us to port, which like when it comes to port, we didn't actually see a lot of Anubis coming from port, but oh man, like you see the rain from those neutral here, and Spox going for the first one, whips the second. Oh, that's a really bad one. Way to start the round.
Yeah, not going to be great. I mean, Spoxy, again, just, you know, he is doing a good job, again, just finding that opening duel. But, again, just finding that secondary can be a little bit more difficult. But through all the thick and thin of this situation, it is an advantage right now for TEC. And they actually have the C4 dropped in the site. And this is where now Muffin has to kind of, again, refight for control. But tons of time to work with. I mean, we're talking a minute and 40 remaining. TEC, they're actually going to just kind of go for a full run. They're going to go all the way around. They're going to play the buddy system, which is perfect in this because Muffin probably not expecting any sort of a play like this again. He's going to have to check his 6. And this is where TEC putting up a lot of good mind games right now. Now they can be quiet as a mouse. They should have this almost dead to rights right now. Like, I feel like Muffin might have a small inkling they could do this. But realistically, if TEC kind of press forward on this, I mean, this should be a sure deal.
It should be. On the other side, Muffin checking all the angles. Not trying to leave one of them. And also you'll see him actually going for the blend here. Oh man, like we have a triple camera to track everything out. Muffin is actually going for the blend here. Looking at the minimap, you'll see that both of them running toward him, at least using the stairs. A small spot. Muffin is left in a 2v1 situation. Flex is still a bit far away. They're going from the double angle. Flex from the face, Line Claw from the left, and they take the kill, grab the win, and make it all into 8 rounds. 2 more rounds to close the game, or we might just go to overtime. You never know what happens between those teams.
The fact that we're back down to a tie game again, I think you made the comment about a ping pong match, and it seems like that is going to be the case. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Still, I mean, it could be a conversation of overtime. It could be, you know, maybe a team might be able to squeak the win. But like you said, it is Anubis that need it. It is their pick. They need this win to be able to push this thing to port. So a lot riding on pressure for them. But this is also interesting that TEC have kind of, again, they've shown a lot of weakness in this. They haven't really been able to show that full form that we're used to. But I got to give a lot of a credit to Anubis. They've really brought a good game into this thus far, on the second half at least. But now things are getting a little bit more tight. This is where they have to be able to make the play, and they're going to have to do something big. And that is going to help. That's going to be taking down the IGL Flex. That's already a good Kickstarter here for Anubis. So Dirty being able to capitalize on the opportunity puts TEC in a bit of a bind.
Yeah, and an early kill on Flex is pretty important since he's been very problematic through the course of the entire game. He's always that guy who takes a multi-frag, even though he's the IGL. Has been doing tons of work here, so removing him from the picture will help a lot, but you can see, or maybe not, he's taking some multi-kills here if he just entered the turret, but this Zane just takes him right down, and now it's a 2v2. I'm sorry, make it 3v3. I didn't notice that Dirty is still on the picture here. But Muffin.
Oh, good kill.
Yeah,
really just
him.
Ooh, this might be bad too. Pico needs to find this kill now, and he doesn't. So This is where Anubis do a good job just kind of, again, just picking these guys apart, right? I mean, now Dezane, he kind of goes a bit too quick on the draw on the shots, and now they know exactly where he is. He's not even able to find a kill out of this. Not a good position right now for Dezane. This is where he has to now fight even harder for this situation. Anubis can just kind of go for a full reset. You have Muffin ready to go for the long duel on this. I just feel like, yeah, I was going to say the fates are sealed on this round anyways. So 9 is going to be grabbed up here for Anubis. Now they only need 1 round to go. And we push this thing to a 3-map series, which might be the full prediction of the desk. Could come true. Or TEC decide to mix things up. They're going to go through mid. They're going to try this again here, Sekio. They're going to just try to run rampant on it, but they can't seem to find the first duel. They finally push back a little bit. Things are hectic. Things are just chaotic. But look at this TEC. They're trying to be the Titans, but look at that. Noir's able to come in for the back kill as well. All of a sudden, this thing has turned into a 1v1 affair. I don't know how we're here. We just hit the 2-minute mark, and it all of a sudden is down to Muffin versus Flex, and you can see the C4s on the back of Muffin. He's got a free sight for Plant, and now Flex has got to do something huge for this retake.
Yeah, blink, can you miss it? 8 kills in the blink of an eye, and now, as you have mentioned, we're down to a 1v1. A couple of sniper players, but Muffin here is only going with a sniper, catches Flex, and takes the win. Anubis, you see the happiness and the hands of Nur, and you will see like that guy, he was just shouting here like, yeah, we made it, we're going to game number 3 and we're going to port. They're going full distant, and man, like, if we only spoke about the first half, it felt so chaotic from Anubis side, but on the second one they looked pretty solid. Like, those 3 rounds back to back helped them a lot to regain their momentum.
Yeah, it's really good momentum built, and again, I got to give it up for Anubis for the fact that they were able to push it through on the second half, because the first half felt like there was just nothing there. Like, if I was thinking this was a wash, right? And then all of a sudden, second half happens, and then Anubis really shine bright. But look, we'll let Elfish and Penguin take it away. Boys, bring us your analysis, because again, I think there's a lot to talk about here for the second half.
Yeah, I'd say you think pretty right there, Laz. I mean, at the end of the day, another loss on Eagle Eye for TEC, which, you know, I think for you at least, Penguin, comes maybe not too surprisingly, but I mean, super close again. And I feel like a lot of the losses they are having on this map end up being really close affairs. And in this case, obviously, Flex not able to win that 1v1 to push it into OT. Had it gone to OT, who knows really what happens there. But yeah, I mean, kind of dropping the ball. It felt like at one point, TEC was really in control of that map in the second half, and Anubis then tack time out. Things kind of start to turn around, and all of a sudden we have ourselves with a 1-1 scoreline.
Well, if you finish the Blacklist side 6-3, and then you go to the Globalist side and you still can't just get 4 rounds and win the game, then there's big problems, and maybe there is then some issues while you're playing the map. We've seen also TEC playing Eagle Eye versus Swan Gaming. I believe it was a shaky map as well.
Yes.
Talking about Swan Gaming, that was a team that it was one of the teams that's been relegated and came back to the CFW West League. So that means definitely there are some problems, and we haven't seen any fixes to these problems. And then yes, Flex, he played also with a rifle. He tried to flex. It wasn't Flex the problem, but I still see that there is some problems in the Globalist side from TEC, because the Blacklist side, Anubis, they started very strong. It was 3-1 in favor of Anubis. Anubis usually starts very strong on any maps. If you watch any map that Anubis plays, it starts very strong. It starts 1, 2, 3 rounds maybe in a row, and then they fall shortly, because this is, in my opinion, this is we call it adaptation issue. It's something from the track calling. You know, you can't adapt to what's happening, because okay, you lost TEC, they lost 1 round, 2, 3, and then they adapt. So when TEC started adapting, Anubis immediately should start adapt, but we always see a late adaptation coming out from the Anubis, or it requires a tactical push from them to be able to adapt, and that's what we've seen. However, Anubis, I told you that Eagle Eye, they are so comfortable playing Eagle Eye, because Eagle Eye favors this double sniper setup. Even on Blacklist side, sometimes you can double op, and it's going to be completely fine from your side. Just push the side with 2 TRG, one is covering you, one is pushing aggressive. And it paid off for them, and they played the map very well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, you know, you got to sort of talk about the fact that they have brought in a new IGL in Noor, and you know, certain questions to be asked. And I think we sort of had those concerns after map 1, and we wondered whether or not you know, they were going to be able to make amends for it here on map 2, but the fact that they do come into that second half with a deficit, they are still able to then pull it back on the BL side. I think you have to say there is definitely something there that was quite positive for Anubis. And sure, final round comes down to a clutch in that 1v1, but realistically speaking, a lot of those rounds actually for Anubis were pretty comfortable wins. So it seems like, you know, maybe the gears are sort of meshing a little bit. It's all kind of coming together for Anubis. And first game of the tournament, or first game of the season, I suppose, potentially still going to be a positive one for them. We have to kind of question, obviously, what the next map's going to end up looking like for them. But I think, you know, again, if Anubis could get the scalp of TEC in day 2, week 1, it really is, you know, potentially turning this season around from the get-go for Anubis, which I think is what they need after last season, right? It was a bit of a fumble, slow season, but start strong here in season 2, and then Anubis is again back in that conversation where they probably were 6-12 months ago, right?
Well, if you look at 6 months before, maybe 3-4 months before, when they played LCK at the first week, I believe it was the first week or the second week on phase 1, season 1, they played versus them Port as well, and Anubis had a very good game versus LCK back then, and they actually beat them 10-7. So Anubis, that's why I'm saying the V2. When I watched the V2, no, I said it was 70-30 in favor of TEC. I said no, maybe it's 60-40 in favor of TEC, because I believe that Anubis, they have one map at least good from the 3 maps that we've seen. It was Eagle Eye, definitely, and I knew that Anubis's Eagle Eye can kind of matches the TEC's Eagle Eye, especially that we haven't seen quite changes coming out from TEC, and also Anubis started to playing the same pace or the same way, which was actually very strong, because they usually beat TEC, and even with more score line, it was 10-6, 10-5 before. So now 10-8. They still have a Port. They're going to be starting, I guess, on the global side. And that's, it's like Mexico, because or New Mexico, because you asked what is the favorite score line for you on the global side on New Mexico. I said maybe 6-3, 7-2. New Mexico 7-2 is completely fine. By the way, if you get 2 rounds as a Blacklist side, it's not completely fine, but you still can come back from it. But if the global side is anything lower than 6-3, I believe, a 5-4, or maybe you lose the global side, it's going to be very tough for me, in my opinion. So Anubis, they need to be focusing on the next map, and I think they can do it. We haven't seen TEC playing Port, but I can say that it's going to be also a very close matchup.
Yeah, 100%. Taking a look at the stats for that last map, you know, nothing too crazy to comment on the Anubis side of things. Obviously, Muffin 2.3 KD, very, very nice stuff from him. Over a kill around is fantastic. Where Titan maybe left themselves down a little bit was Kiko, 0.38 and then 0.33 for KD and kills per round. If he has even just a middling performance, you know, gets another sort of 5 kills across the map, maybe that's enough to get them over the line in such a close scoreline. But regardless, you know, Muffin having to take away the MVP for that map, it's no real surprise. You put up numbers like that, you're going to be taking the MVP.
Well, there is something common from Anubis season 1, season 2, that whenever Anubis is winning, it's 90% Muffin is the MVP. I believe it was only 2 or 3 times where Muffin didn't get the MVP when they won. It was one versus Swamp Gaming, they won versus Imperium, they won versus 3BL on phase 1, and maybe they won 4 games, and I guess 3 of them Muffin was the MVP. So TC, I just confirmed that TC is going to be starting with the global side, and that's going to be very tough for Anubis, and that's the chances for TC in order for them to get the series back again.
Rightio. Well, look, that seems enough for us in that one, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about things later on, but it's time for now to go to a short break. Don't go too far away, 2 minutes, and we will be back. Right, yeah, welcome back. Not quite time for Port yet, apparently, but we've got some time to talk about it. And look, when I think Port, I do think, especially with these two teams, there is a very high likelihood we might get that double sniper set up on the GR side. And that was something that I think maybe you were leaning against, obviously, when it comes to Flex. But what's your thoughts about the double sniper setup here for Port?
Yeah, it's that's the main reason why I said that TEC is going to be starting on the global side. If they don't get 6-3 or maybe 7-2, it's going to be very tough for them, because if Flex is sniping and Spoxy is sniping, definitely Muffin and Dirty, when they are both sniping, is going to be better than Spoxy and Flex, because Flex is not a main sniper. However, you have Muffin, one of the best snipers on the West League right now, and Dirty was also on top 5. So both of them were in top 5. So you're facing two of the best snipers in the West League on the global side. So if you don't get that backup of rounds on the first half, it's going to be very tough for you. So in my opinion, the game is going to be ending on the first half. We could tell if 5-4 in favor of Anubis, I say that Anubis can win. If it's 6-3, 7-2, I say that TEC can win. So it's all about the first half and the first global side.
Yeah, very interesting, obviously, to see how this one ends up panning out. I think it would be a bit of a fumble, to be honest, for TEC to be losing this series. Anubis, especially given they're a team that sort of, didn't even make top 4 last season, is a team that realistically you should be putting away. And so, maybe for someone like Nemesis, who have already dropped a bit of an upset this week, they'll be looking at this game and thinking, okay, we really hope that TEC is going to drop this game as well, that they can give us a bit of a leg up in the overall standings, battle for one of those top spots. It's kind of a, they've fumbled. We now need somebody else to fumble, and this might be the opportunity actually for TEC to do the same. And I think TEC they have a lot to prove after having their worst season of a little while in the previous season by finishing top 3. But either way, that's enough chat for us. It's time for handing it back over to the casters. We've got Sekio and Laz, who want to be named by name. So there you go, boys. Have a fun third map.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Jordan, and Penguin as well. So yes, we are ready to go into the third and final decider.
If you're calling them by their names, like call also Penguin like his name is Ahmed or Mahmoud, something like that. Jordan and Ahmed. All right.
Oh well, yeah, okay. Well, I'll leave that to you then, I guess. But look, I mean, let's move on to Port. I mean, this is where I think I agree with Jordan, because it's kind of both these teams. I'm not really sure I'm overly convinced it's like the best map. I think I would still honestly give the biggest edge here for TEC, just because, again, typically when we see them play it, they do quite good job against some of the top teams in the league, and they've been able to have some decent showings internationally, I guess. But this is where, again, I don't know if Anubis, having a new IGL, have been able to reinvent themselves, maybe have a different image for this, but it does make things a little bit more exciting as we get ready for this third and final map for this first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, and it makes it even more exciting that Team Anubis still trying to figure out things, how to play, how to make those changes, and so it feels like Dirty still in the mix of like he wants to talk, he wants to interact with the players, he wants to have his input into the games, but at the same time it feels like that's not his role anymore. So it feels like he's kind of struggling to get back into just being a normal sniper guy. Like, yeah guys, I'm not here to talk, do anything, he's just here to play. But at the same time, we have never seen them play Port in a long time, so that's gonna be something to watch. And that's of course from Anubis side. From Titan side, you know that they got something cooking, since they've been playing this map for a long time. And speaking of long time, Muffin goes for a long shot here, dropping from the middle.
Yeah, Muffin's really been doing a great job just kind of lighting things up a little bit here in the server. So it's been good here for Anubis. This is what they needed, right? They needed a player to kind of, again, kind of step things up, right? We talk about TEC, where Spoxy is like the obvious name on this team. He's the biggest fragger, right? He picks up a lot of big numbers. He can be clutch. He can be able to find a lot of duels. So this is where Anubis, I was kind of waiting to see, like, okay, who's going to be able to kind of pick it up a little bit here too, right? Because we get these little glimpses of Gainer. We get to see Dirty do something. We've seen Doom being able to have some good games. Like, it is good to see that, one of your sniper players is really, kind of bringing the heat a little bit to this game, because that makes it a little bit more uncomfortable for TEC. And there's Spoxy being able to win that engagement. So there we go. We talk about the snipers, and they start to shine a little bright. So good exchanges, 1-for-1 against both teams, and now bringing it back to a 4-and-4. TEC now, they're going to have to do some big work here, because their defense or the GR side was looking a little bit weak. They're going to have to pull something big here for this third and final map.
And they should still Looking for the peak here, double man, but immediately taken down. A lot of fights been happening in A, but at the same time, Kiko making a multi-kill here. I believe that's gonna be his double, triple on the other side. So which one of those guys will hit the triple and hit the first round of this map? Kiko here moving through the tunnels, having B on his side. Also on the other side, none of them got the spike. Like, yeah, they're also pretty far away here. Gainer just shifting here, moving, and he should just like take it down, plant on B side, and wait for any audio cue that you might get or east way. But on the other side, through this sin wall, Kiko finds Gainer, and I believe, like, yeah, he needs to plant here 4 seconds on the clock, so there is no more time for him to just move around Kiko. Phase here, aims for a Gainer, and he snatches him on a really tight spot. Yeah, good round for TSC.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, the fact that Kiko's able to get the defuse looking pretty good so far, so not bad. And kind of again being the sole player alive, so TC do find themselves the first opener, but now it's a question if they can make this lead happen. It's been actually been Anubis, you know, throughout the maps that have been able to get themselves like that 2-3 round little bit of a buffer, and then that's when TEC started to make a bit of the comeback. But in this time, in the third map, this is where TEC are able to get themselves a little bit in their favor for a change, right? To get a good Kickstarter for themselves. And Flex is actually going to push on to short now, so he's got himself a decent amount of positioning here, but can he capitalize on it? Now Anubis, a little bit of nade work coming through. That's going to be a nice smoke getting thrown onto bridge here. So now Muffin, just trying to see what he might be able to find. Flex, if he can find the good timing of this, again, he could have an absolute smorgasbord of players here to be able to take down. So it's just all about that timing. If someone can even throw a pop flash for him, he might be able to go for a perfect swing onto this. And you can see that Anubis slowly pushing through short. Now they're going to be on underpass a little bit now, just clearing everything up as much as possible. TEC, they are trying to be quiet on this one.
Yeah, and still Anubis making it a little bit slow. Dropping the C4 as usual. I don't know, like they have this habit. Just trying to play with time. Take the C4, and I believe they might just be on the edge of looking for this execution. If you look at the players, it feels like they might go anywhere. Like they're still in the middle. Gainer holding the double boxes here, line close, still through the smokes, trying to take the spray, praying to connect any shots. And at this time, it looks like, yeah, they might be heading towards B. Yeah, exactly. You'll see on the other side, Doom holding the flank, waiting for anyone to try and jump scare Anubis, trying to get closer to them. And on the other side, you see 4 players rushing here on the underpath, going to that side. Lure going for the B. Kiko's waiting him, and the Zane Spoxy holding the sniper, and they're just gonna make it a bloodbath. 1, 2, 3, it all goes to TEC side, and Anubis in the blink of an eye, they drop down.
Yeah, that's huge. That's exactly what you need right now for TEC. And this is where, again, like on a map like Port, the GR side is really the strong point for these guys. So again, for them to be able to get a good kickstart here, finding this 2-0, convincingly locking down that site is going to be, is just massive, right? That's going to feel really good for them. Anubis, now they're going to have to figure out a little bit differently what they want to do. Flex actually might have the first engagement here because they're posted up. And Doom's just on the other side of this wall. They might be able to spot each other. I was going to say Flex's head is just a pixel there, and now Doom. They don't really make too much of damage against each other, but you can already see a little bit of an attempt here from Muffin through the mini window. It spots to Zane, but a little bit slow in the draw. And Anubis desperate here to find an opening kill if they can. And right now for TEC, they're doing a great job, again, just kind of rotating around as much as possible. They're just keeping Anubis guessing. Still plenty of time right now for Anubis, but the question is going to be, where do they want to go with this? I mean, we've seen them attempt these B site. It's not been great. Do they really want to contest A now? Because they know Swoxy's playing tower. Like, this has never changed in their game plan. This is literally the most obvious play that they have, and it makes a world of sense here. But now it's just a question of Flex can stay alive. This is where he needs to pull back. He cannot just keep fighting on here, but instead he will. It's Flex. He's going to still contest this.
I'm not gonna leave them alone. Grabbing the information and like, hear me out, guys. Like, Anubis been always that team. Like, he don't expect their play style. They always love to play with their odds and go for the late rounds executions. And they are sticking to that. Like, they don't even matter. Like, meta changed, whatever. Everything changes. They don't really care. They just go with the play style they always love to do. And now, yes, they have the player's advantage. Yes, they're gonna maintain it. And it feels a lot easier for them to close this game out. This round at least. It's a 3v2 situation. They have no util, but it doesn't matter now. You need TEC to try and enter the place. The smokes are down. Doom is holding the long side, really long of course, but at the same time, Kiko will drop here down in a 2v1 situation. They're gonna go for the connection, and it lands down. First round for Anubis, TAC. Like, it felt like they got them red-handed. Like, they started the round pretty early, got few kills, and that helped them a lot into controlling the pace of the game. Even though after all of that happened, Anubis just like randomly dropped 2 players out of a 5v2.
Yeah, it's a good round for Anubis to be able to pick up, right? I mean, again, I was saying like that TC being able to get a 2-round buffer. I was thinking, okay, like, can they be able to get more of a lead here? But thankfully, Anubis are able to find something in their favor a little bit, making this only a 1-round differential. But this is where, again, TEC probably not going to be breaking too much of a sweat about that. I mean, right, they knew that was eventually going to happen, but now this is where Anubis needing as many rounds as possible here for the BL side just to transition to that GR. But now we see that TEC have actually doubled up on A. They're kind of just, again, leaving Dezane kind of outside of GR spawn, and then you have just a player here in B house. So this is where, again, we have Kiko kind of watching the top, a little bit of a boost position. Flex is watching the low. They have a decent read on this, but can they capitalize? Can they be able to find these kills? That is the biggest question here and now, and Kiko might be able to have this one. It's a bit of a TP off angle, and there it is. Yeah, easy kill for him, and now he can kind of pull back. They might not expect Flex to be in this position, so it's a nice little bit of a bait and switch. Do they actually still contest? Flex, he's going to swing. Oh, why would Dirty ever expect that in the world? But look at Noir. He's able to get the kill, but it is the cost of his teammate's life here. So now 46 seconds remaining. Lion Claw just holding tight on this angle, but swings wide. An easy kill against Gainer. Now an advantage here for TEC, a 3-on-2. Now that C4 is going to make it into the site, but again, they have the number advantage. They can play this time a little bit. That smoke's not going to last forever here, Sekio.
Smoke's about to fade out, and he immediately finds Muffin's finger toe, takes him down, and a third one goes for TEC. And yeah, this one, like, I had some faith in Anubis that they can pull something out, and it at a certain point it felt like Anubis, yeah, they can do it. But at this ratio, at this pattern, Anubis, they need to figure out the things that they should do. Like, it looks like always when it comes to in-duels, they came short. When it comes to executing their strats, when it comes to committing to something, they're always hesitant. So that's something they really need to work on. But also keep in mind that's only the first day of the season. So you're practicing, you're playing versus a good team, and you're trying to build the reputation after those changes you had in the roster. It will, like, definitely at some point lead to something later on this season.
Yeah, good angle from Flex, though. He might be able to actually, yeah, I was going to say he should have it for sure, but no, a good play from Dirty. Manipulating the ladder, being able to find a nice little bit of a quick kill on that one. I love that, again, just kind of the quick peek, just expecting that Flex might be aggressive on there. That's some really good communication from Doom. from the previous round saying, like, look, Flex is kind of playing here still. He likes to be aggressive, so just be fully aware. And it's a perfect execution to take down the IGL here. So he's been very quiet so far in map number 3. And now we get to see Anubis being able to have themselves, again, a man advantage. Lion Claw switching up his position. He's got himself a little bit of an off angle here on drop, but do Anubis expect to see somebody here? They know Spoxy's going to be the tower. Lion Claw might be able to find this first kill, but then it's about Anubis reacting to this, right? And there it is. Oh, Lion Claw, that's a beautiful play. He actually gets it done with the double. Finally, he goes down, but Spoxy's able to find one more as well. So now Anubis, with a man advantage, who was looking decent, but Gainer all of a sudden has been able to find himself this double, and now, through the thick and thin of this entire round, it is now down to the 1v1. Gainer versus Kiko. The Star Riflers here on both these respected teams against each other, head-to-head. Kiko now trying to see the mind games from Gainer. 10 seconds remaining. Has to get this plant down. He's got some good position. Kiko are going to allow it to happen. So now Anubis have been able to buy themselves some time. Gainer getting a little bit more aggressive. Decides to play behind the box. This is just cat and mouse. Night and day.
Yeah, they're making it look pretty difficult. Like, yeah, those two players are always the star players for their teams. 7-3, 5, and making it 6. Actually, Kiko in this round, he just caught Gainer red-handed on the left side of that side. It was just perfect. And starting off the round itself, you saw Lion Claw actually making some wonders. Like, yeah, he didn't even wait for Anubis to go for the swing. He peeked them. He heard the footsteps, he heard the stairs, and he immediately went, oh guys, like, that's my time. I wanna peek them, I wanna test my limits. And he got to. The third came with a friend's help, and that was the kickoff for the round. It felt like Gainer felt just like, hey guys, you're not gonna take it that easy. He swinged, he got the triple, but it was not even enough. Like, I mean, I don't know, when you get a triple kill and not win the round, sometimes those stuff tilt you as a player.
Yeah, it definitely can, right? I mean, this is where, you know, clutches don't go your way, and like some of these kills aren't going away. It can definitely start to really get you quite upset. But this is where now TEC have really built up themselves a nice lead, right? They're starting to feel a lot better. That's where I was kind of saying, you know, I think the desk was also agreeing that like Port feels like it's a good TEC map, but it's not to say Anubis can't, you know, be able to bring some competition to this. Of course they can, but it's just, it feels like TEC have been a well-versed team on that map. Both these teams have played it, you know, countless and if not hundreds of times, but nonetheless, it's really just been, you know, TEC that's been able to do quite well in the winning category on this map. They don't typically always play it, but yeah, it feels like they're kind of back to their winning ways. We'll have to see if this timeout does anything different for both these teams, because we, you know, I think Elfish or Jordan talked about it before, where we saw the second map with the timeout coming through for Anubis, and then look at that, it was just lights out, and they were just, you know, they were able to get themselves that map win.
Alright, let's bring it back to the action. Now we're back to Port, I believe in just a few seconds. Titan Esports versus Anubis. You always love to see how those players been growing and controlling multiple stuff. You see them actually trying to make a name for themselves. Like, especially I'm speaking about Anubis players, since they are considered, like, they are the underdogs here. You have Noor, a young talent. You have Dirty, a player who started his journey in CFWL with a team like TBI, and now he's playing with Anubis, one of the teams that was considered one of the top dogs, delivering pretty hard news and being one of the players that Anubis used to restructure their roster. Of course, with having Yusuf on their side, one of the oldest players that played on that roster, and actually one of the players that started Anubis in Crossfire, so you see the loyalty and those people, the players. You'll see that Anubis still trying to figure out what should be waiting for them, and I believe that roster might go to places in 2027 nonetheless. I guess they have high hopes when it comes to ranking, when it comes to like, yeah, we're trying to go for the title, but like that's not how it goes, and especially after what we're seeing here, it's a way of that team needs some more time to actually be part of that. And while we're talking, we had a lot of kills dropping left and right, and now Anubis going back to a 3v1 situation, but at this point it's only Spoxy with a sniper, so he might just like trying to take a timeout, an extra one with talking to his teammates, or like, yeah, it's Spoxy, he can just drop all Anubis players if he found the perfect angle to do it. Now we can see the Blant here and waiting for that guy to make his move.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, if anybody, like I said, it's always Spoxy, right? But I mean, again, you have 3 players to go against. You had 2 TRGs that are, you know, locked and loaded against him, so not going to be easy. So he's going to have to just hit the best shots. But it's Dirty that's able to get that, you know, capitalizing kill. So at least we get to see Anubis now finding themselves in 2 rounds, bringing something back and being able to use that timeout a little bit in their favor. So now that lead for TEC doesn't get to grow too much yet. They still got a nice 2-round buffer, but at least Anubis can bring something back a little bit to get a name for themselves like we've been talking about, right? And this is where, again, TEC can be so proficient on the defense. Muffin just about to get this kill, and he actually does find it against Flex. So Flex has been having a difficult one. He seems to be the first player down every single round, right? I mean, it's not unexpected because he normally likes to play that position where he gets information, he tries to be aggressive, but it's kind of a time and a place, right? I mean, this has always been kind of the negative, you know, out of the playbook for TEC, where he might go down a little bit too quick.
Yeah, their late kill matters the most for Anubis, and at this point it's a good way to start finding a way to crack the code in the A side, since they have a really good structure. What they need is just stack their util and go, and then it looks like they're going with it, but oh man, like they always gives you that false information. Like they're just like love to have their own mind games being played here. Noor goes for the jump, gets the kill, gives the information over to Zayn here, and those players are just trying to connect. The sniper shot won't land, but on the other side, Muffin doubles down, and now it's Kiku versus the wall. Takes 1, takes 2, takes 3,
What?
and it's a 1v1 after it was 4v1. Kiku got the adrenaline, got everything on his side. No C4 in the hands of Muffin.
Well, that's more like it, Kiko. There we go. We get to see the star rifler finally getting a little bit more action here. He finds himself this triple kill, like you said, potentially to find himself the quad and maybe even the clutch situation right now. Should be able to spot that play, or oh man, I think he's just missing the timing. He's trying to sneak around. He's trying to be a little bit of a slithery snake, but Muffin, he has no idea at all. Kiko is actually mastermind this entirely. Muffin, look at, he has no idea. He might be posted up. Now he's got a bit of an inkling, and Muffin, my goodness, I can't believe he's able to find that with the last minute of seconds here on that. I thought that Kiko had him dead. I thought the target was on his back, and Kiko was going to be able to put up a quad kill to being able to save TEC in that round, but unfortunately for the efforts, it doesn't get them the round win. But man, it's good to see Kiko finally getting these multi-kills that we know he can bring.
Yeah, he fired literally at all cylinders. He saw the chance, he took it, and he delivered an incredible triple kill, just swinging right and left. You see the accuracy in his shots. They all went down like with headshots. Like, it shows you how consistent, how ready, how sharp his aim is. That's all from just one player, and it felt like he's going for the quad kill. It felt like he can do it, and if a guy can do it, it definitely should be Kiku. He got that triple, he ran away, and now we're dropping the 8th round of the final map. Like, we're still in port here. If you're just joining the stream, we had 2 maps. Eagle Eye was the second one. We had like a pretty back and forth game between TEC and Anubis, and I would say that I'm not surprised that Anubis are making it a bit hard to TEC in this best of 3, but I would love to say that their effort been seen by the public after what they're doing in this game.
Yeah, now the action is commencing, so they're going to get themselves a little bit swarmed into the site. Some good kills back and forth, but you got Gamer and Doom that might try to go towards the pit, but they don't. They actually go one up and one low. Some good kills coming back and forth, and now Spoxy on the 1-on-3 attempt here. And the smoke's going to block his way. Doom's got another smoke available here, so this is going to be problematic for Spoxy, and he's trying to sneak through it if he can, but now Anubis have been able to slowly and surely climb themselves back into this game. This is where, again, I was begging the question about the BL side might be really tough for them. They might not be able to really pack that same punch, but boy, have I been proven wrong here so far. And all of a sudden, we're going to the last round of this first half, and now they might even just try to, put a little bit of, contention against Spoxy. He misses the first shot. They actually decide not to re-peak this, so they're going to wait things out. And now Anubis is potentially in an interesting position to make the comeback and maybe even take the lead going into the second half.
Just maybe after that slow start of this game, it looks like they're making it back slowly but surely. Anubis are climbing that ladder. And it looks like it's always about Muffin. If you're seeing Anubis winning, you're gonna have only one thought, like Muffin is popping off. And speaking of that, even in port, Muffin is doing heavy lifting here for Anubis. 6-0, and that's only after the, of course, the timeout that he had early on the game. We're like, yeah, after the timeout, he's the same guy before the timeout. But Flex been consistently the first guy to always die. So will it be the same case here? Him versus Muffin, the guy who got all the history in his side versus the young folks from Egypt. All goes to one shot, and this one goes to Flex. Like, yeah, at least like you'll see them rising here. Spoxy double down on that and dropping it to a 3v5. Dirty's trying to make their odds a lot bigger now. It's a 4v3 trying to jump here. Doom takes Spoxy down, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2 situation. Dirty dropping down a lot of HP bars here. Kiko snipes him through the smokes, and Gainer, it's a tough choice, tough battle, but he's gonna take it anyway. A 3v1 Flex, Lion and Kiko going versus Gainer with 50 HP.
Yeah, the one thing I really love about this round, though, if I'm being honest, is the fact that we actually saw TEC doing such a great job in the repositions, right? Like, this is where Lion Claw was playing on the high position, he goes low. This is where, again, it really played a lot of mind games against Anubis, so you could see that they were a little bit caught off guard. Even the attempt from Doom when he was able to get the good maneuver on the side of the wall onto bridge, it was one quick kill, but then it was instantly traded back here from TEC, so it was a nice round to see. Like, really good coordination, just understanding how to react to the chaos that was kind of coming their way. So they do contain themselves here in the lead, but boy, oh boy, Anubis have been able to, bring this back to a really interesting conversation. But now that we're going to be switching sides here, this is where TEC are now going to be on the BL side. So this is where we get to see what Flux has done a little bit differently from the first season going into the second now, and maybe just creativity on the strats. And this is now another big question for Anubis about their defense. Like, we saw some good effects from it, but we've also seen some kind of fizzled out effects from it. So this is where I'm not really sure, because I think you brought up a good point. Seems like Muffin is the guy that's really just picking up a lot of kills, and I'm not overly convinced anybody else is kind of being a secondary. It seems like we get these like tiny little glimpses from somebody else, but it's not really the same effect.
I can totally agree with you. Like, it's always Muffin who's stepping up. Like, sometimes you see Noor doing some sort of stuff, dirty, might try to take like a small couple of kills. I don't know, like, I'm not seeing a lot coming from Anubis, but like, at least I would say as a unit or like as a team, they're managing to stay uh, being part of the picture versus a big team like Titan Esports, and that's what really matters. If you can contest them at a certain point, you will find a way to be on the same level, I would say, since like I'm not trying to take things from Anubis, but they have not been showing the best results lately, like closing the playoffs at the last spot, uh, not being able to get to the elite group even before that. That doubled down what I'm saying. On the other side, Titan Esports, like, I love the way they changed their play style. Like, yesterday it was all around flex, but today it's a different story. But what I really like, that Flex still going with the flex rule, literally flex rule. He goes with the sniper, goes with the rifle, and he's just being the octopus of the team. Like, whatever the thing you're asking for, he's delivering. EBR, HK, TRG, he just called the weapon and he picks it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And looks like we're about to get back underway here. I think we're just having a small difficulty, but I think we're about to commence shortly. But yeah, I think it's a big question here as we move into the second half, and it's a wonder if Anubis can be able to put up a good wall of defense and get themselves a huge win potentially. Like, I mean, again, I think Elfish and Penguin really alluded to this very well. It's just like, look, like they haven't been the same Anubis in quite some time. So there's obviously a lot of investment and time they're trying to put into this, but it's just the results seem to be slipping away from them a little bit at times, right? So this is maybe a good opportunity. They could take down one of the, the top 3 teams from last season. So we'll have to wait and see. But it is still TEC in the lead here with a 5-4, I should say. But now them being on the GR side, could that be enough of the nudge for them to get across the finish line?
Let's see. Now you will see the defense strat coming out from them. Because we're actually a different strat from them. Just trying to take extra land, trying to extend their borders, trying to take extra space to just have everything under control. And now it's not Kiko who sorry, not Kiko, it's not Flex who's holding the A site, it's now Dirty who's holding the A site. So we'll see which one of those guys can actually control the pace of the game. And it looks like, yeah, Flex is just, guys, it's gonna be me. We're not on the attack side. I'm sorry, we're not on the defense side. We're not gonna be talking about the snipers. I'm just gonna go with my EBR and make it rain on Anubis. Kiko sees that Doom and Noor are here trying to double peek him, so he immediately goes with the shift, the shuffle and aim. That will help them around, and I don't know, even TEC are going for the extended pause here before they try to attack. But Noor, oh my god, Doom just drops a double kill and runs away with it.
Yeah, not bad at all, right? I mean, able to get some kills here and just, not even take their life away from this, and now just puts down Dezane for himself here on a 1-on-4. So not going to be easy for Mr. Dezane, and now he might get caught here from Muffin, but Muffin doesn't really hear anything, so he allows him just to post there. But as soon as the C4 goes down, I mean, the jig is up, and then this is where Dezane has to go, pedal to the metal. This is where he has to go for a duel, but instead, he actually decides to just plant himself in the site. Take this a little bit more patiently. Takes the slow approach on this, which I'm not really sure why he went for this. Like, I thought he would have either tried to, reconvene and be main, or he could have repositioned himself a little bit better. It seems like he was kind of second guessing himself in a clutch situation like that, which you just cannot do. You cannot afford to, have that, hesitation. But I mean, if you do, it's going to be for the other team, which now Anubis bring themselves back into a tie game. So this, through the long efforts of this first best of 3, has reached its point of 5-5. It's still up for anybody's game, and considering how close the second half was, I'm still not convinced one of these teams has the overall edge. I said TEC because of just history and who they've been able to play, but I feel like Anubis, they've really started to showcase a lot more solid gameplay so far in Season 2.
It looks like the scrims are paying off for them. And Anubis holding the position. Dirty drops down that kill pretty fast. He also, the support here coming out from Dome makes it even harder for TEC. They're just fumbling down the rounds. They're dropping down left and right. Nor Spoxy, and it all goes down to Anubis' favor. They just love to go with the sandwich style strategy from Anubis. Like, yeah, you go from the left, I go from the right, and it all started with the sniper shots. It all started with the Dirty holding the A site alone, Dirty dropping a kill. You need, or actually you don't need, you have Doom by your side to double down on the kills, and it looks like they are happy and refreshed after what happened.
Yeah, it really does feel like, again, Nora joining this team of Anubis, it really does feel like the team it's got a little bit more of a kind of a facelift, right? I mean, they're looking a lot better. Like, it seems like their gameplay's looking, significantly better. The trades are a lot more efficient. Like, everything is just becoming a bit more polished. And again, I know it's early season, but like, just considering that Anubis have always been the spotlight of a team that like are always on the brink of like top 4, very close. Like they always seem to be in 5th, 6th, but they're very close at times. This could be the edge they need to get in that top 4-ish conversation, maybe even 3, depending on how the season goes. But so far it's looking good. And now TEC, like, they're the ones that are kind of breaking a little bit of a sweat on this. And like I said, like, I always feel like TEC, and Vitality have been obviously the 2 front runners in the league, but TEC looked very, very shaky in the beginning of this whole year for 26. Like, I definitely was really begging a question of like what was going on. But this is, again, for them too, like, it has looked a little bit better, but we're still seeing a lot of gaps in their gameplay. We're seeing players going down a bit too quickly. They don't have that instant trade effect that Anubis have been able to bring so far in this game. So I'm hoping that TEC can use this kind of, couple minutes we've had to kind of just, again, cool down and really just recollect the thoughts and just kind of getting back to the basics of what they know how to do.
We'll see what they can do after that short pause. TEC been always one of the best teams that we have in the entire league. You have Flex, the Zane, Lion Claws, Boxy. Those 4 players been always the core of LCK, and now adding up Kiko. This mixture should gives you what you're waiting for. Should be one of those teams that be competing internationally, but it looks like they're facing a lot of road bombs here and the CFWL. But this one's gonna be the old Egyptian god, stopping them from getting closer to their targets. And there it is, actually shifting his position here, going for the stairs. Maybe he can find an off angle here. Lineclaw will be the first victim, but immediately traded. Not a good start here, but you can see the A side is fully controlled from Team TEC. Flex dropping down the another kill, but here in a matter of seconds, Muffin dropping a multi-kill here in Noor and making it a 1v1. After all of that, it's gonna be a Flex versus Muffin, and you better be sure that Muffin will deliver the final shot. 7 rounds for Anubis and 5 for TEC.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Anubis. Honestly, it's starting to come together very, very nicely, and a bit of a nice package so far. 2 rounds have been able to go their way. They've been able to really just take a lot of the heat right now and take advantage of this second half. So this is where TEC, I mean, this is where it gets a little bit, a little bit of grime, right? This is where things get to be a little bit scary for them too. I mean, I know it's a 2-round difference, but the fact that they're back in this position again in the deficit is not a good thing to see. Whereas on paper, you would almost think that TEC should be able to have this series. Would have thought a little bit more convincingly, but maybe that's getting caught up a little bit against them. Maybe they had themselves thinking they had this one a sure thing in the bag. I don't know, but I mean that's just tons of speculation. But either way, Anubis now closer and closer to getting this series done in their favor, which would be a great start for them, considering, like we talked about, is the fact that, you know, for them, if they can be able to find a win, it'd be great, just considering that's going to be their opening and for the whole league right now in the season 2, and kind of joining the club of, you know, the 1-0. Who doesn't like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, like a good way to start your season. I would mention like a couple of names that actually had a really decent start. Of course, Imperium, their match yesterday versus Vitality. Like, if you didn't watch this team, you would say like, yeah, it was a casual for Vitality, but what happened was a different story. But back here into our story, Gainer holding the backside here. Here's the steps. Peekaboo takes the double kill, and now like the Peekaboo game paid off, and it's a 4v1 situation. Flex will just drop down, I believe. Like it's no way that he's gonna manage to clutch this, but like back to my point that it was all about like watching the stream yesterday. You will see that Imperium actually was the team that was I don't know, controlling the game pace, controlling everything, and they always felt short into closing the game. Like most of the guys that didn't watch this, you're like, yeah, normal day, but like, yeah, both games went to overtime, went to golden round, and at one of them, we saw that Imperium actually had 4 rounds buffer, or actually, I'm sorry, 3 rounds buffer to win the game in the regular time, or like before the overtime, and they had the same buffer in overtime, and they managed to drop it out. Like, yeah, it's Vitality Circus, but at the same time, we need to give Imperium the credit of what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely have to give it a lot of credit. Absolutely. And I mean, I think it's now that we see TEC, I think if I'm not mistaken, this is actually their first time out through the entire series. So this is where, again, they're kind of needing to recollect a little bit of their thoughts, a little bit of stress. This is where Anubis are now getting themselves a pretty big lead. And you can see a lot of conversation right now between Loons and Flex. So obviously the IGL coach just having discussions about mistakes that are happening, things that need to be cleaned up. And it does kind of feel like TEC are kind of letting this one slip away between their fingers, right? And now Anubis, like we talked about, might be able to find themselves in a position potentially. Again, it may be a little bit early to tell, but it is a conversation now that might be able to find themselves the first win, which would be absolutely massive for them. And again, like I said in the very beginning of this whole thing, is if they were able to take down a team like TEC, like what a boost of confidence that would be for a team like Anubis, especially through all the sorrows and all the issues that they had last season, and just being able to, you know, kick down the door for a second season and get your opening your way. Man, that's chef's kiss.
Yeah, well, what they need is a couple of rounds to seal this thing up and go for another chapter. Anubis, they had a difficult run, as you've mentioned, last season, but this one is a different one. It feels like season 2 of 2026 will be pretty interesting to watch. And speaking of being interesting, Flex, I believe that's the 7th time to drop as the first kill of the game. He always drops the first blood of the round, but like this time it's gonna be on his head. It's a bad one, a bad start, but it is what it is. Anubis are holding this by their side, and it looks like Dirty might drop a dirty shot here on Mindflow, bunch of smokes. He whips the first one. He doesn't know that there is another one on the stairs, but like Klo and Kiku goes for the jump and takes them all out. And it all went to Kiku with that triple kill to secure an upper hand for TEC. And now it's a 3v1. It's all goes back to Muffin. And if we know something, Muffin is always famous of having some of those crushes. I don't know, whenever we say like he's famous of doing this and that, like he immediately goes the other way.
Yeah, and it's good to see this someone like Kiko too. Again, like being able to pick up a, you know, I think it was a quad kill if I'm not mistaken to finish that round off. So I mean, really, really nice to see again that he's been able to find himself in way, way better position. Yeah. So, and again, I've been giving him so much praise. Like I was so excited for this move, right? I mean, it was hard to see, you know, the departure of Raffin, but bringing in Kiko, I thought again makes sense. Kiko can get himself a, you know, really good experience with a veteran squad like this, and just a matter of time before he can start to really play better, right? I mean, we get to finally see him playing on a top team, so him getting a quad kill like that just brings a smile to my face a little bit here for TEC, just because again, like Kiko's had some really good moments in the previous seasons, but it's already feeling like he's doing a little bit better here against Anubis. He's been able to find some really big opening rounds for these guys and kind of buying them out. So that was a round that could have gone Anubis's way, but Anubis aren't going to really take too much of that from this previous round, because Muffin has been able to find double kill now, and that C4 is just on the other side of this wall. Lion Claw are going to be able to retrieve it easily, but let's not forget the Muffin again. He has been the saving grace here for Anubis. He's really been the one that's putting up a ton of fight and a lot of passion in this entire series. So this is where TEC have to be very careful. They have to realize, like, how do we counter Muffin? Like, how do we just, you know, squash this Muffin flat? And that'll do. It'll just be flex.
He's always the big guy. And that brings the conversation that Muffin, that's his first year playing competitive. And he's making a good name for himself, being one of the anchors for Team Anubis. Always being the guy that you really would count on if you need anything. And on the other side here, you will see Kiko, like, joining this squad, making an appearance, and immediately dropping kills here and there every round, making a lot of difference for this team. That will always matter. But now we head back to Flex versus Zoom. It's a 1v1 jump shot, goes for Flex, but it's not gonna be enough. Flex picks the kill, and now we're back to 1 round buffer and another round for Anubis to hit the match point round. Like, this game is getting closer and closer with time.
Yeah, it definitely is, isn't it? Right? I mean, this is where, again, it's, you know, it was a 8-5, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 2 rounds in a row for TEC have been able to be grabbed up, and maybe the 1 round here for bringing it to a tie game. And this is where Anubis, they have to be careful. They can't get ahead of themselves. They can't get over antsy on this, because, again, yes, you're close to getting the series closed, but it ain't done yet. TEC is definitely one of those teams that will absolutely fight until the bitter end to see what they can be able to do out of this. And now they've been able to do a good job of just making things a bit more of an interesting conversation, whereas it was starting to feel like it might be a bit of an off day or a wash for them, but they ain't done yet here. They still got themselves fighting tooth and nail to get themselves into this series still. And double players here onto short. Gainer looks like he's propped and ready here for a little bit of a counter pop flash on this, so this might be decent, but again, it's all about timing for him. He has to land this perfectly. The nades are coming through, flash is getting thrown. This should be the swing from him, and there it is. That's going to be the first entry. Now you have Dirty on the top tower. He has to be lights out. He finds his first kill. Doom right beside him as well. They're actually going to tag team this together, and look at that. It's Doom just being able to mop the floor with the double and leaves it down to Smoxy on a 1-on-2 situation. C4 still dropped, 50 seconds remaining. The Muffin is going to get aggressive, gets the instant trade kill, and Anubis now in the conversation and the breaking point of getting this series done 9-7, and they just need 1 more to go.
It's getting closer and closer. They can smell the victory, but the question remains, can they close it out, or will we see another fumbling in the Blaze? But it all goes down to 1 shot, or maybe an aggressive play, a thought that can come to any player to just try and be the hero of the squad, but just turn everything around. Final round, maybe. TEC still got the best out of them on multiple spots, but another thing I really want to get back into it, like we have seen Anubis losing rounds after Muffin dropping like multi-kills multiple times, so everything is possible. If Muffin is alive, you know that Anubis can get anything. And speaking of that, Muffin immediately drops down, so it's gonna be a lot heavier and a lot harder for Anubis.
Yeah, back and forth. So again, the guns are starting to sing on both these teams, and now Anubis bringing back to the 3-3 here. So the TEC aren't going to be able to get the C4 down. Nades are starting to get thrown. Smoke going to be blocked here for Dezane, but he actually tries to recommit on the swing a little bit. 30 seconds now remain on the timer for the bomb. Double player going to go towards B main. So this is interesting because you have Spoxy just playing single box. You have Kiko kind of, again, playing the open expose angle. And Dezane is just playing essentially corner anti-flash. This is where both these players have to get move on. This is where the nades have to come through. They have no time to waste. They have to be able to win these fights. They find the one-on-one exchange. You have Spoxy now posted in the corner. Noir has to get a move on, but look at that. Things are falling apart, and is maybe going to commit to the defuse. It's a fake. It's an absolute fake, and Dezane somehow, some way, is going to be able to save the day here for TEC, and we are down to a one-round differential. And I was thinking Anubis might just try to go for the ninja, but this time they don't. They actually hesitate it, and TEC survive the threat.
Dezane turned everything around, and I would put that in Anubis, since they turned the 2v2 into a separated 1v1s. The one, but the other one was the most important. If you could just bring it home, if you could just stick it. He didn't, he just went with the scary play, the hard one, and now that puts us into a conclusion. 1 round buffer, and we go to OT. It all goes down to this round. It's either a win, it's either a catch, and if anyone in Anubis might do something like that, if anyone could close this game, I will have all my faith in Muffin.
Yeah, it's kind of like now it's this is where things get really tense, right? Again, this is where Muffin has been the saving grace, like I said, but it is Spoxy now to be able to find the opening duel, but Kiko goes down immediately after, so it's again an instant trade back and forth for both these teams. Flex takes a ton of damage as well, so down to 24. And now TEC still kind of collecting their thoughts, what they want to do. You can see Anubis, double player in B. Decide to lean off of this, and they're going to leave just Muffin again playing the off angle. So this is now putting a little bit more attention towards this mid and A side. For now, 50 seconds remain, and the fact that Anubis are actually pushing down long like this, getting some information, as soon as we see Gainer going for the swing, now he can just say, okay, everybody rotate. They have this position, and now just Muffin, if he can get this kill and survive, that's huge. And now Noir's close with him as well. This is where, again, they have to find these kills. I can't believe he gets away with it. Line Claw, that's something you absolutely needed. And now this might just fall apart. Gainer spamming away, and there you have it. It's going to be Anubis to get the job done. They're going to be able to find themselves the victory. They take down one of the big giants of the league, and they get themselves a beautiful opening series.
Definitely a beautiful opening series, and against one of the best teams that we have in the entire league, dropping down Titans Esports. What really matters for Team Anubis, like, yeah, this team just got reformed, they got a new IGL, a new formation, and I mean, we can have like debate about it even if it works or not, but I would say at least they found a way to win with their unique playstyle.
Well, look, I mean, we can talk about this all day, but I think at the end of the day, it's a desk here. I am definitely going to be curious about Elfish Guy and also Penguin's opinions on this, because I don't think I was expecting this, to be honest. So, guys, take it away and let us know your thoughts, because this is a crazy outcome.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I definitely was not expecting that. I mean, of course, across the board, we all predicted for TEC, so I suppose a bit of egg on our faces, Penguin. But look, at the end of the day, it didn't feel like it was an impossibility, right? We kind of had some reservations, obviously, around the roster change for Anubis, but I think we have seen a little bit of a tendency to have some shakier games in the last sort of 6 months or so for TEC, and that's going to be something that I think is going to be a more relevant conversation point as we go through this segment. But first, obviously, just give me your general thoughts. The game going the way of Anubis, a little bit of a surprise, but I think not the biggest of upsets this week so far.
Well, yeah, there is no more upsets. I mean, nothing is going to surprise us anymore after what we've seen and updates and the regarding the killer cam and everything. We've seen a lot of teams getting upset and a lot of games that's been it should be one-sided game, and then if it's flipped and the other team is just winning. However, I mentioned before Port starts that if TEC is starting with the global side and they can't get more than 5 rounds, then it's going to be an easy game for Anubis Gaming, and that's what happened. They were 4-1 against Anubis, and then suddenly it's 4-4, and we got the last round 5-4, ending the first half 5-4 while you're going versus two main snipers like Muffin and Dirty. This is not gonna get you anywhere, and the tactical timeout that came for TEC was a bit too late, because we've seen what Loons can do. He took the tactical timeout, and within 3 rounds or 2 rounds in a row coming out from TEC, so maybe this tactical timeout should have been like after 2 rounds instantly, or maybe after the first round on the blacklist, 2 rounds of the blacklist side, and then you need to discuss, check how you're gonna be adapting versus them, because 8-5 is you're playing only 2 rounds and you're kind of losing everything you have. So Anubis, they played very good, and we said that we cannot judge Anubis's team play or gameplay based on New Mexico, because New Mexico is fairly a new map for everybody, and also it's fairly a new map for Noor. However, when they played Eagle Eye, which I doubted TEC on Eagle Eye, and they will show that Anubis can win on Eagle Eye, they played very good, and also on Port, which showed us it was not only the bad first game. No, Anubis is a good structured team. When it comes to the blacklist side, we have seen a good structured pushes coming out from them, especially the A side pushes that's been done on Spoxy. If I'm playing Crossfire, I would never do that amount of executions versus Spoxy, because this guy's insane. However, Anubis did it and they were successful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of conversation there around Anubis, and that certainly makes sense. I think, you know, they're a team that we kind of have to keep a bit of an eye on this season and see if they can uphold this level, if they can continue to sort of, I guess, show that improvement through from last season. I think it's a little bit too early still to say. We've only seen the 1 game out from them. Yes, good early signs, but, you know, still, given the fact that they were a top 5 finisher last season, I think they're going to be wanting to improve upon that. But if they can bring this level, they certainly will be a team that's going to be able to do that. Now, my question is actually kind of leaning a little bit more on the side of TEC. I mean, I think for a long time we've kind of held them in very, very high regard. They've typically been, you know, the number 2 to Vitality's number 1, so to speak, throughout the course of these teams. Now, though, you know, obviously didn't manage to make top 2 last season. I think that was a little bit of a setback from them. 2 very, I would say, tough games for them at the start of this week. Yes, they get the win yesterday against Swamp Gaming, but they really had to work hard for a win against a team that hasn't really been super successful. Now they have a loss against Anubis, which was a 5th place finisher last season. Is it time, or is it maybe too early to start sort of questioning Titan a little bit? Do you want to give them a little bit more time, or is it fair to start sort of raising some concerns about Titan Esports going into Season 2 here?
Well, yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. Yes, we've seen them winning, and I wasn't mentioning. I didn't want to mention how easy was the game for Titan Esports, but I wanted to see what change did TEC did, and I've seen it. I've seen the changes where Flex trying to use his EBR, pushing to sides, playing fast, trying to cope with the team, trying to change the play style. That's what I liked. This is Swamp Gaming. However, it was not the test that I was looking for, because Swamp Gaming cannot be the test that you're looking for. We mentioned that Swamp Gaming was one of the teams that's been relegated on Season 1 and made their way back into CFW West League. However, Anubis, they took the 6th place, and this is maybe like for Swamp Gaming, they took 7th and they struggled versus MTC, but when they played the 6th place, they actually lost to them, which is Anubis Gaming right now. So big question marks on TSC, how the guys are going. In my opinion, TSC used to have one strategy during the entire season, which is we're going to be playing by comms, playing the basic A game, just the normal strategies, the basic strategies on Crossfire for the teams like Anubis, for the middle table teams, let's call them middle table teams. After that, if usually we've seen TSC winning, but if they don't win, We haven't seen any adaptations coming out from TC because lately they are trying to play by communication, they're trying to play by experience, but it's not working anymore. We need to see the let's call it the playoffs version of TC, because playing by communication is not working anymore for TC.
Yeah, 100%. So maybe not quite time yet for the alarm bells, but certainly keep our eyes on the prize. And Anubis Gaming obviously have done that. They, you know, bring that new edition of Noor in, and you know, you wouldn't necessarily expect to be seeing such a solid performance from them with those kinds of changes. But here we are. Good start from them. Muffin, as you sort of highlighted earlier as well, typically when Muffin's playing well, Anubis is playing well, and he was playing well today, and that is why he is the match MVP.
Yeah, we mentioned that Anubis had like 4 wins only this last season. Maybe 4 to 3 wins. Muffin was 50% or more the MVP. 50% of the games or more the MVP. That means that every maybe 2 or 3 games, he's just the MVP. And for Anubis, maybe one time we've seen a Gainer, maybe the other time we've seen Dirty, but it's mainly Muffin if this guy is playing. That's why I asked Muffin to flex more into his roles.
Well, I tell you what, since you've got some questions for Muffin, we might as well bring him into the conversation, because I think he is ready to have a bit of a chat. Let's have a chat with our MVP. Muffin, congrats on the win, and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, let's start with, I guess, just a question to you about your individual performance. Were you feeling good today? Because, as you see, you get the MVP. You know, what's the story? Is this just a normal day in the life of Muffin, or are we expecting to see more of that throughout the season?
Yeah, I was preparing for it. Like I was bad like the few days ago, but today I wake up. I did warm up. I did do my routine, so I played well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. I have one question for you. How did you prepare for CF West League Season 2, especially that you have Noor stepping in now as an IGL instead of Salty? Do you think it paid off? Do you think it makes any difference? Because we've seen that Anubis is playing way different than Season 1.
It's a bit different because Noor, you know, Noor is IGLing. Now we are playing faster, we are reacting faster. So I like this play style.
That's good to see. All right, well, look, I'll tell you one thing. Obviously, you guys looked good, but there was definitely moments in there where TEC were sort of, I think, pushing you. There was some close maps. So how did you guys sort of feel about how things were progressing through those maps? Was there any big conversations, or was it feeling pretty comfortable throughout?
Can you repeat it again, please?
But, yeah, just to make it easy, like, was it a hard game for you guys? Did you have to like really work and talk about how things were playing out, or you know, did you find it kind of easy?
I don't think it was hard for us because we were planning for them everything, but we failed Mexico because of us, not because they are strong or something. But yeah, we handled it other 2 maps.
Awesome. Yeah, very much so. All right, Muffin, thank you very much for the chat. We'll let you go. I'm sure you've got some things.
Congrats, man.
See you next time, and best of luck in the future.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, yeah. I mean, and you know, that kind of ties in with the conversation that we were having. He's like, hey, we lost because of us, not because of them. And so he's saying they're not playing that well.
Good statement, man.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how things obviously play out. TEC, I think they do come back again tomorrow, I want to say, and have a fair bit of work to do. So we'll see how things end up in tomorrow's match. But let's have a look at what we have coming up for us today. Our next matchup is, of course, going to be 3BL and Imperium. So that is going to be a pretty big one. Another one that 3BL can try to double down on. Obviously had a pretty good day yesterday. Imperium obviously wanting to bounce back after that 2-0 loss up against Vitality. And certainly a big conversation for us, I think, will be really whether or not 3BL can maintain that momentum. And if they do that, then certainly they'll be a team to watch for this season as well.
Yeah, exactly. Especially that you're talking about the Imperium. They were down to 0-2 versus Vitality, but it's not the casual 0-2. They lost 2 games into a golden round, so they're probably going to be having heart attacks if it went to overtime. So I don't think it's going to be an easy matchup, because everybody might think that's an easy matchup. Then this is a thing that we're going to be talking about, but in my opinion, it's going to be a very close matchup between both teams.
All right, well, we'll not have to wait too long to see, because we are going to be jumping into that one in just a minute. We'll take a 10-minute break here before we do, but 3BL and Imperium is coming up next.
do have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, a minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Himself 2, but he needs more than that, and Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy one by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
really disgusting as it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke.
Welcome back on in. It is CFWL Season 2, Day number 2, and Game number 2. And there's 2 of us on the desk. That is crazy. It's like some Illuminati kind of stuff going on here, Penguin. I don't know how they managed to cook that one up. But I tell you what, there isn't 2 of. 3BL, because there's 3 of them. I'm actually not sure what the BL stands for, but there is 3 of them at the very least, so that's good. We've got 3BL and Imperium. What's your take on this matchup initially, before we get too deep into it, before we discuss too much? 2 teams that I think are, in theory, sort of on the rise. One may be a little bit quicker than the other. 3BL obviously doing reasonably well last season and starting pretty well this season. Imperium kind of hanging around, sticking around in the CFWL, but a bit of work to be done on their behalf, I think, still to kind of be joining the top ranks, which is, I think, what 3BL is kind of really trying to do this season.
Well, yeah, they still need time to be able to catch up into the top ranks. However, they are improving step by step, because when we've watched these guys playing on Season 1, it wasn't convenient gameplays coming out from them. It was also maybe, let's say, more into solo plays, more into an individual plays from Nexlon, from Jaguar, from Wrist, from the guys from Frabsy, from Damp. The guys are trying to go for a solo plays, but now they are more into a structured team. Yes, we've watched only one game, but it was versus Vitality, the champions of Season 1. So they played very good. We've seen a good executions from them. We've seen a very good sub-base versus Vitality, which is Vitality historically known as one of the best teams in the region, if not the best, playing sub-base, but it was also a good game versus them. So I have seen an improvements coming out from Imperium. I've seen also an improvement coming out from their gameplay. It's not only relying on the, let's say, the solo gameplay, but it's more into a team-wise.
Let's have a look at the rosters here as well, and it does seem as though we might have a little bit of a change in here for today, at least for the first game. We've got Laz starting today, by the way, instead of Rizd, is what I'm told. So I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a massive nerf or benefit to Imperium. Looks like it's only for the first set, so shouldn't hopefully impact them over the entire course of this series, but surely not ideal to be starting without your core 5.
Well, I believe that it's a tactical change. Let's say it's not. I don't think it's an emergency, because I feel that the guys maybe want to be trying Glass.
Right.
Do you want to be trying him instead of Rez? Do they want to be seeing how good he's going to be playing versus 3BL Galaxy? Historically, these guys are old friends. They know how everyone plays. They know the gameplay and play style. They play versus each other a lot, and they screamed versus each other a lot. And also a casual 5v5 man scream on the late nights. They play versus each other a lot. So yeah, maybe Laz want to be trying to himself. He want to try to prove himself as one of the best players that has been coming lately to the West League, because we've seen him, we've seen Losha right now, we've seen Nurabaz, and now it's time for Laz. So I believe it's more into a tactical switch between Rizd and Laz.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see whether or not it ends up paying off. I think it's the perfect time for a bit of experimentation, right? At the start of the season, you can kind of get away with, let's say, 2 to 3 weeks of sort of trying to see how things are going, but beyond that, you need to kind of be locking in, because that's when it gets a little bit serious. So I think give it 4 or 5 games and see how you feel. But of course, we have to talk about 3BL as well. And I think there's a positive spin on things coming into today for 3BL after yesterday's results. I thought that there was a lot of really, really solid moments for them. They looked super sharp. They didn't even really come close necessarily to losing their game yesterday. So I think overall, a very positive start to the season for 3BL, which I'm not super surprised by. I feel like this core of players and a lot of these individuals on their various teams have always had really good moments. It's always, for me, been a case of, does it come together on a consistent basis? And so that will be the question that I continue to ask going forward here. Must feel bad being the coach in a situation like this. You're just like, hey guys, I'd love to be part of the team huddle as well. Hopefully someone's got a headset on so he can still hear what's going on.
I believe that Hunt is using his headset, because otherwise they are just saying a few things in Arabic and he's just like, why I'm here. So I feel that he's feeling lonely right now. But yeah, we've seen 3BL yesterday, and as you said, it's not surprising for us to see these guys performing again very well. It was surprising for me to see them perform very well when it was versus LCK on the first game that they played on the playoffs. They played very well, and they said, okay, finally these guys had the experience needed, and finally they improved. They got things to work on, and now they are elevating their gameplay by just adding Losha into the gameplay, and this guy just went in directly and had everything in his hands and just played very well yesterday, and he was the MVP. So 3BL Galaxy, yes, they are very good. Yes, they started very good. They beat Nemesis, the runners-up of Season 1. However, if you look at Imperium, they almost beat the champion of Season 1, which is Vitality, and they lost only by a narrow 2 rounds for the 2 games. So it's like golden round and golden round. So I believe that especially the games that's been 10 Egyptian players, it's always, you cannot expect who's going to be playing better. You cannot expect who can win versus each other.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at the head-to-head, I think there's no shortage of players that you could actually choose for these 2 series. We've got Nexalon and Sad. Again, both pretty solid individuals yesterday, and hopefully going to be able to step up again today for their respective teams. In my mind, and I don't know if I'm a little bit crazy here, but I kind of feel like 3BL come in as a relatively hefty favorite. I don't know if that's a little bit silly, but I just think looking at how they played yesterday, how their season went last season, you know, the fact that Imperium obviously come through from relegation, I don't necessarily think that's a positive for them. Obviously, they do well to get out of relegation, get back into West League, but the fact that you have to go down into relegation already speaks for itself. So in my mind, I think 3BL come in here and like exactly as it says here on the screen, they're aiming to build a bit of momentum into Season 2, starting well yesterday. If you sweep this week, if you go 3-0 this week, for example, as 3BL, you know, maybe this is finally the season that we kind of like unlock some of that potential that we've been talking about and maybe seeing for the last like 12, 18 months for the core of this roster ever since they sort of actually properly formed here in CFWL. Predictions-wise, that's where I'm leaning. I think that's no surprise, obviously, that I'll go 3BL, and actually everyone's gone the way of 3BL, so maybe my finger's on the pulse, the same as everybody else's. Hey, give me your thoughts. Is it a cut and dry kind of prediction for you here, or is this a close match?
Well, you said 2 points. That's right, actually, that 3BL here are coming as favored. Yeah, everybody is favoring 3BL, but we're not saying that it's going to be one-sided for 3BL. We're going to be saying that there is going to be a strong maybe push and pull between both teams, because Imperium, they know how to play the Egyptian maps. So we're talking about the Egyptian maps, you talk about Ankara, you talk about New Compound, you talk about Sub-Base. So Imperium knows how to play these maps, and also 3BL, they know how to play these maps. And these guys met 2 times before, and they played New Compound 2 times. So probably you're going to be seeing New Compound again, especially that Imperium played New Compound perfectly good versus Vitality, and they played also Sub-Base perfectly good versus Vitality. So we might be seeing Sub-Base and New Compound because both they know how to play it both.
I mean, it's a possibility, definitely, and that flexibility in your map pool is going to be something that you really want to, again, kind of be testing early on in the season here. Let's have a look at the video and see what we are getting. We will get Sub-Base. New Compound's going to be banned away by 3BL at the back end there, so it will be Port as the decider. Black Widow, Sub-Base, and then Port. Have you got any thoughts on the map pool now that we've seen it?
This is the first time 3BL plays Black Widow in the year. We're in June, we're almost 13 June. So it's the first time 3BL plays Black Widow, because it was the permanent ban on Season 1 because they couldn't play it, and now they're going to be playing it, and they're going to be playing it versus Imperium as a substitute. Some people think that, okay, the playing with a substitute means that it's going to be an easy game. No, the whole pressure is going to be extra on you, because if you imagine if you lose to a substitute, and that's what happened when Big Comic stepped in instead of Raffen, and Vitality just couldn't match his pace and his passion and everything. So 3BL, there is one thing that I know that 3BL is looking for. It's not the win, it's building the momentum as they type, because if they win versus Imperium today, they matched already all the phase 1 wins on Season 1 from week 1 on Season 2. That means on phase 1, the whole phase 1, the 6 games they played or the 7 games they played, they only got 2 wins. It was versus Rom Gaming and it was versus Imperium. Now if they win versus Imperium now, that means that they already have those 2 wins only on the first week.
Yeah, and I'd like to see some of that momentum that you talk about heading into later stages of this Season 2, and I think that's very much on offer for 3BL if they play as well as they did yesterday. I think it's a clean game, but we'll see if Imperium can spoil the party. 2 men who do not spoil the party. They come ready to party. Sekio and Laz, our casters, take it away.
I definitely like to party, that's for sure. And now we got ourselves another party here for the second series here for the day. And as these guys have very much brought up, it's been a very interesting matchup where 3BL already get themselves a nice win so far in the season. So they're already looking like they're, chewing bubblegum and taking some names. And we'll have to see if they can get things done here and now for the second one. Sekio, anything different from your perspective or any thoughts at all going into the second series?
No, I mean, going to the second series, I'm looking into this series like those are 2 indie Egyptian teams that they're trying to have their name built. Of course, I'm not speaking about 3BL and indie organization, but like the roster itself, they're still new. They don't have the experience that the previous rosters got for 3BL. So that's why I'm speaking about that. So Abael doesn't kick me off. But like the 3PL versus Imperium, that's something gonna be a bit of a classic match. But I'm still looking forward to see Imperium after what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was important, and that's something I would love to see if they can actually bring this win home versus 3BL. And I believe I'm the only one who voted for Imperium, but like I will see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, I feel like yesterday they played, it was Vitality, so I feel like it was
Exactly.
like a bit of a close encounter, and which is pretty interesting because again, it's been this conversation about these top teams that are kind of having slow starts in the season, and I mean, I get a win's a win, but it's like, I don't know, Vitality, I feel like, you know, you're the top dog in the league, so it was kind of, again, a bit of a questionable one. But look, I mean, that's a good thing for Imperium, because again, like for them, if they're able to, you know, push the boundaries of a top team in the league, it's like kind of begs the question of what are they going to be able to do for the remainder of the season. So we'll have to wait and see, but that's kind of begging the biggest question for me. But 3BL have definitely, like you said, been very, very impressive. They were the ones that have been able to get some good wins. They take down Nemesis previously, which again, I think that's also a massive W, because Nemesis came in very, very well last season, and they were able to put themselves in, you know, contention for the later stages of the season. So we'll have to see. This has been a little bit of an interesting matchup, just because both these young gun teams are kind of, you know, really trying to make a statement for themselves.
Of course, and adding up to Imperium, they have Laz, like one of the players that have been around the block for a long time. So to have him with Imperium is something that will add value to the team itself. Frabzy, Dam, Noxon, Jaguar himself, like those guys been always trying to figure out to crack the code on how should they actually play. Like still, I remember on season 1, they didn't have like a actual identity. But that's what I'm gonna say about Imperium. But going through what happened yesterday versus Vitality, I still have like high hopes for them to manage to do something big in this season. And of course, that's for Imperium. On 3BL side, if they can manage to get to the elite group for phase 2, that's gonna be a huge accomplishment for the team. And if they can keep doing what they're doing, I believe that we might see 3BL and the top 4, top 3. You never know. I love the spirit that the guys have. Like, you see them laughing, you see them having a talk, and just like enjoying their spot. And something pretty good. Oh, actually, okay. I was talking about that with Penguin yesterday. It looked like, for me, I feel like Sad and Han, they almost look kinda identical. Did you feel the same thing?
Oh, I mean,
I want to see both of them on the screen. Like, they look pretty close to each other.
Like sitting close to each other, you mean? Or like they look alike?
No, they look alike. They look alike. Kinda. I don't know.
Maybe a little. I mean,
They have the same barber.
yeah. The cool thing is like, you know, again, it's I think it's a good point you bring up too. Is like it's always good to see these teams that are, you know, landing together and like playing in that environment and stuff, right? And the old Anubis used to be like that, and 3BL now that they're doing it, it's cool because it does give you a leg up. I feel like it. I mean, there is always the argument that you're not playing like in your home setup, so you're maybe at a disadvantage. But I think like having your comms being able to be like instant with like 0 delay essentially, and being in the room and getting excited about round wins and things like that, it's like how do you not, you know, do that, right? Like when you're able to boot camp and play together, like it just, I feel like it gives you a really good buff. And 3BL are definitely a team that I'm kind of getting the impression they're trying to, you know, keep developing talent in the scene. So it's good to see that they're, you know, they are still really doing well for themselves. And considering, like we said yesterday, where they got dominant wins, like it was a 10-4 on sub base, a 10-7 on Eagle Eye. So it's not like they scraped wins. It's like they actually did very well for themselves, to getting themselves a landmark here for the 1-0 category.
Of course, having a leg up helps a lot, and of course having the 1-0 category will help them through the run in the entire series, the entire season. And we'll see Imperium 3PL. It's all about time to get into the first game, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, ready to go. We're finally underway, and the action is now commencing here. Map number 1, series number 2. So 3BL taking on Imperium, and again, a battle of the newer teams, I would say, or the young gun teams, I could argue about this league. So, and it is Black Widow, and I think the one interesting thing that I love that Penguin brought up is the fact of that this is actually going to be the first time that 3BL have actually played this map in quite some time. So it kind of, again, just makes you question, what can they bring on a map like this again? I know these teams practice it and do all those things, but that always kind of begs a little bit of a disadvantage to me when you haven't been able to have an official on a map like this in quite some time. That might be disastrous. We don't know yet, but we'll wait and find out.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, and it goes with the Hunt getting the first kill here, and at the same time, it all went down on the hotel control. It didn't end up well for Team 3BL. A trade for 2v1 Jaguar. Be the man who's dropping down. Laz also getting some kills into his name, starting up this round. The Imperium versus 3BL. I believe that they might just trying to go for the smoke screen in the middle and trying to shift their momentum, shift their playstyle into the A side. That might be what they're going to, but the actual team is not, so is way too deep here in the backside, and no one is actually stopping him. Omega will drop down a side sad, and now it's a 3v1, and Lucia's been left alone. And that guy, actually, that's his second game yesterday, his debut. He got the MVP, and that's something we barely see. Like, we rarely see. Drop. Drops one. Immediate trade, and it goes for Imperium.
Okay, how are we not, I'm actually surprised Jordan didn't even catch this. Like, we're talking about, there's a player named Laz, so there's Laz squared in there. Like, what are we talking, why are we not talking about this? Like, what the heck? Like, I thought I heard it, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, and then I looked over, I'm like, yeah, there's a player named Laz. Like, we're not going to talk about this for a second, okay, maybe it's just me. Either way. Whatever. It's all good. Imperium find themselves an opener. And actually a very convincing one too, right? I mean, they take mid control, and then 3BL, it looked like the miscoms a little bit. These guys don't even really react to it, so it's a good round from them. And Laz kind of filling in, it sounds like, for this round at least, or this series, or this map, I should say, for at least. But so nonetheless, Imperium get a great kickstart. Noxlin actually finding himself that triple. And now they're getting this long A control, a little bit up for free. This is a matter of just maybe being able to find his kill. Takes down the IGL of Hunt. And now this is where they swarm. Sad's in the back here by the green truck. He's going to have to do something big. He's going to have to use the Doombringer, but instead he goes down to the grave. And Laz finds his head, removes him. And now we see Imperium putting themselves on a 5-on-3 advantage and bomb down.
feels good to be like to commentate on yourself. Like here, Laz, and you're commentating on Laz, and it's like Laz doing this, doing that, and you're like so proud of that young fellow in the Imperium roster. Him and Dump actually dropping multi-kills here, and now the second round goes to Imperium, and yeah, Laz is he can some asses. Him and
Yeah,
Laz, of
well,
course.
I'm just saying. Guess Lazes are just nuts. I get it. Yeah, we're a different breed, you know. I'm just saying. But either way, just getting all jokes aside, it's a very good start right now. Imperium honestly doing a great job being able to find a lot of duels. They've been able to just really pick apart 3BL, and I feel like they've been able to get this mid control in the previous, this cat control now. Now they're going to fight for Sad. So this is where Omega, he has the off angle a little bit, but again, he's blocked by the smoke, which doesn't really allow him to find more than this one kill. And there's a little bit of a trade back here from Hunt, but Imperium like doing such a great job right now. Good smoke's already in place. They can wait things out. They don't even have to commit to this rush if they don't want to, because you can see 3BL are already here for the fight. But now Noxon's going to have to try to see if he can push through this. He does find Deb. He's going to trigger Discipline. Oh, this is beautiful. He's trying to see if he can be a little bit of a snake, and he finds that one and the double. And now Noxon needs to do something big here. He only can find that one kill. And all of a sudden, this thing has turned to the 1v1 versus Hunt. And it is going to be Imperium that continue on the winning ways.
Another one for Imperium, and Noxon is just here to do his job. On the other side, you love to see that trigger Discipline. He just hold it for a while, and then he just went all in. Got a double kill, but it didn't age up well for 3BL. And speaking of that, Jaguar dropping a multi-kill, Hunt and Sad taken down here. And guys, like, if 3BL lost this round, they need to, you need to just call for the timeout. You need it. You need to stop Imperium. You need to stop their aggression. And Imperium, with a substitute, are breaking 3BL apart now. It's a 5v2 situation. Noxlin and Lucia are left alone. And my question is, will Lucia find a way to at least get closer into it? I mean, actually, it feels so hard. Like, man, even though you drop 2 kills, but like, yeah, you're in a 1v5 situation, and of course, that's the timeout. Yeah, you need that timeout.
Yeah, it's no question. I mean, this is getting out of hand. I was going to say, like, Imperium are the ones that, you know, obviously went for this pick, and I was, you know, making the question about, okay, if they go for this pick, and the fact that 3BL, as Penguin, you know, mentioned, is like, they haven't played this map in quite some time, it's like, okay, they clearly have been able to win themselves in a decent veto position, but 3BL, it doesn't even feel like they're fully aware of, like, their setups. They're not fully aware of what they need to do right now, so there's definitely some gaps that we're noticing for them on this map. So this is where I think the timeout's going to be really important. Just kind of clean things up a little bit and figure out, okay, look, like, what are we doing wrong? Because Imperium are just kind of, again, any path they choose, they get it for free, essentially. There's only been, what, one round that's been very, very close, I think, down to the 1v1. But nonetheless, it's been Imperium all the way through so far.
Yeah, I have something, like, I always get afraid of, like, I remember that this damn smile, like them smiling on yesterday's broadcast versus Vitality, and man, like, once they get comfort, they start dropping multi-rounds. I hope they didn't get into this conclusion of like, yeah, we're winning, 3BL can do anything, blah 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 blah. And if that happened, you know that they're just about to enter the roller coaster, and 3BL will find a way to just snitch the win out of them. It's always about that, like, you just can't feel that confident that you're just gonna rush them down, eat them alive, or just like, yeah, you're winning, so it's totally fine. You need to focus, give it all you got, so you don't end up in the last place like what happened in the season 1.
Yeah, that's definitely no doubt about that, right? I mean, this is where, again, both these teams were, you know, Imperium has definitely been the team that had to come back through relegation, all those things, right? So it's great to see so far. Like, I mean, it's only the first map, so I can't get ahead of myself too much here, but it is the fact that they're putting themselves in a 4-0. They've been very convincing on what they've been able to do so far. So I'm assuming Jaguar's still calling for this team, I would imagine. I don't know if here, but oh, look at Laz!
Yes.
He's just picking up kills after kills, and it's a triple kill nonetheless, and they get themselves a freebie sight, and that's Imperium one more time. They're going to be able to use that timeout and just let Laz off the leash, and he's just going to go monstrous performance, and there we go. Before I can even finish my sentence, it is done and over with, and we got ourselves a 5-0.
Yeah, a clean house coming from Imperium, and it all started with Laz dropping the multi-kill in the middle, and Frabzy just catching the remaining ashes from 3BL, and it looks like this is gonna be it for 3BL, but like, can they actually find a way to get closer to drop it down? And now Frabzy in a 1v3 situation, dropping Sad to pretty low HP, and just surviving with the tip of his tail here. Frabzy losing 95 HP, and guys, I don't know, man, but it feels like Imperium are owning 3BL.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's not even a contest right now, right? This is where, again, 3BL have really struggled to get themselves any sort of a conversation in the rounds. It's only been that 1-1v1 that's been in the situation, and now this is the second closest round we've had thus far. It's a 2v2, Frapsy's low, we also have Omega critically low, but there it is, okay. So now it's Jag here on the 1-on-2, full HP with bomb on back. So lots of time still to remain on this, and might be able to pick apart one of these defending players. This is maybe the opportunity now of being able to find this duel. That is absolutely beautiful. Takes the head of Omega. Now Sad. He does spot, you know, for Jag to go across. This might be an easy kill. There we go. Jag, a little bit of an overthinking, and 3BL finally get themselves around, but boy, oh boy, I think it was a little too close for comfort. It felt like Imperium had that one dead to rights.
Yeah, it felt so, and at some point it felt like Imperium will just run over with this game with a 10-0 score, but apparently, like, thank God, like, 3BL found a way to fire back, to fight, to even if they can get a couple of rounds here will matter the most, and of course Jaguar being dropped off here. The nades, a lot of damage been done. Frabzy with the trade, Laz with the instant kill, and oh boy, we're back to a full V4 situation with the old players looking for that. Frabzy, him and Noxley looking for the big sag down the bridge, making it further away for Noxlin, but now it's a 3v1 situation. Imperium will pick the win and move forward, 6-1 in the scoreboard.
Yeah, this is really, again, like, this is a good demonstration so far about seeing a team that they go for the map pick, and there's a reason it's their map pick, right? So this is not the best display for 3BL, but again, it's kind of what Penguin said, is a team that hasn't been able to play it is definitely going to showcase a lot of weakness on it, but that weakness does get a little bit more on the side for Imperium, so Noxon actually goes down pretty quick. Sad might be able to find himself a really good backstab here. He's already pushed underneath water, gonna trigger discipline, wait this thing out, and now maybe just waiting a bit too long, and now the players have actually been able to retreat. So, unfortunate for him on the timing, but 3BL have been able to put themselves a man advantage through all this bit of a, you know, brawl that we've been going through thus far. You already have Losha that's already pushed down mid. You have Hunt that's kind of posted up on double door, leaving A pretty much open. You just have the cross here for Sad to be able to find that information. And Imperium now, with a minute and 30 remaining, they still have some time to work with, but they have to make a decision. If they can find the kill of Losha here, this could actually be a really nice pickup because that aggressive player goes down. 3BL might have to switch up their composition again. But if one of them more goes down and Losha can be able to find at least a one-in-one trade, this could be absolutely huge.
Of course, on Losha's side, he got 1, 2, 3 players actually moving on his side, but none of them actually spotted Losha. Them still going further. Losha got the information, got the first one. Laz will be traded immediately. I thought that Laz can be taken down here, but Hunt also goes for this trade with the jumping shot, closing the round to get 3BL to the safe side. The second round for 3BL, and man, like, Losha's position was critical, but the main issue was none of them actually check the angle. Like, guys, he needs to check all the angles while pushing like this one. Noxlin trying to check it, Rebs The first one takes Laz, and now it's a 5v3 situation. Actually, I believe that he's going for the triple kill here with this extra play that he's just going for this push.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Imperium are still going to kind of press forward on this, but I guess they have to, considering the C4 is dropped, right? This is in 3BL territory now, so Jaguar is going to have to do something big, and this cat is going to have to meow because he's got 2 players on the right. He finds that first, and he does get the second. My goodness. The IGL of Imperium does find himself the double, but look at that. Losha, a blink of the eye, able to find a double for themselves as well. Damp now on the 1v3. Needing to put up some big numbers here. Hunt actually overextends a little bit. This is a little bit careless. This is a little bit... I don't know what's going on here. Damp now. Things are getting a little bit wet for my liking here. And look at that! It's a triple kill. And Imperium get away with absolute murder. And they should never have gotten that round at all.
An absolute demon performance coming from them with the sniper in a 1v3 situation. We thought it's over, but Damn has other thoughts, and did ye see his reaction? He's just like, guys, let's get this W and get over with the first win on the night. And man, I love to see Imperium pulling up this performance. Everyone had low expectations on them, but after what happened yesterday, something clicked for me at least. Seeing those players, knowing that they finally had the time to practice, to play with each other. They know that they got the time to pull up something, and with that case, they're doing like some extraordinary work, and they're playing versus 3BL in a really good way, a good fashion, that they're proving themselves again. I don't want to jump into conclusions. It's only Black Widow still got sub base, and man, if they can pull the same performance versus Vitality yesterday, it's a 2-0 for Imperium.
Well, I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to realize why that Vitality, you know, again had to go through like what golden rounds to get themselves victories against Imperium, because the way they're playing is just, it's phenomenal. I feel like Imperium, this is not even remotely the same team that we saw in the previous season, right? This is a team that is really firing on all cylinders. The coordination looks really good. The firepower looks just so much more improved here. So whatever's been happening during the off season, a little bit of time here, has been very, very well here for Imperium. They are really making a statement, in my opinion, so far in the early portion of the season, but they have to keep it going. And again, let's not get too ahead of ourselves in the sense that this is their map pick, but I was kind of gasping a little bit when I saw the scoreline of yesterday's games. I'm like, how on earth did we get, you know, all the way to the distance? But it's starting to make sense, especially with kills like that from both Laz and Frapsy together, hand in hand, and able to find these, you know, multis. And now 3BL finally loads the kill feed. But look at this, it's Jaguar, pops out of nowhere, able to pounce, finds the double kill, and we're talking an 8-2. And Imperium might be able to try to speed run this thing through and get things onto sub base.
A lot of people like thought like, why would Jaguar leave Anubis? Why would Jaguar leave the sweet spot the place he has been playing with for a long time to play with rookies, I would say. Like, you have 4 players that don't have a huge experience in competitive, and why would Noxlin stick to this roster? And here's the answer. They got what it takes to be able to maintain their composure, to play the games. And the first season they didn't have much time to practice, but this one, that's a new suit, a new face for Imperium, and now they're just doing what it takes to win. And now another good shot from Laz. Jaguar just making another one. Like, it feels like it's so smooth. Somehow they're just finding kills. Like this one. Alright, that will slip away. Goes to Noxin.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't know what he's actually doing. So a little bit of a careless one, I guess. But now Imperium with this 8-2 lead, I don't want this to get them getting their heads a little bit right now, because again, the job is not done. But you have Laz that's close up into the site. You have Jaguar that's kind of going for the big flank here. It's all about timing here. Laz, he has to be able to find this moment to be able to pop off here if he can. But Jaguar Again, he has a player here on the left corner of water. So this is where, again, is he going to clear? And Omega might be able to have him easily in the crosshairs. Oh, Jaguar. Oh, they might just run into each other. I can't believe this. What is going on? But now it's a one-on-one exchange. Laz, unfortunately, a little bit slow to the draw on this one. And he goes down. So 3BL do find themselves their third round. And boy, oh boy, I mean, yes, it's a bit of a labored one, but I mean, again, 3BL, they're any kind of round win they can get, they're going to take it. No doubt.
Very well. And then another one to count up there. They still have a long distance to take. They have 5 rounds in buffer between those two teams. I don't know, can they actually maintain their composure to try to get rid of what's happening, trying to stop Imperium from what they're doing, but it looks like Damned on fire, taking multi-kill here, and Omega's pretty low in HP. And that corner, and believe that lady up will take him down. Jaguar is doubling down, and I love that man when he frags. It feels so smooth, and Imperium will take it to match point.
Yeah, should be able to, right? I mean, a 1-on-5 here for SAD is not going to be a very happy time. It's going to be very much a sad time. So now we get to see Imperium putting themselves, like you said, map point potentially on the docket, which feels like it should be done. Not the easiest position to go into. You have to go into B main. You have to grab the bomb. You have, what was that? 3 players that are just sitting there waiting for you. It kind of feels like the tea leaves have already made their prediction, right? So this would have to be an absolute throw from Imperium where they don't even pay attention, and SAD gets the best timing in the world here, but he is going to try to go a different way, see if he might be able to find something behind enemy lines. But now, once again, 3BL might have a lot of work cut out for them, for the later portion of the season here, Sekio, because again, like this Black Widow is not looking strong, I'll tell you that.
Now they need to practice, play some scrims, and that will help them a lot to go for. And speaking of going for, you can be aiming to be one of the top 4 teams in the league without maintaining your spot and having a good map pool to play with. And Black Widow, it looks like it's not one of their best suit, but would love to take another look into sub-base once we get into there, since we now have a lot of teams that loves to play in sub-base. Speaking of that, Imperium is definitely one of those teams after what they have done versus a team like Vitality that put them into the equation. But Raz, he got 1, 2, 3 players peeking him, but at least he got the trait in that 1v3. And the trait might be coming from Frabzy. Picking up another one, Omega will drop down, I believe, if they actually went for the tag team swag here, but they just go back, play it safe, and yeah, no more aggressive play. We have the numbers advantage. You don't have the C4. No, actually, it got picked up, so you got the C4, but I got the control.
Definitely got to be able to find the control, I agree. So they got the C4 at least, but yeah, Jaguar in a really good position. But again, he is kind of by himself, but oh man, he's just gifted a kill here. And then, I was going to say, Noxon's going to be able to just be there and post it up. And okay, look at that. Blink of an eye, and we are done. Okay, first map done and over with, and Imperium get it in a 10-3 fashion. So honestly, what a performance, and kind of just blew him out of the water, really. And 3BL, it didn't even look like they belonged here right now, right? I mean, this is where, again, we get that perfect demonstration of a team that says, we want this map for a certain reason, and they get pretty much a almost perfect, kind of execution on this, considering the scoreline. So huge congratulations to Imperium to be able to start these things off with a 1-0 in that way.
Yeah, and of course, bringing the sub in, Laz will put the icing on top of the cake. And of course, like anything with the name Laz, always great. That's all what I'm gonna say. Like a great caster, a great player are on the server. And now we'll head to our host, and we'll go to Penguin and of course Elfish. So I'll leave you guys with that to discuss on what happened versus 3BL.
Well, I'm sure we can discuss that, but first, the most important thing we have to discuss here is which Laz is the best Laz, Penguin. And I want to hear your take first before I give you mine. What's your take?
No, I would go for Laz the player, man. Sorry,
Laz
I've
the
seen
player,
Laz casting
yeah.
a lot. Yeah, I have seen Laz casting a lot, but Laz didn't clutch and didn't get anybody to win, bro. Like the other Laz just got his team to the win, and they made Imperium 1-0 up against 3BL in a fashion way. It's not even close to be a good game. It's a 10-3, and I told you this game is gonna be hard for 3BL. I expected it's gonna be hard, especially because of the map veto. I think and I thought that 3BL might be trying to go for other map or try to show other map, but Black Widow, we haven't seen them playing Black Widow. I'm surprised that they play Black Widow, honestly. So we saw them playing Black Widow. It was not the Black Widow, it was not the map that we expected them to see. On the other hand, look at Imperium. They picked Black Widow for a reason. They had their strategies, they played very aggressive. Everybody on Imperium since last joined, they are just playing so free, they are just playing, try to go for the kills, and it worked out very well for them. It's the same, by the way, scenario for as Big Comics when he joined. The pressure on the guys are just, okay, we have nothing to lose, we have a substitute, let's try our best, and everybody just gives their best and it works.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, on all counts, right, I would definitely pick Player Laz over Caster Laz. I've watched Caster Laz for a little while. I think he's kind of mid. I've watched Player Laz for one game. He might be the GOAT, so it kind of makes an easy choice. I mean, what can you really say? Look, like I said, I kind of came in, I saw 3BL, they played really well yesterday. I thought they might be able to back that up and have another good game today. But Imperium, out of nowhere, I mean, they're kind of, well, to be fair, they also are kind of running it back, right? We certainly had our reservations, I guess, about that game yesterday, and we were kind of wondering, okay, well, how good actually is Vitality? Are they really struggling against this team that had to go down to relegations? But I think maybe there's definitely something there for Imperium. We'll have a look at the highlights as we have this discussion here, and you know, I think just out the gates, really, what could you say? It just felt like everybody for Imperium was switched on. They start with a few clutches. They start with some really sick entry fragging from Laz. This round in particular, I think this is the 3K round, where he just kind of farms all three of those players trying to push their way out of box room. It felt like everything was working to perfection for Imperium. And I, again, kind of, you know, I keep going back to that conversation I have around 3BL where they do have, you know, some really sharp players. They play some really good games, but they don't seem to be able to put it together on a consistent basis. And, you know, yes, for all the really good stuff that we saw from Imperium, we also have to ask, you know, what happened to 3BL? Where were they? Where were they, you know, in comparison to yesterday? I don't think they quite showed up on this map. And is that just a case of it being a map that they're not too keen to get onto? It was obviously Imperium's map picking Black Widow. When we go on to sub-base, maybe things will turn the tide, but that's a pretty significant tide to try to turn around. This was a absolute demolition.
Well, that's if you look at 3BL, that's 3BL season 1. It's not about inconsistency. That's 3BL season 1, throwing 1v4, strong 1v3s. But still, I'm saying that it's our first time seeing 3BL playing Black Widow, so it wasn't convenient. We've seen them dropping 1v4, 1v3 for Damp, just jumping, trying to go around, kill him. That's maybe they thought that they have this game in the pocket. Maybe they think that it's an easy matchup going versus Imperium, but Imperium showed that no, definitely it is not. And you can see that Nextler, Jaguar, and Damp, they all have amazing KDs compared to, if you look at 3BL Galaxy, none of them is positive KD. Then this explains the big scoreline 10-3, and this is the biggest scoreline since the season 2 started. However, as I said about Anubis, that when they first played versus TEC on New Mexico, and then we said, okay, Anubis didn't show a good gameplay, didn't show a good strategies, but I said that it was New Mexico, it's not a good map for them, and maybe it's probably new for Noor as well, their IGL, so it's going to be tough for them. And yes, they proved on the next 2 maps. Maybe that's the case, and maybe that's the scenario for 3BL Galaxy as well. Maybe when they go to sub-base, the thing is, Imperium even plays sub-base better than Black Widow. That's what's making me, if I'm a 3BL Galaxy fan, it's making me scared, because going into Imperium's sub-base, which is way better than Black Widow. However, 3BL Galaxy, they play sub-base better than Black Widow, of course.
Yeah, well, 3.25 KD for Jaguar is going to net him the MVP. What I will say is you'd be pretty miffed if you dropped a 3.0 KD map and you actually didn't pick up the MVP, which is the case for 2 of the players here on Imperium. But yeah, Jaguar, I mean, definitely deserves his chops. Good game from him. Good game across the board. You know, I think it's pretty obvious to state that if they bring that kind of level into sub-base, then this game is over. It's a 2-0 and 3BL walk away very disappointed. But, you know, again, like I keep saying, these teams that we sort of come to expect some really good results from aren't always necessarily able to deliver that on a consistent basis, right? We see the top teams, I think, kind of separating themselves from the rest of the bunch by having the consistency of those good results. And that's typically been the likes of Vitality, Titan, Nemesis, Unnight up to this point so far this year and in previous years. And it's not as if these kinds of teams like Imperium, like 3BL, like Anubis, for example, aren't able to get themselves wins and maps and this and that here and there. But it's about doing it consistently. So again, that's what we're going to be looking for here for Imperium. If they can come in, if they can absolutely obliterate map 2, or even just have a solid map 2 here, I think we're going to go, wow, that was a fantastic series from Imperium. Great stuff. But we'll see whether or not that ends up being the case. Maybe 3BL turn it back around. And to tell us why, that will be Laz and Sekio at Pastas.
Hello, we're back. And yes, I couldn't agree more. And I think it's a big question here because 3BL, I mean, them being in a LAN house, them taking a bit of a beating on that. I hope they had a couple minutes here just to collect their thoughts because they're going to have to go into this one, again, just bouncing back to being pushed to a third map series if we get there. But it's hard to say because, again, we know that 3BL are good on sub base, but I honestly feel like the firepower from Imperium was just a whole other level. Like, it just felt like 3BL couldn't catch up. They were trying to swing. They were missing every single time. So to be honest, I'm kind of leaning on Imperium being able to cause a little bit of an upset. But again, on paper, it's hard to ignore what 3BL have accomplished on a map like this.
Totally agree, and it feels like 3BL, they need to work around what's happening in front of them. They need a lot of time to get back their composure to play, and I believe when it comes to sub-base, Team 3BL, they really know how to play this map, so we have two really great teams in sub-base, and it looks like we're gonna watch a heck of a match, something we would love to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's, I am curious about the mental kind of fortitude that the 3BL team have to kind of push through on a map like this, because we know they like playing it. We know they probably scrim it a lot, playing some of the better teams. So we'll find out here and now, because now 3BL have to be able to find themselves this map win to pushing this thing to the full distance support. Otherwise, Imperium might be able to cause an upset of the day, and it's already them starting things off in the first opening duel, and I can't even catch my breath because Omega's now able to find up some triple kill action here. So 3BL, they got some life. They still got a pulse here, Sekio. This thing isn't done yet.
It's not over with the 3BL. After what happened in game number 1, yeah, you lost in a very bad way, but this one, that's how you would love to start sub-base, with aggression, with ambition, and they just went in for the control room control. And of course, what happened is you had a bloodbath, like you had 6 guys die in this place, and that's how it is. It's a 3v1 situation currently, and Damp holding the sniper. He got the C4, but the thing is, he doesn't know where his enemy's at. But the actual thing is, they have 2 of the players in the radio, and the other guy is just holding the wooden door. Damp here might just catch his leg. Of course, Omega, after all of that damage, you need to bring him down. But now they got the information where he's at. Damp being spotted, he one-shot knocks and drops him away.
Yeah, and this is where 3BL, again, like being on the GR side, this is where we're going to probably see a lot of this comfort of them being able to bring up a bit of a fight for this. But good kill for Dem. But look at that, a blink of an eye. I can't even, again, you just get 1 or 2 words out, and then in Imperium just putting in this firepower one more time. And that's exactly what we were talking about, saying, look, Imperium just feels like another level right now. They're just hitting every single shot. 3BL can't seem to reply to it, and this round should be over. Everybody knows where Sad is. This is where they should be able to get the C4 down. They just have to get that rotate into A, and this round should be theirs. And now Sad already less than half HP, 39 to be exact. This is not easy, but this is very exciting to see from Imperium. I'm so baffled to see the change in how well they're playing from a team that was on the bottom last season to, like, look what they're doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing wonders, and now they're just gonna pick this round and move forward. Unless I get other things to say, and he says nothing here. And it looks like also Laz still playing in this game. He's not going for the like going back into the sub, not going back into the pitch. He's keeping it going, and like they're going with that rule. If it works, then if it's running, they change it. Noxlin dropping 1, 2, 3, and as always, those two teams, it feels like they have identical gameplay strategies. They go on the same place, they change it the radio, they went for the radio once, they fought. They went for I don't know, the thing on the right path, they fought. Like every place they go for, they just like 10 players in one lane.
Yeah, kind of feels like it, right? I mean, this is just been a bit of a brawl. Like everybody's just, you know, gloves off and everybody's just swinging right now. It just feels like a lot of aggression on every single round we've had. So it's a little bit more high octane crossfire that we're getting right now for both these teams. So 3BL trying to kick themselves back into this game, and Imperium trying to, you know, do the same thing as well. Good nades to clear the corner. Not going to be anybody there, nobody home, but at least Imperium again investigating and trying to get some information as much as possible. And now we have 3 of the players just on the outside of B right now. And then again, for Imperium, they're just kind of waiting things out a little bit still. Now they're going to kind of, you know, ease off the gas pedal a little bit. This is where they're going to just wait things out. They're kind of expecting re-aggression. Jaguar's trying to get some composure back into the team. So, be able to find even something here for Frapsy. A nice little bit of an off angle, potentially, but no. And 3BL, you can tell they're constantly on the rotate here. They've been shuffling a little bit on the mini-map. So now they're going to go double A. They're going to have the one player in top radio here. So they've really mixed up the composition again.
This time they might just be going for the wooden doors and still playing it a bit slow. I believe there's one still on the top thingy that gets you to the radio. Still playing number 4. You have Noxlin holding the spot. Noxlin on the other side just dropping a kill into a play. Always gonna fumble into Noxlin and Noxlin, but Jaguar is not gonna fumble his chance. He goes for the right one, the left one, and Imperium tie things up, and we're back to equal spot, 2-all.
Yeah, good manipulation of the map there a little bit from Imperium, right? The fact that they're able to kind of, you know, get some good kills in the ult mid there and just taking the back one of those 3BL players too. So you love to see it. They were able to just get some perfect timing on it. So it seems like, again, I feel like these guys must have played each other in practices or something too, because it seems like they know quite a few gimmicks already. Look at Omega. He even tries to make a bit of a play for himself. Actually pushes all the way through A stairs, so that creates a big opening right now. So they're just going to take advantage of this. They're not even going to hesitate. They're actually looking like they might even try to commit to it. Now that the nades are starting to fly through, they're like, okay, hang on. Let's collect our thoughts a little bit more here. But you still have 2 players here from 3BL and radio. Maybe another re-aggression from Hunt, and oh my goodness, a bit of a misread from him. He thought he was going to have it easily, but there's Losha. That's exactly why they wanted to go for it. I think the timing was just slightly off, but there it is, that trade back from Losha. That's huge. Dropping the bomb now. Cannot be able to find this third, so Jaguar able to clean up the trash a little bit here. And all of a sudden now, 3BL down to 2, but again, the HP is looking good for them, but Imperium with the man advantage. Noxlin is critically low here, so this is not the best position for him. And now Noxlin should be able to find this easy kill in the Jag, and that's the planter goes down quick and easy. 1 minute and 10 remaining here, Sekio, and this is where now they're going to have to do something big.
Yeah, Frapsy should drop something here, and he immediately delivers. Sad is out, and now it's Noxlin versus Noxlin, and man, this is gonna be hard for Imperium one, since he's pretty low in HP. He doesn't have the C4, and he has to fight it off since it's already on Noxlin's side. He hears the steps, he hears the metal change, and he immediately goes for it. Another round for 3BL, and a good way to keep the game running. And you love to see when the games are pretty close to each other. And now we're going to another fight, but this time it's gonna be only Frapsy versus Omega.
Oh
he whiffs a lot of shots to end that on 3BL side, throwing some smokes, but here immediately transition to the A, and the question will remain, can Imperium solve this solution, or will 3BL get the advantage over this round?
Yeah, I feel like for Frapsy, right? I mean, if he would have been able to find that kill, that would have been absolutely huge because, again, it just felt like a whiff. It just felt like he wasn't able to hit these shots, and then that cost, and it should have been a 5-on-4 the other way around here, right? So it's unfortunate that the whiff of shots kind of cost them an opportunity here, maybe, but you can see that there's a little bit of aggression coming through now, so we can see that Jail's looking like the plan of attack here from Imperium. Now holding the tight angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops them all up. That's a triple kill. 3BL now put themselves in a decent advantage here. Now Imperium, they're going to have to figure out a different little bit of a game plan. 3BL have now been able to find a small buff for themselves on their map pick, but it has been challenging. Let's not forget that even the scoreline, despite the 2-round advantage, it has been labored, and Imperium, they've been really making 3BL work.
They did, and at this point you'll see them actually going for the A side, committing to the play, dropping players, dropping 2, make it 3, and it looks like 3BL are here for a revenge after what happened in game number 1. They don't want to have what happened in game number 1 into their name, like, yeah, you went into 3, but this map, Subbase, belongs to us. Yeah, you might win for a distant versus Vitality. I don't know how would I say that, but they're not Vitality. I'm just kidding.
No, that's a big statement to make for sure. Yeah, that's a big one. No team is quite Vitality yet, I would say. But we've seen them tested before, but 3BL, thankfully can a little bit of sigh of relief right now. They're been able to get themselves a 3-round buffer. Like I said, it has been a lot of efforts to get to this point though, but Imperium seems like that gas tank could be a little bit more empty than I thought maybe, but still they maybe, if they can be able to find themselves another round, maybe even the 2, I mean, that'd be a great way for the transition here for the GR side for them. But 3BL, if they can be able to, get any more of a lead, this is definitely going to feel really good for them, especially on their map pick. Nice work from Noxon, being able to find the 2, maybe find this triple kill. Again, just spamming the smoke through the doorway. Frapsy looking his darndest to be able to find this kill. Finally gets a little bit of revenge, but it's only 1 kill, and then he's 1 and done. Now Damp is going to have to do something big, and again, it's just a matter of time before Hunt, another kill as a backstab. This is now 2 in a row that Hunt's been quick on the heels. And now 3BL got themselves a 4-round lead.
And an important one, something that I don't really get, why actually Jaguar went for the air flying move, trying to jump over those guys, and the answer is, it doesn't make any sense. Like what's happening here for Imperium, Noxon is just laying them down and just shoving them to their grave. Damn, at least went for a trade, but it's a 3v1 situation. In a blink of an eye, makes it a 2v1, and actually, if a guy can do it, it should be done after the ace he got previously in the broadcast, but like, yeah, it won't be the same. 7-2 into the first half, and that's not what Imperium were looking for.
Yeah, and again, it's maybe, I kind of made the comment before for Imperium where they're on Black Widow, and I was saying, like, look, a clear demonstration of a map pick going their way. It's feeling like that right now here for map number 2, right? 3BL are really making a bit of a statement here. They're doing a great job. I think 7-2 is the final score. So, I mean, look, they only need 3 to be able to solidify themselves going into the 3rd and final map, which would be quite important. But nonetheless, I'm going to have to see if they can maintain it.
And we're still in game number 2, Subbase, and this one is looking a lot better for a team like 3BL. Of course, they had the win versus Nemesis yesterday, and now they are kinda struggling versus Imperium. Of course, that was in the first map, and as you have mentioned, it was Imperium's map pick, so it makes a lot of sense. They picked the map, they know what they're doing, and they're trying their best to be part of the picture, and they are definitely are. Hopefully, like, I hope that they don't go for the promotion relegation again after what they're doing. Like, they had a really decent run, I would say, in the season 1. Like, they had only 1 win. That helped 3BL to secure their spot in the playoffs, but other than this, they didn't have what it takes to stay on the same place. They went to promotion relegation, and now they started the season with a banger series versus a team like Vitality, like the top dog, that team that runs the place. Of course, that's something to put into consideration. And now they're playing versus 3BL, winning the first game, and now I don't know how will it go for this team. We still have a long season, but I'm gonna keep my eye on Imperium and waiting what they can actually bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it is just kind of wondering, right? Because now with the 7-2 lead, it's thinking like 3BL had themselves in a really great position to, again, just getting this map done, and then we kind of reset all over again for the third and final map of Port, right? But we'll have to wait and see, because again, this tiny little bit of a break, you know, informal break, I guess we can call it, is it might be just enough breathing room for Imperium, and all it takes is getting 1, maybe 2 rounds initially here, and then 3BL could get a little bit, I don't want to say shook. I mean, they have a lead, but that might be just enough to get the fire going a little bit here for Imperium, because that's what they did really well, right? They were coming out the gate and just making a statement. So now we'll have to see what they can do on the GR side. This is a lot of needing that firepower to get caught up a little bit more here, and it seems like Frapsy might be the one tested. Is he going to be ready for it? He does find that burst, and actually Damp is able to save him as well. Good counter flash is getting thrown here for the defense, and Noxon is able to find this one kill. Can they find more? Nice little bit of a shooting gallery right now from the 3BL camp, and look at that, Noxon being able to find himself that double kill, if not the triple. So this is looking already better, and now just leaving it down to Jag by himself on the 1-on-3 in a tough situation. And again, he's got some time to work with, but now at the choke point, they're going to know exactly he's in this position, and he could just be a dead man walking at this point. He's going to have to be picture perfect for the shots. He's trying to get this utility, seeing if anybody overextends. Noxon might overpeak this. The nade could be enough, but the gun will do the damage. Now he needs 2 more. He's starting to make his way down the stairway. 12 seconds remaining. It's not going to be enough time, indeed. And there you go. 3BL will continue on.
Yeah, immediately 3BL picks another round, and the thing is, like, at the start of the round, you saw the multi-kill that been dropped by Imperium players. It felt like, yeah, Imperium might just get over with this round quick, but the thing is, Noxon just stepped in and, hello guys, let me get my multi-kill. I got the triple. He left out, and it helped a lot Team 3BL to get this round. Jaguar is just making a lot of noises here, but being that noisy man just picks a kill. But Noxlin again and again and again takes a double kill, going for the triple, I believe. But Lucia here drops one more to 3BL. It's between Lucia and Noxon, and if other than those two players, you need to put them into consideration. Like, they are really good riflers.
Yeah, they really are, and now we're starting to see that, you know, like you said, Noxon's actually having himself a really good game so far, and really starting to pick up the kills when needed. So there we go, 3BL being able to put themselves on the map point. So 9-2, and we could even be almost, maybe, unless Imperium can't find this round, I mean, this could be almost a very similar course of action here with like 10-3, maybe 2, and then we go to Fort, but we'll have to wait and see. So now the gloves are off one more time, and we get to see Noxon does find that opening duel against Noxlin, and now Sad should be able to take down Frapsy. He does. This is just back and forth. The teeter-totter is not looking like it's on one side. It seems to be a little bit more for the time being on Imperium's, but now it's dead even one more time. The 2-2, with just under 2 minutes remaining. C4 is going to get planted, and now, well, maybe he won't even plant it. He's actually going to go all the way around. This could be big brain thinking, and now Laz and Jaguar have to do something big, but they're actually going to retreat this and reposition themselves. Interesting.
It's so hard. Still, looking at the minimap, you still have Noxon alive, and that guy doesn't mess around. You need to be careful. Like, if you whiffed one shot, you know that he's gonna take you red hand. The Jaguar is also pretty low on HP, Sad looking for the peak here across the stages, holding the radio and also holding the stairs, making it a 2v1. Laz is the only guy left alone, trying to make the ninja defuse, and Noxon drops a quad kill to close this game out. Man, like, if you're gonna call for a An MVP for this map. I should keep an eye on that player. Like, he's always with the multi-frags dropping. I don't know. I believe he got 6, maybe 7 multi-kills in this map. Or maybe even more. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it definitely feels like both these teams trying to make a bit of a statement, and it's a very interesting best of 3 just because now, again, we get to see both these teams playing their map picks. Clearly, they're better maps. Clearly, they're very good on those maps. And now we get to go to third and final, which is going to be Port. So now that kind of raises a bit more questions. Now, like we said, it's all dead even, and it's all down to this last third and final map here for the second series. But look, we'll let Penguin and Elfish Guy bring us through the action, a little bit of a recap for probably one of the fastest maps we've had in a long time. So, boys, let us know.
Yeah, certainly I'd say the fastest map of the season, which is maybe not a whole lot of a statement considering we're only into day 2 of the season. But man, I feel like we haven't even watched a map. You know, they've just extended our segment. They're like, oh, you guys didn't talk enough. We need to like do another pre-map for map 2. That was crazy. That was like a 15-minute map. So I think, you know what? I think that perfectly encapsulates though what I'm trying to get across about these kinds of teams is that they can have these like awesome maps and you're like, whoa, this Imperium team's pretty good. And then they go into map 2 and you're like, whoa, this
Imperium
BBL
team is
team's
not that
pretty
good.
good. Like, it just,
Yeah.
how is it possible to have such a dominant map 1 and then such a dominant map 2, but on the other side? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it's the thing is, I've mentioned that we've seen the Black Widow from Imperium very good, but the thing is, 3BL, they didn't practice Black Widow at all, or maybe they didn't play it at all, and this is their first time playing Black Widow in this year, so it didn't turn out very good. Maybe they had few things to do, but maybe they had few things to practice and they couldn't do it. But we cannot exclude 3BL from being the team that can just come back and get the win over Subbase. But I didn't expect Subbase to be 10-2 because I know that for a fact that Imperium plays Subbase very good. They know how to use vents, they know how to use the lurks, they know how to use the woods, and we've seen this maybe in the couple of rounds from Imperium, but 3BL, they just replied for this Black Widow win because I said it was the most convenient win in the season so far. The Black Widow game was 10-3. Now this is the most convenient win so far and the fastest as well. It's 10-2. The 3BL, they did nothing different, they did nothing special. All they did is just they got their confidence by aim-wise fights that they did versus Imperium.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, 3BL, we knew that they had that in them, to be fair. I mean, I think again across the board, obviously we'll get a bit of a look at the set summary in a second here. You know, they really were fragging, right? A bit of a return to form, obviously, from Omega and Losha. Losha was good yesterday, but in particular, I think, you know, you have to say Noxon was the standout on this map, and we don't see, you know, those same numbers that we saw for Imperium. Damp's the only one really that was able to kind of continue his success from map 1 to 2, but
yeah,
the rounds few and far between. It's obviously unlikely that you're going to get a whole lot out of that one. So, yeah, it's just a kind of a tale of 2 maps, and that's the beauty of the best of 3, that now we're going into a third map and we can really settle the score and, you know, ensure that this doesn't end up being just like a one-map wonder from one of these 2 teams. You know, you do need to show that level of consistency, and so it's hard to actually make a prediction as to which way this is going to go, given the way that these 2 maps have played out. But I think surely with the momentum, you'd be looking at 3BL probably as coming into this third map with a little bit of an advantage in that respect. I have no doubt that Noxon's going to be taking away the MVP for this map. I think it's going to be pretty hard to make an argument against the guy that's nearly getting 2 kills a round over the course of 12 rounds. And so we'll show you that one as well. But yeah, look, I mean, obviously thinking about map 3, I think Laz said it was Port. If that's correct, then
yeah, it's going to be Port. Yeah.
Again, you're going to be wanting to start on the GR side, you'd imagine.
Yeah, the global side is going to be Imperium. It's going to be tough for 3BL, honestly. They need to... look, it's double-edged weapon. To start on the global side or to start on the Blacklist side. If you start on the global side, it's double-edged weapon. As we saw from TEC, that they started on the global side. They didn't get that much rounds that they needed in order to close the game. So they went on the Blacklist side. They were so pressured. They couldn't do their things. They took the tactical pose. Yes, they won couple rounds, but still lost the map. It's the same going to be happening to Imperium now. They started on the global side. 6 rounds at least needs to be secured by them in order for them to beat 3BL on this map. We haven't seen 3BL playing port yet. Maybe it can be shaky as Black Widow, so we can see Imperium winning, because it's now 50-50. There is nothing called this is the better team or this is the team that's had the upper hand, so it's 50-50 between both teams.
Yeah, 100%. And look, again, this is a very important match for both of these teams to pick up. I look, 3BL have got themselves a win already this season. Imperium do not, so there's the chance for obviously for this to be 1-1. There's a chance for this to go 2-0 for 3BL and 0-2 for Imperium. But, you know, you want to be picking up these kinds of games against like-minded competition, because the matches against the Vitalities, against the Titans, against the Unknights, against the Nemesis, they're going to be the tougher ones. This is where you get your points, in theory. Maybe only for one of these two teams. We'll find out who that's going to be. We're going to take a break before we do get there. It is going to be Imperium and 3BL after this one. All right, welcome back on in. Things are kind of heating up here between 3BL and Imperium. I don't know that we necessarily expected this to be going to a map 3 after what we saw there on map 1. But had the roles been reversed, you know, I think we would have gone into that second map if 3BL started so well in the first and said, well, 3BL is going to 2-0 this. So either way, I think there's an argument to be made for both of these teams. You said yourself, Penguin, 50-50 for this one going into the third map. But now it's time to put your money where your mouth is. You've got lots of money. So where is your mouth going to say it is going? Is it Imperium or is it 3BL? This is for $1 million bajillion.
Well, look, Imperium, they only had one bad map since they started the West League. However, 3BL, they have the same. So I would go for TBL based on the experience, and the guys just showed a very strong performance on some base.
All right, well, we'll see. Maybe Laz and Sekiro have a different opinion. We'll hand it back over to them to finish off the third map.
Well, we always have different opinions, but maybe sometimes we have similar ones. But look, to be honest, I'm not 100% convinced. We only had a few minutes of a break, but I think what I'm going to say is that I think 3BL still can get themselves the win. I think that I'm a little bit more convinced. They got the 10-2 on the second one. Now they're probably looking a little bit better. Again, Black Widow was kind of just a bit of a write-off. 3BL have been able to get themselves, you know, pretty decent standings last season. So I'm going to still say 3BL. Sekio, do you have any differing thoughts or second opinions on this?
So, like, I thought that they can close the entire game on sub-base, but, like, once we got to port, like, I feel like, it's kind of closer to 3BL. I'll still give it that both teams are almost struggling. They have a lot of rookie players, so anything can happen. So we'll see how it goes between those teams. Still, 3BL, new structure for their team. We still got Laz on the action from the side of IMPERIUM. Or we'll see. Yeah, actually, he is still part of the game. So you have the substitute for the full series versus 3BL. They are on the match series. I hope that they have something in their pocket. They're playing with a double sniper setup here, which is like that makes sense. But the question is, can they actually execute on the double sniper setup? We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, and I mean, this is where again we have seen 3BL again, like just getting the recent win. I feel like it just kind of gives them a little bit more of a confidence boost, if I'm being honest, especially just playing on LAN and then just brushing off the first loss, and then they get the win. They can get really excited, you know, within the same room. I think it definitely gives a nice buffer, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we've been proven wrong before.
We'll see what's the next play for 3BL. Still holding a lot of time here. Like, I almost like those teams after their high pace gameplay, but it looks like Port needs a little bit of time to figure out how will you crack the code of the other team. But IMPERIUM, as Penguin said, they need to collect as much round as possible in the first half. They have a double-edged sword, and it looks like this might matter a lot for them. On the other side, it looks like 3BL, they're making a fake play into B side and immediately rotating into A. No other information, and also you see him trying to connect here. Lucia goes with the swing, a double man kill here, but immediately traded on the other side. Jaguar makes it even, and 3BL brings it home.
I was gonna say Noxon at first, like I didn't realize his player cam was frozen, because I was gonna say, wow, he is like absolutely locked in. Like he wasn't even moving. I was like, damn, he is dialed in. He is ready to just, you know, kick down the door and win this game. Like he doesn't care about anything else right now. So I was like, never mind, just kidding. I'm just old. I'm an unk, I guess. My eyes were deceiving me. But look, eyes aren't deceiving me where 3BL goes into my prediction with a nice opener. So now IMPERIUM, they're gonna have to do something big. They gotta go for a big swing here. I feel like they gotta do something to just get that confidence built up. You know, off the chest.
You need to go on the chest press machine to get some popping to put them with that spot. But like, actually, I'm just going to the gym, man. Like, it's always fun to have some weights and play with it. But, like, they've been gluing the weights in the rack, and like, that's a bad thing to have in your gym. Come on, guys. You don't have to glue the weights. It's not like I'm getting weaker and the weights are too heavy. They're just like super glue stuff being used there. But like, anyways, IMPERIUM versus 3BL. And at this point, they will take all the time in the world to find a way to enter the B side. It looks like Frabzy is just holding it perfectly to take those kill on their side, and Yeah, 3BL in a blink of an eye. They lost 3 players. Oh, last double down, and the final one goes into Sad. Can he survive? The answer is nah. It goes to Imperium.
Yeah, a little bit of a back and forth affair, right? A little bit of that ping pong match that we were talking about, but it's funny because we haven't really seen a whole lot of it, right? I mean, it was like flood out the gate Imperium, flood out the gate 3BL, and now it's a map that we're kind of still begging the question of, okay, can both these teams do something a little bit differently, or are we just going to see another, really, really fast map? Because I have no idea. But right now, this round is starting to look a little bit quick, and it seems like everybody's just going for gunfights left, right, and center. And now 3BL just going to pull back a little bit here. Imperium deciding not to kind of recommit on the B main swing, so they kind of play this a little bit more patiently, waiting things out. A little bit of spam here and there from Omega. He's just, testing the water, see if he might be able to find some a little bit cheeky, just creating a lot of noise. And now 3BL ready for the attack, and Imperium, are they going to be ready for this? 2 of the players actually at B have left, so this would be the best timing in the world for 3BL to go for this hit, because there's only 1 player anchoring this site.
He's left alone, but I believe that guy can just find Frabsy, and as you have mentioned, he's the only guy here, so they got the B side on their side, and they can just go for the blend and play with it. On the other side, you'll see that Imperium, they don't have much utility. Use Blink, and you drop 2 kills. Sad gets 1, Dump gets another, and it's a 3v1 situation. But Dump, I don't think that he can grab this win to Imperium, and yeah, of course, another one to 3BL. And guess what? I believe that the upcoming round will go to Imperium and will keep the pattern running.
Keep the pattern running, that's for sure. And yeah, 3BL back in some good fighting ways here. So, or 3BL back in fighting ways, I should say. Imperium now needing to get into fighting ways. So, let's see a little bit of a good B main control. A little bit here from the GR side, and now 3BL not even really entertaining the idea of B this time. They're actually playing a little bit more passive on this one. Looking for the engagement. Laz kind of overextending his welcome on that bridgeway, so is going to have to pull back on this one just for the time being. How Cookson now? Yeah. Laz my goat. We'll have to see.
The goat.
This is very.
I was talking about the caster.
No, you got to talk about the caster. Yeah, the caster all the way. But either way, double player from Imperium, underpass, and again, 3BL really haven't moved too much. I mean, they got the short control. They're just kind of posted up. Like, I think they're expecting Imperium to go for a massive swing here. Maybe Noxon's going to be the first one to go for the fight here. He's been waiting for it forever. Like, let's not forget, he was the one that's sitting in the back of main, and he gets rewarded for it. So patience is a virtue. He gets the double kill, and now he's trying to see maybe a triple. But that ain't going to be the case, because Laz, magnificent player, is going to be able to find himself a good opening duel, and there we go. It's just back and forth affairs, and all of a sudden, through the thick and thin of this, it is a 2v2, and Sekio, I mean, now look at Hunt. He's actually even repositioning himself for the aggression, takes down the head of Noxon, and it's all just down to Laz. He's got himself the sniper this time, trying to see if he might be able to find a low-hanging fruit, and Hunt actually gets a little bit aggressive, and I was going to say that timing could be terrible, but no. It's an instant trade, and 3BL continue on their winning ways.
Yeah, they're keeping it on their side, and it all went down based on Noxon. Noxon just hold the place for a long time, went for the rotation for the longer one, but at this time, Jaguar can drop a multi-kill. Him and Frabsy taking double kill here, but on the other side, Jaguar will immediately fall. Laz make it a third one, and Noxon is a pretty important player for 3BL. To drop down will be a bad thing for them, and I believe we're going back to 3-2 to Imperium, since Sad is facing the entire world. Like, that's the Fantastic Four are waiting for you. Like, yeah, you can just try and go right and left, they will hunt you and they will take you down. But wait a minute, Sad might be cooking here. At least he got the first one. Makes it doable, but the problem is he doesn't have the C4, so that might be a little bit hard. On the other side, Damp is trying to use the sniper to his side, go for the bomb rotation, of course, on the other side from Sad. But will he make it? They got the information, they know where he's at. but they still know that the C4 is secured on B side. So whatever he's trying to do right now, we'll see. Still got a minute.
Oh my! I can't believe he lost that fight.
Oh.
I'm trying to see who that was, but I think that's Damp actually that missed that shot. So I'm like, this is again like it's still 2 alive, but again this is not great because that should have been over already, right? So now Sad might be able to get himself a little bit closer, but again he still has Noxon just below here. C4 is still in the back of sight here, and this is where the backstab should happen. Sad the dead man. There we go. Okay, look. Crisis averted, that's fine, but I was going to say, I can't believe Damp actually lost that engagement. I was going to say I thought he had that easily, like that's normal target practice for him, but doesn't go his way. But either way, Imperium, they make it their way. They're going to get the round regardless. A 3-2, and now both these teams getting a humbling experience on this one, and now Damp might be able to get tested one more time. The smoke is finally blooming. Maybe come on to short, not going to find any connection, and now 3BL, they actually run into a little bit of a fury because look at Damp. It ain't Damp over here, it's just absolute flooding here as he's been able to find some multi-kills, and now 3BL down by 2, so they finally take down that threat at least, but they're going to have a lot of heavy lifting here one more time, and look at Noxon. He's able to find himself with Laz another kill, which now leaves it all just down to Hunt by himself on this, 1-on-4. And he's already taken so much of his HP. This is Imperium bouncing back here with a 3-3.
They definitely are, and it all went down to the opening kills that Damp actually made. He got a couple of those, and then his team doubled down on him. They won't let his work go to a waste, but here's the question. Actually, I don't know, I don't feel like Hunt. He still got the C4, but it's 4 players or even 3 players. Yeah, he got another kill, but he still had a very, very long road to go through. And now 3BL, they need to pick this boss and see what they can actually do after the Imperium coming back mythology starting to hit. But the thing is, still Imperium, they need to grab the remaining rounds. If they didn't, I will still go with 3BL.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, again, 3BL were the ones that were able to get a good kickstart to this, and then Imperium have been able to kind of bring themselves back into this game, right? Round by round, they've been able to find a few in a row now, so it's definitely a little bit interesting, but it's good timeout call from 3BL. Like, I think, again, it gets to this point of, like, you know, you lose so many rounds in a row, it's like, okay, look, let's just cool it down. That engine's running a little bit hot here from Imperium. Let's see what we can do to, you know, cool it off a little bit. And how do we get ourselves a little bit more back into racing ways? How do we get ourselves back in a way better form? So this is just a good moment for the coach to have a conversation. These guys are, you can tell, very much listening to all the conversation right now. But we'll have to see what 3BL want to do a little bit differently here, because it would be good for them to be getting themselves a somewhat of a boost going in this first half if they could transition on to that second. But I will be curious what Hunt and both the coach are kind of thinking about the plan of attack here and what they've noticed as their gaps right now.
Right then, we're back into the game, and it looks like 3BL Galaxy, they have things that they really want to settle versus Imperium. It's 3-all currently on the scoreboard, and it looks like Damp won't let it slip. Hunt through the smokes, dropping here and now. Like, yeah, you drop the IGL after the tech bows or like tactical bows. You need to use those rounds. You need to win the round after the tactical bows. Otherwise, Imperium will be in your head. Manipulating here, Noxon is holding a really tight spot here. Actually needs some support here, spotting Lucia, and he is down. Frabzy almost got over gap, but it's not gonna be the case here. The UBS will drop him down, and it's a 4v2 situation, and I believe that Imperium, he got what they really need. But Noxon, hold on a minute, it's a 3v2 situation, so we can't say it could go to one side since Noxon is still alive. Sad is here, so those guys can still find a way to play this out. Laz drops Noxon, and now it's Sad versus the entire world.
Yeah, not going to be easy. 1-on-3, and it actually looks like for 3BL's timeout, it's not looking like it went the way they thought it was going to. It seems like it's actually potentially backfired a little bit, and Imperium actually doing a great job to maybe find themselves another round in a row here. So unless Sad might be able to find some picks here, it's going to be really, really difficult. But again, Laz goes for a nice swing, easy headshot, and there we go. A 4-3 lead, and now Imperium, you know, like I said, through the bumpy waters, they've been able to find a little bit more smooth sailing. They've been able to find a bit more rhythm on this one. This GR side is starting to be catching up to them a little bit better now. And 3BL, if they can be able to find, like I said, 1 or 2 more rounds, it'd be a really nice start for them to switch over to the GR. But for Imperium, this is going to be a good boost, just considering the BL side of this map can be tough. We'll have to see kind of the strategies they bring into this. And 3BL, not really overly committing to big strategies. I feel like they've had some nice little fakes here and there, but we haven't really seen like a full execute yet. We haven't really seen like their aggressive strategies quite yet. So I am kind of waiting for that to be pulled out from Hunt, you know, his playbook.
Those strats really matter, but I would love to take a look at Imperium. Like, those players, no one was actually taking them serious back in Season 1. They were always like the food for other teams to try to play, to test maps, to do whatever they want. But here again, in Season 2, I mean, we're still in Week 1, but they're proving that there is a major change in that roster. It's gonna be the personality, it's gonna be the outcome, but we will see how it goes for them through the second thing in this entire season. Hunt still going for this trade, knows where he's at, catches a kill. Damn, here immediately with the trade, even without seeing Bluesha, he knows where he's at to take him down. Omega is out, and now it's a 2v1 situation. Noxon is left alone versus Jaguar and Laz in a blink of an eye. Jaguar drops 2 kills after we thought that 3BL can just close it out. Jaguar said, nah, not on my watch, but now Laz can go for the backstab here, but Noxon got caught. 2v1 situation, double man big, but Noxon picks them apart and secure the round for 3BL.
Wow, what an interesting positional mistake from Imperium, but good work from Noxon to be able to capitalize on it, right? I mean, that's like a perfect lineup of both those players. And it's weird because they knew that he was there. Like, they had that information, so again, maybe just that slight little bit of a mistiming, but again, 3BL, they squeak around through that. Again, I don't feel like it should have been theirs, but look, they'll take it. And now we're back again at a tie game, a 4-4, and now we're going into the last round of the first half. And Imperium are going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Jaguar put him, you know, some really good kills to really get a good kickstart to it, but it was just not enough. But Noxon, like I said, he was looking dialed in, and he absolutely is. He's sitting at, 4-1 right now. So he's putting himself up a really good performance, since the break that we've had. But now we're going to need to see a little bit more here from 3BL. And post up one more time. They're expecting some full aggression right now. And 3M actually do have Jag that's pushed down deep. Frapsy's able to find easy little bit of a duel here in B main. And that's where Noxon's been playing it over and over again, right? Like, this is kind of their default. Now Omega goes wide with a pistol. Takes down Jag. You can see there he's blind. He wasn't able to have much sight on this. So it's a good trade back. This is an interesting position now because we can see that Frapsy's just kind of holding a tight angle. Might be able to have a lineup here eventually. But nobody's really going to contest this. Hunt is deciding maybe slowly and surely he might get some information. He might take the high ground of B main here, or maybe not. But Frapsy, if he can be able to find this kill, That is going to be problematic here for 3BL. No doubt your IGL going down, one of your star players going down. But Hunt is deciding maybe not quite yet. And now he's going to reconvene this one more time. Gets good information. I think he spotted him, so he's able to get the damage inflicted. So now Hunt is trying to do a good job of being a distraction. Look at the rotates. They're starting to happen a little bit. Imperium are biting on this now because that A site only has one player there. And everybody's starting to make the rotates. Sekio, this is a good little bit of a mastermind.
Yeah, it looks like time is ticking, but damn, they immediately went for Sad here, but Omega goes for the trade. Still a lot of fights are gonna be here. Frabzy goes for the jumping shot, dropping him down, and Imperium! Frabzy, they knew where he's at earlier on the game. Earlier on, before he went for the trade for the movement, and he sneaked back. He got the jump shot, he got the other one, and secured the Imperium, a most important round of the half. But man, I will tell you, I don't like the fact that they ended the half with a 5-4 advantage. I thought if they can just squeeze another round, 6-3 would have been a lot easier for them to make sure that they can close this game out, to have the rounds on their side. But now we're entering the second half, and I would say that if 3BL got a couple of rounds in their belt, they might just like take this round, take this game, and move forward. Imperium, yeah, they will have like been doing really good stuff, but closing the games is the most important. You need points to stay in the league. That's all what it matters.
Yeah, and especially for, you know, both these teams where, again, it's kind of the conversation about 3BL have been able to find their win yesterday with the 2-0 against Nemesis, and it's where Imperium, again, were able to push Vitality. Yeah, they lost 2-0, but they made it very, very close. Like, and again, where like both these teams are they were kind of on the lower end of the league, you know, respectfully last season, but a lot of good promise. 3BL, they were a team that did, you know, relatively decent for themselves. I felt like, you know, they had a, you know, despite the inexperienced roster, we'll say, or the young roster, they did quite well. They were able to push some teams to the fullest boundaries. But this one's been, like, again, this one's just been so interesting because, again, when these, like, different teams play each other, like, sometimes it feels like kind of the gloves come off and they're playing a little bit more, like, fearless, if that makes sense. Like, they're just playing a lot more, like, loose. So we'll have to see what happens a little bit differently here because now 3BL getting themselves in a decent position. But again, this is still anyone's game, and we're talking the last map of the series here, and then we move on to the last one for the day. But it's tough. I feel like both these teams have a lot to prove, and I think 3BL especially just because they have that win on their belt right now.
Well, they do. They just won versus Nemesis. Want to have another win, want to start with a really good record, and if they can get like 2 wins in the first week, that's gonna be pretty important to the entire roster. Will be pretty important to the organization that they got what it matters the most, like grabbing young talents, making sure that they perform, they do a lot of practicing, team house. That's really important for them. And for now, we still have, I believe, like another game for them. Probably, yeah, this week they still have the Anubis game, so they're facing a lot of really good teams in the first week. So if they can get the maximum points out of those 3 matches, which is basically winning all of them, or at least winning 2 of those 3, will matter the most for their placement in the league, since last season they barely made it to playoffs. Yeah, they had a really good run in the playoffs, but they don't want to be in the same spot this season.
Well, let's find out. First round of the second half we go for the third and final map here for the second series of today. And good nade work coming in from 3BL, being able to just catch a little bit of damage against Fetch Damp and against Damp, and now I mean this is where again 3BL being on the GR side. This is where again I beg the question about how strong the GR side can be, because I don't know if Imperium are ready for that, or maybe the BL is going to be the magic maker a little bit here for them. But I feel like that firepower I was talking about on the first map has really fizzled a little bit here from Imperium. We haven't quite seen it like we did before, but. Not to say now that, you know, everything on the line like we've both been talking about here. So we'll wait and see. But nobody's gone down yet. Again, the damage has been more on the advantage here for 3BL. They've been able to, you know, inflict something. And now Hunt finally gets caught here. So nice little bit of a work from Damp. He's able to spot him through the edge of that smoke. So not bad at all. Finds the opening engagement. Now Noxon's going to get aggressive too. He finds himself that duel. And look at that. 3BL one by one. Able to just take down some players. So this is not too shabby at all.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like Noxon is a light form of famous, like you're having famous, but like, I don't know, like a light famous. So he's starting to have some of famous rounds, we call it, we see it, and that guy might have a bright future. And the CFWL, I don't know, like he's been doing some really good work here. If he can stay consistent to this playstyle, to this kill ratio, would be a big thing. The next big thing, of course, the challenge we have here in the West League. And another round goes to Team 3BL. Even though the opening kill went to Damp, even though the Imperium started the round, but it looks like they still need to figure out how to catch another one. But oh my god, look at the steel chair to his side, and he goes for the double kill. Damp trades, but the damage been done. But Damp actually makes it equal. Like, guys, nothing happened. We're back to the 3v3, and let's restart the game, restart the round. Nothing have ever happened. We still got our util, our party, and we'll go forward with it.
Yeah, it's a really nice kill, or a really good start of the kills from Hunt, right? But then, like you said, it's the fact that Damp is able to just bounce back right away and say, like, okay, hang on, no, we're not letting this happen. So, like you said, it's a little bit more of a restart. And now 3BL, through all the situation we've been in, like now it's actually them in the deficit. So now there's a big swing from Laz. He's able to find another good kill, and there is a secondary kill coming in. So Laz cleaning it up, and I mean, now we're talking about a 6-5 lead, and Imperium again just edging out so far map number 3, but it is it's very much still on the teeter-totter. Like, this is not, again, I'm not overly convinced on one team or the other yet. Like, I still said 3BL, but originally is my prediction, but Imperium are really making a really interesting conversation for this one.
They are definitely doing it, but till the game get back, we will be waiting for a few seconds here. Alright then, since we have a little bit of a long tech pause, we'll head to a small break and get back to you with the action. So stick to your chairs and wait till we get back with the game.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh,
okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. But diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him. And a second, the pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Spoxy! One by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on the side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2.
All right, well, looks like I think we're getting back into it. So there was a bit of a technical issue, folks, so apologize for that. We were just trying to figure out what was going on, but I'm hoping the issue is now resolved so we can get things underway for this third and final map here for the second series of the day, and then we can move on to the third and final, but we'll have to wait and see because we've had some technical issues which have seemed to be our demise for this portion. But now it kind of begs the question here, Sekio, for teams to, you know, consider the fact that they've had, you know, what, like 10 minutes of a cooldown, so now maybe they've been able to collect their thoughts a little bit differently.
Yep, that will help them a lot to find a way to talk what should they do in the game. And for Imperium, I believe it was all about panicking. Frabzy got DC'd, yeah, they still have some shenanigans been happening, so I don't think that they had the right mind to talk it off what happened. But on the other side, I'm pretty sure that they had their time to their side, they did what they need, and it looks like Imperium are trying to have a small talk before they get into the game. But now, keep in mind, they still have a round advantage in their build, so they should count on that to at least grab this, I don't know, grab a couple of rounds, but if they can grab this one, that will be pretty important for them. And now we are back in a port. Looks like, oh man, like I almost forgot who's on each side, but Imperium are attacking at this point. So you need to keep an eye into damn picks before they try to commit to any play. They need the sniper opening to maintain their composure and to get closer and closer with time. But it looks like they will take as much time as possible to complete the task.
Yeah, with a 6-5 score and Imperium having this lead just on the edge here, but again, it makes me beg the question about who's going to be able to, you know, have a couple minutes to cool down, and maybe Omega might be able to still, you know, cook things up here with a little bit more premium gas, and now Jaguar should be able to find an easy duel, and he does. A little bit of a backstab, and now there's a bit of a pinch here against 3BL, maybe, and they're just going to swing this. Yeah, and look at this Imperium. They're not messing around. Laz running and gunning, getting the double kill. And now 3BL, they are getting pushed back very, very hard now. And this is where Sad and both Noxon are going to have to do something magical. They're going to have to pull up a little bit of a Hail Mary on this. The bomb's actually going all the way towards that A site. So this is actually causing a little bit more of a ruckus. And now, see that Noxon's actually making the rotates through. But is he going to have the timing here? Because Noxon just on the upper hand. And there's Noxon to be able to find it. And then all of a sudden, 3BL, they find some kills. And now all of a sudden, Noxon's going to get, backstabbed, and Laz, oh boy, he's going to pick up a quad kill. So not a bad way to start off the first round from the big break.
Yeah, go wait to get back on track. A quad for Laz, and it got to a point like he got double of backstabs, and it looks like Imperium are on the right track exactly. Damn. Landing another shot here to give them the advantage in this round. Also, it's a 5v4 situation, so like still too early in the game. You should not count 3BL out until they either lose Hunt or Noxon. So it's down, it goes down to Noxon right now, and he delivers. Him and Lucia got a double. Make it trouble, never mind. Jaguar turns everything around, and it's a 3v2. Lucia and Omega. Left to the side. Damn. Getting the jump shot from Omega to drop down after all of that to a 2v2 spot. So, I don't know, man. Like, Imperium, they had the numbers advantage. They had everything to close this round. If they fumbled it, I mean that 3BL should just automatically get the momentum and turn it around. And of course you can see the backstab here in a 2v1 situation, trying to stick, and he does it. Lucia brings the round to 3BL, like, how could they even do it?
Yeah, how do they do it? I mean, it is begging the question for sure. And again, like this getting the ninja, and like I thought Imperium again had themselves in a good position, but then 3BL are able to get some really good, strong positions to be able to win some of these encounters. So it's a little bit of a misplay that we're seeing from Imperium, where they get this lead and then they fall short of it. But again, that's great to see for 3BL to be able to bounce back into this. Again, a 1-round differential. We're talking a very, very close game still. And this thing is really, considering both maps were a bit of a speed run, now this one is taking the longest marathon to get to a conclusion, because both these teams don't want to be done with it. They still want to continue on, and they want to be able to find themselves a victory. And this would be the first victory for Imperium, if they can get it. And 3BL, if they find it, would be their second to start off the season 2.
Yeah, of course. We need to do something here. Hunt, spray and pray. But like, the full squad is going to A. Also keep in mind that Noxon is just holding the downside, holding the doors. And, well, they commit, we'll see. It all goes to their remaining util. Not a lot of nades are left with them. But they definitely got some stuns, some smokes to kick things done. Noxon go to the backstab, picks the one, and the second might be around the corner. But Hunt goes for another backstab. It all goes to backstabbing each other. And it's a 3v3. Will Hunt do it? Will see them on the other side, trying to catch the remaining parts of 3BL. The plant will be here. Lucia will be holding the place, and Laz is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, and I mean, with 30 seconds remaining still, 3BL got to get a move on a little bit here, and fights person control, and Noxon is going to go down, but it's an instant trade back, and look at Dam, he's trying to find his kill. Laz, it's a little bit of a labored spray, but he will get it done. Okay, so now we're talking about Laz. He had himself the quad kill in the previous, picks up a 2 more. So, yeah, Laz the player is definitely picking up some big duels right now. I mean, we're talking 6-1, so they only need 2 more rounds to be done with this. Now 3BL, this is where they got to get off the leash. This is where they got to do something big, and this is now, it's kind of do or die, or make it or break it at this point, I feel like, because they seem to be in good positions, and then it just, something happens where one player just finds a multi-kill, and then it just crumbles.
Mm-hmm. And it feels for 3BL after the long pause that Noxon got overheated, like he's not the same guy who's just running, gunning, picking, fights everywhere. He's just trying to maintain being a part of 3BL, composure, or trying to be the backbone, the anchor. he just can't after the long break that they had. And it looks like, yeah, Frabs is out of the picture also. Like, that's the guy here. Got like some internet issues, but at the same time, it helped the entire team. And we can see it, Imperium are going again and again into the A site, and I believe they might just go for the same play, trying to fake A push and go immediately to the mid, trying to go through Cat and play around B site. It's been always the same thing, but here we have Noxin. Actually, he's not playing with a sniper rifle, but he's picking kills 1, 2, 3, and he's going for the multi-quad. Been taken here, but not getting denied by Noxin. To drop it off, Omega will clutch this round and close it off.
Yeah, okay, we talked about somebody who's going to need to step up, and Noxon being able to find, like you said, that triple kill is absolutely huge. So, I mean, again, we see 3BL, they bounce back, they throw a jab, and they keep themselves well within the conversation. So now it's a question if they can throw a little bit of a knockout punch into this and get themselves back to a tie game, if not take the lead. And a good play like that definitely helps them to feel better. But now things are getting tighter and tighter as this game progresses on. An 8-7 now grabbed up Imperium. Not being able to really maintain a lead, you know, confidently. It's definitely getting tested in many different sorts of waters here, but now we'll have to see, in the sense that SAD hasn't been able to find too much success yet, unfortunately, and now Imperium are kind of, again, waiting things out. Last kind of expecting some kind of long A aggression, but that is not going to be the game plan here for 3BL. Instead, it's group up towards mid, and they might even try to, they might try to even put a little bit more aggression onto this than they do. So they take down Jeg. They get a free pick out of it, so now they actually can play the numbers, which is way more problematic right now for Imperium, right? Being down the number on the BL side, and you've done some damage, but man, you're going to have to find some extra kills to just give yourself a little bit of breathing room.
To be honest, I feel like they got what they need out of this big. Yeah, I would say like Hunt's pretty low in HP, but it's still the same. Once you got Hunt, you can do whatever you need with him. The thing is, 3BL, they have a lot of flex potential to play with multiple snipers, but they pick to play with only one. As you can see, Damp here is about to get caught. He's entering the bet of 3BL's place. He's surrounded. He got 3 players across his head, but none of them is actually moving. Noxon might try to hold this angle. See, Dam is waiting for another one, but Class won't be in action. Frabzy make another catch on Hunt to drop the numbers again, but it's still the numbers favor is in 3BL's side, and SAD will double it down, get the double, looking for the third, and that guy with another backstab added to his name to close the round. And now I can smell the overtime. I can see it from distant.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. And it looks like we're taking a tactical pause. I didn't know we had them left, so that threw me a little bit for a loop there. But look, I guess Imperium one more time, get it themselves a minute and 30 to figure out what they want to do here. So it kind of felt like that last round was a little bit of an overcook, in my opinion. I felt like they were trying really hard to overthink it, where this was kind of, again, like very old Anubis issues that, you know, respectfully for Jag, where that's where I kind of wonder from his experience and leadership that it's kind of tough. But I mean, now they're in the nitty gritty. This game is tied one more time, and like you said, it could very well go to OT. It feels like this is very back and forth. There is not really a clear favorite. 3BL being able to find 2 rounds in a row definitely is a nice little bit of an icing on the cake to say, but now, at least for Imperium, they can just kind of decide, okay, what do we want to do a little bit differently? No coach. So it's actually going to just be Jag that's here, and he's going to have to really collect his thoughts and make sure that he does it well, because, I mean, he's only got 30 seconds left to kind of, you know, impart some wisdom here for the guys to get something done over the finish line.
Yeah, they have Jag and Les. Both of them are pretty decent players, whereas huge experience on the pro scene, so you need to count on those 2 players. And of course, you hear that Jaguar, that he's being very talkative here, trying to figure out what should they do. Damp also giving his input, like the whole team is trying to make a full segment before they go to OT. If they can close it to OT or even get closer to OT, we will see. There's still 8 each. So anything can happen from this point, but what really matters for them, if they can't close the game, they go to OT. Because if they didn't, it would be a huge fumble in their strategy. It will be something that can just stab them and drop them down to be the team that doesn't find a way to turn around and play the game as they should, since they don't have the mental coach privileges. They don't have a lot of privileges of their organization. I don't think that they still have it, but Imperium is an indie team with players that got a dream that they're trying to make, but it looks like SAD will be shifting the sadness to Imperium.
Yeah, it's definitely shifting sadness for sure, because again, they're able to find themselves that first duel, and Noxon's actually taken down, I think, almost half his health as well. So 3BL doing a great job just being actually able to get themselves the opening duel. They've actually put in some good aggression to map control, so they have double players onto short here, which is very, very interesting. So again, even if Noxon goes down, like, you would think that Omega should be able to get the instant trade back. So have to wait and see, but Imperium are kind of expecting a little bit of an aggression. You can see them posted up, waiting things out. And now with Damp being gone, like, I mean, even just getting the opening duel like that, like, again, it talks about impact, because Damp has been the one that has been so strong for this team, right? Like, he's the guy, he's been one of the players definitely in the top 3 in this team that's been picking up some really important kills. So for him to go down early, it's a big loss. Not even just being down the numbers, it's being down one of your star players.
It feels like Imperium also is one of the teams that always like rely on individual plays, either Laz, either Damp, or earlier the last season I would say Noxon has been in the picture for this, but now they're down 2, make it down 3, and Frabzy is trying to pick them apart, but it's not going to be that easy. 4v1 situation, and yes, that's match point for 3BL, and what a way to get back into the game. Just like that, you're picking Imperium apart. You catch each one of them off guard, you close the round, and you're at match point, and that will be a complete comeback if they can just close this round.
Yeah, it really would be, wouldn't it? It would just be, again, a little bit of that fairy tale that we see from 3BL time to time, where they really can be, you know, persevere through a really bad situation. And again, it kind of reminds me of like the old 3BL, like the Vitality version of 3BL, right? Like, they were a team notoriously that can make huge comebacks. And now this 3BL seems to be doing the same thing, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe a little bit too quick on the prediction here, because Imperium now find a double kill and get themselves instantly in the site. 5 players up. You have 3 remaining. This is going to be a lot of work. You have Omega, Noxon, and Sad. The last 3 players remaining on this one from 3BL. They are going to have to be picture perfect. They have to be flawless here. Hot Flash coming in, a big swing, but no, it's Imperium that's able to just load the kill feed, and I think this has overtime written all over it. And indeed it does. We go the distance. Why the heck not? And it is going to be the first overtime of the day.
Of course, another overtime for 3BL and Imperium. I would say let them cook. Like, I love that Imperium didn't just like gave off the game and said like, yeah, we can just turn it around. They are fighting for their place, fighting for the spot, and they really want to stay in their position. Hunt, Omega, Sad, Noxon, and Lucia. There are pretty good names to be waiting a lot of good stuff out of them. They're pretty young folks. On the other side, they have the age, they have some experienced players, and of course a lot of new stuff been going on into Imperium. So an Egyptian derby that we were not expecting to be that good turns out to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, no question about it. It seems to be the banger indeed, because it's all the way to the distance, 3-map series, overtime. both these Egyptian teams fighting for a little bit of the pride, right? They want to be the one that's a little bit better, and it's not even just about just getting, well, it is about getting the win, but it's more about that brag as well, right? Just saying, we bested you. So a lot is riding on the stakes for this, and now again you get to see like the newer experience of someone like Hunt, where he's like calling the shots, a young prospect in the region, against like a veteran mastermind like Jaguar. So it's really cool to see when you look at the deeper level of the storyline, and the fact that we're going toe to toe, and what Imperium have been able to do so far early in the season has been very, very impressive, considering again they were a team that were relegated, and they came back, and they really didn't look that great previous season, and the amount of work they've done is quite impressive, to say the least. Cannot doubt that. Either way, and now it's still 5 players remaining on both these sides, and Hunt may be deciding to go for the potential swing on this, but again, they have to be careful because they know that Damp is the one that's close on by. But you have Laz underneath an underpass right now, kind of posted up, and 3BL looking like they're still kind of making a bit of an idea on the game plan of what they want to do. Losha is here on short, but again, that is Noxon that could potentially even look for that duel. He's just underneath drop. Dad is able to find engagement, takes down Frapsy as well. So now 3BL been able to find themselves 2 kills. Omega almost goes down, but all 5 players are still alive. Noxon now does finally get 1 kill, but that C4 is going to go. It is going to get planted. And now this is a really, really problematic situation. But this is where 3DL need to be careful. But great peek from Hunt. And he's able to find the double. So not bad here for the IGL, the young prospect that I talk about. He's able to come in with a big swing here for the opening round of overtime. All right, so 3BL are able to get themselves a great start into this, and now Imperium, again, what we've been able to see so far in this third map, again, like we keep using the analogy of a ping pong match, but it's like there's a lead that gets gained, and then essentially it's just, we see another team that makes the comeback, but now the question is Imperium, what are they going to do? Because they are on this GR side, they have the double snipers ready to go. This is where I would be curious if they want to be a little bit more adventurous or want to make a bit more of a play on this, but looks like they're going to still tuck their tail a little bit.
Looks like they will. And previous round we saw the double kill coming from Hunt was pretty critical at some point. But now we're still going in and waiting for the entry. Triple guys are actually moving here through the middle, and I believe that one just trying to move forward, go the tight tunnel to get closer to the A spot, just to make enough noise to open the gate for the B side. And it looks like that Hunt will try to go earlier with this sniper, trying to catch anyone off guard here. Him and Noxon are still trying to find out a key to open this game, but it looks like they're wasting a lot of time, and the clock is running out. Only 40 seconds remain on the clock, and man, like, they're all about to think that they're going to B side. He's doing a lot of noises. Noxon on the other side, A side is totally clear. You will see that Damb just left the side, and now it's just open. Laz picks Noxlin, and the A side, so they're just gonna have the plant and play with whatsoever they need, but the sniper shot will land to help Imperium to have the numbers advantage, Laz.
Yeah, 29 seconds remaining, and now Noxlin should be able to have this one, I was going to say, pretty much easily. So now the time is ticking away, but this is where 3BL, they have to be with a big swing, and Omega finds the double, but gets taken out right away. Losha, not enough here. So Imperium will respond back on the retake. Plenty of time for the defuse. And we go again. This thing is a 10-10. It's an even game. And 3BL, I was thinking Omega might have been able to, save the day, the Knight in Shining Armor, but unfortunately not. But it's Imperium now that seem to have their swords a little bit more sharpened here. And we are right back to a tie game. through this second game of the whole day, or the second series, I should say, for the whole day. And now 3BL getting tested time and time again, and they have not been able to find out the right answer, the winning recipe here yet, Sekio.
Yeah, they are, and it looks like it's going back and forth between those teams still 10-all, trying to figure out what should they actually do, but we'll see. Playing pretty slow from Team 3BL, and at this point they are trying to pick Imperium apart, going for the late rotations, late plays, still holding the small tunnel. But on the other side, Damp is just ready, whether you like it or not. Once he's step in, Damp will be just waiting to deliver one of those shots. But keep an eye on Lucia, since he's been one of the most consistent players we have on the roster. Noxon goes for the wide swing, gets some information, and now we'll see the change in the rhythm, and you'll see 3BL are leaving the place, going to another direction.
Yeah, it seems like 3BL want to try to test the waters a little bit here in B, and look at how easily it is, and Omega finds himself that double kill. Finally gets taken away a little bit here, but 3BL just load the kill feed now, and it feels like this round is theirs for the taking. Unless we can see something huge from Laz. I mean, again, this is a 1-on-4 attempt. This is not an easy situation to be in, and I think 3BL have been able to find themselves another round in their favor because, again, time is ticking away. Laz has a smoke against him. Noxon's already got him pretty much in the crosshair, so Laz is going to have to be insanely lights out, but no, the light is going to shine bright, and there we go. 3BL will be able to scrape through, still on the edge here, but this ain't done yet, and we're getting things ready to go through this overtime still.
Now we're still in the overtime, and yeah, we're going to the second half, I believe. So Imperium having some advantages, 3BL just thinking about what should they actually do to close this game, but we will see. Like, we were just calling like they had the shortest game in the league, but like it looks like they love to take their time to not leave anything on the table.
Yeah, it's kind of, and you know what's funny is I was thinking about that a lot. It's like, yeah, Jordan made a comment, or Elfish guy made a comment about, yeah, like we had the quickest maps ever, and it's like, yeah, and I was like, there's a part of me that thinks that this board could go all the way just because, right? And that's the thing with these low, like the lower ranked teams, and I mean that respectfully, is just that, again, you never know. It's such a wild card of like what could happen, right? Because both them were absolutely dominant on their maps, but then when we play a map that they haven't played, that's when you're like, okay, it's a bit more of a grind, and we have really pushed this thing to the full grind. And right now, Noxon trying to be a little bit more, again, of a nuisance maker, but he actually gets bested right now, so that's going to be from Noxlin that is able to find him. So now Imperium find themselves, again, the man advantage for the time being. But look at Omega, man. He has been able to put up countless kills. Like, he has really been such a saving grace right now for these guys. Hunt gets away with a massive backstab again. He's been able to be such a pest that way. And now even Sad able to find a kill through the smoke, and it just feels like 3BL maybe have now evolved into a new form of a team, because this feels like it's on their brink here to be able to find themselves 12 and be done with this, potentially getting closer and closer to that point. And Imperium, they have no answers whatsoever.
It looks like the time is running toward their side, and of course they are in a 3v1 situation, so it will be a lot easier for them to close the game. We'll see how it goes here. But anything can happen in those games, and I mean anything. You know it, I know it, we all know that. Like, those teams can just string up something that you have never thought that could ever happen, and voila, here it is on the table. Deal with it. Of course, Imperium, they still got a long road. They need to fight for it. 2 more rounds to at least get closer to 3BL, but at this point, see how it goes. Hunt here still going for the aggressive play, gets rid of Noxlin to get the numbers advantage to 3BL, and they're just trying to close this game, get another one, and it all went to Hunt. He got two, he dropped down, he did his job done, and it's time to move forward. 3v4 situation. How can they finish this round?
Yeah, you bring up a good point again there. 3BL are really just trying to get this thing done, right? They want to get it with a bow on top and finally just be done with this best of three and getting themselves a 2-0 here for the league. But again, you know, Hunt with his good efforts here, being able to, you know, cause a little bit of a distraction, good kills and everything. But they still have Damp, you still have Laz to worry about, these two players here from the Imperium side. And Jag, I mean, again, he's actually been able to have himself a really good performance. Again, he got that MVP in the first map, right? Like 3.25 KD. So let's not take it away from him, but sad. He needs to be able to find something. Again, he's kind of getting some shots. He's missing them, so it's not going to be great. So now it gives Imperium some more room to work with. And sad, it's a free kill. So, I mean, that could be costly for this round. I mean, 3BL, again, they have the man advantage, or they did, I should say, but now it's back to a dead even of a 3-3. Bomb's going to go down, and now Imperium, they have to do something big with this. And I mean, Laz looks like he's kind of going for the play of potentially pushing through the smoke, but no, he decides to just play this a little bit more conservative. Goes for the swing, gets this duel, and 3BL cannot seem to close this out. And we go another round as we have to. And all of a sudden, we're talking either golden round or it's done. So, I mean, we have to wait and see. But 3BL, or Imperium, I should say, are continuing on with the way that this whole third map has gone. Back and forth.
They just want to push the gas to the limit. That's what Imperium are going for, and I feel sad for him. Like, he kicked off the round on a perfect way. He just started it, picked the double kill out of a crazy play, I would say. And after that, you left your team with a 4v3 situation that they managed to fumble. Yeah, it's fine, it happens a lot, but not the way that 3BL lost it. And the thing is, I believe that 3BL are holding strategies, because I don't think that they practice everything after adding Lucia to the roster, since they had, I would say, Noxin play with a sniper. They had the triple sniper strategy, which I believe only 3BL played it in the port, but we will see what happens. Damp with this big shot here, but gets Frabzy to support him, and it looks like they are fully committed to this push. Omega finds one, gets the second, Hunt trades it off, and we're down to another 3v3, make it 3v2. Oh, actually he whiffed this shot, but he got the kill. Noxin still holding his position, didn't even flinch after he saw his teammates drop down.
Yeah, still with the 2-on-3 with the advantage here for Imperium, or the man advantage, I should say, is definitely creating a lot of an opening here to push this thing to the golden round. And sad, he's actually that's a little bit more aggressive than it should be. And again, I don't understand the play. It's just giving up a body that you don't need to. And now Noxin, he has to tuck his tail in the corner. And again, he finds this one, but maybe it's a bit too early, because now he's still got two players to go against, and he's going to have to absolutely pop off. And unfortunately for him, he gets caught in the crosshair for Laz, but we go the absolute distance. Last round of this series, and it is here and now. There's no more rounds to be done. This is the last and final one. Who is going to take the final slice of the pie?
Who's gonna take it home? But it looks like 3BL are finding the best round for them, but a lot of shots been taken back and forth, and now we're down to a 3v1 dump, left alone versus 3 players of Team 3BL, and it looks like it's going back to the Upper Egypt, going to 3BL, Omega, Sad, Noxin. They have only one thing to do, and it's killing them. 1v3 situation. Can he do it with the sniper? Drops the first, goes for the second, but Omega closes them up, and it's a 2-1 for 3BL. What a comeback that's coming from those guys.
Yeah, wow, what a journey to get there, right? A 13-12 to be done this, and I mean, it was a long path. I mean, 2 quick maps, and then this one felt like it was a whole new series all over again, but nonetheless, 3BL will be able to find themselves their second victory of the season, I should say. But again, Imperium definitely giving us a lot more to talk about with them, and they're looking very, very impressive. So despite them being 0-2, I mean, you still have to remember they push Vitality to the distance, and they push 3BL to the distance. So I think, again, a lot of good sights to see from Imperium. Very well, and excited for them for the rest of the season. But 3BL are definitely coming in, making a statement, now being 2-0, taking down Nemesis, now taking down Imperium. So not a bad little bit of a feat for them to be in. And we'll let Elfish and Penguin talk about it more because, look, I mean, we've been talking a lot. It's been a long series. So, guys, give us your thoughts.
Well, I mean, my thoughts are we had perhaps two of the fastest maps of the season.
And the longest map.
Yeah, the fastest map of the year even, and then the longest map of the year. Obviously, there was a tech pause in there as well, Penguin, but man, that's got to feel bad to win map one. What was it, 10-2, and then lose the series in that fashion.
Well, yeah, we mentioned that the first map is not the we're not gonna judge on 3BL's performance and also on Imperium performance based on the first map, because we know that the first map, sometimes things are not going well, and we've seen that 3BL nothing was going well for them. However, Imperium played very good. In my opinion, Imperium has been playing very good so far. If you look at the games yesterday and if you look at the games today, they had only one bad map. They played like 5 maps. And they had only one bad map, which is Subbase versus 3BL Galaxy. Other than that, they just played very well, and we've seen how good they played. Looking at the game, 3BL, they started very good. They started 3-1 on Blacklist side, and you remember what I told you, if you're just up on rounds on the Blacklist side, then it should be an easy game for you. But then suddenly 3BL just decided to come back to the 3BL Season 1 2026 and just rushed down randomly versus them, throwing 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then they took a tactical pause. Their coach, finally, he calmed them down. They will be able to claim 1 round, which was the slow round that they claimed, and then they went into 5-4. But if you look at that, when they went to the globalist side, Imperium was way better than them. They were consistent. Why I'm saying they were better? Because they were consistent. They were doing the same thing over and over. And instead of just having 2-3 random rounds that like what we have seen from TBL, because TBL, they played very structured in the first 4 rounds. And then suddenly, 3 rounds, just random pushes. Push mid, as you can see now, 1 push mid, 2 push A long, 1 push AC. Everybody's just trying to do whatever he wants. They thought that the game is theirs because they have 3 rounds on the Blacklist side, and then suddenly they face a monstrous team coming out from them on the Blacklist side. So shout out to Imperium. At the overtime, it was a couple of throws by Hunt, in my opinion, but luckily he was able to bring them, because I've seen him getting 1-2 rounds and then he go sacrifice himself for them, and then 1 round he got 1-2 kills and also he sacrificed himself for them, and they lost both rounds. And then Imperium came with the iconic throwing round, which Anubis knows, 3BL knows about it. It's the fast belong push on the golden round. You can ask Anubis about this, you can ask 3BL guys about this, and now we can ask Imperium about this, because it's gonna be punishing them so hard if you push fast belong on the last round. And that's the 3rd golden round they lose on the same week. So I just feel so sorry for them.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of effort to go to just to end up kind of walking away disappointed. I don't know how long that series ended up being, something like a few hours, but here's how it shook out on the final map, and you can see 30-12. So quite a bit of parity in this one, but notable performances being damp over on the side of Imperium. Laz there as well. Quite a good series from Laz, I think, in general. So, if that was like a trial or a test run or whatever for Imperium with Laz, then I think he's kind of gotten the tick in the book, even though it is going to be a loss today. And then over on the side of 3BL, Omega and Noxon being the 2 to kind of lead from the front in this one. And I wouldn't say that's too big of a surprise. I think they've definitely been 2 standouts for 3BL. Noxon was very good throughout the series, just in general. Obviously, Omega stepping up when it was required. It's good to see for 3BL. In particular, that they've been able to find themselves the back-to-back win for this week. I mean, that's the exact start to the season that you would want. Has today been a bit of a shaky win? Sure, but as you sort of mentioned, they played a lot of good maps of Crossfire, and that's kind of going to continue to compound upon itself if they continue to find these wins. So I'm sure they're actually feeling pretty happy with the proceedings so far. I think their match tomorrow, if I get the
on the night
schedule up. Yeah, I mean,
It's
No,
last
3BL
game
plays
versus
Anubis tomorrow, as far as I know.
Yeah. Anubis? Really?
That's
yeah,
what-
Anubis.
that's
Yeah,
what it
maybe.
says here.
Okay.
But
then it's Anubis. I guess it's last game. Yeah, they have a quite hard matchup. That's why they needed this win today, because otherwise, if they messed up tomorrow, then it's going to be a very tough week for them. Although they had the start win versus Nemesis, and then imagine going 1-2, and your only win is versus Nemesis. They're going to be asking a lot of questions. But now, yeah, they got the win. They're going to be cheating tomorrow. They have 2 wins out of 3. Anubis also had a very good game today, so it will be a banger. That's the real derby, we call it, or the Egyptian derby that we're going to be watching tomorrow. 3BL versus Anubis. Omega, yeah, we mentioned he had a very good games, and he was the savior on the global race round. Nobody else saved 3BL Galaxy except this guy Omega on the global race side, because he had a very good, let's say, the first blood usually on the global race side. And on port, if you get the first blood instantly, I feel that if you are playing Blacklist and someone kills you, you feel just so disappointed. So that's what always Omega went for. He went so aggressive to get the first blood and leave, get the first blood and leave. So well played by him and well played by 3BL Galaxy. However, I'm so impressed by how Imperium perfectly played the 3 maps. Okay, the 2 maps, not the 3 maps, because Subbase was not that good.
yeah, look, end of the day, we do need to talk about our MVP. We, of course, have Noxon, who did very, very well across the board. And, well, yeah, as you can see, not too much of a surprise that he picks up the MVP. Solid KD, kills per round, solid as well. And, yeah, happy days, most definitely. I think, again, you know, this is a little bit more what I want to see of 3BL. At this stage, at the moment, you know, I think we kind of want to see them, again, go from strength to strength to strength. We talk about them as a team of potential. Have they reached that potential just yet? I think definitely in some of the maps. Obviously, in other maps, they're kind of letting themselves down. I'm sure that'll be a conversation that we kind of want to have when we do get an interview here with 3BL, and you know, hopefully that won't take too long, because I think they're just such an interesting team, right? Where they can go from high highs to low lows, and you kind of
lows. Yeah, it's just
kind of
the roller coaster
why is that
emotions.
possible?
Yeah. It's just a roller coaster emotions if you're watching 3BL. It's just like ups and downs, and you cannot say, okay, the guys are doing very good, or the guys are just having an average day, or the guys are just doing so bad. It's just ups and downs every time. However, somehow they managed to get the win today, and I told you that Imperium they throwed the rounds on the gold. They throwed the round on the golden round, because pushing B long fast versus a well-structured team like 3BL is just like you're committing suicide in the game. So I guess it was not a bad experience for them. They will learn. We said the past 2 golden rounds they will learn. So I hope after the 3rd one they will learn if they went into another golden round.
Yeah. All right. Look, let's get Hunt into the conversation. We've had enough chatting back and forth. We can get the answer to some of our questions here as we do welcome Hunt, obviously, from 3BL into the conversation. Congratulations, mate, on the dub. I'm sure you're pretty happy with how things went today.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, yeah, we're happy and sad at the same time. Our performance wasn't the best, but yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'll quickly fire one off to you, and then Penguin can have his question as well. I mean, look, you got dominated on map 1. I think there's no question about that. But then being able to bounce back into map 2, what was, you know, the conversation going from map 1 to map 2?
Map 1 is like Black Widow is very new to us, especially for me as an IGL. It's very new map, so I never played it in my life. I guess once or twice in a tournament. So, and we are just practicing it for like, we started practicing this map for like 1 week, and when we started banning the maps, we said, why not, let's play Black Widow today. That's why.
So I'll echo Elfish on one thing, that you guys, after losing the first map, you made a full reverse sweep, but it was not a normal reverse sweep that we're usually seeing every day. You went to full distance and into a golden round. Does this count as one of your best wins among your career? Because it was so intense for you, especially that you were playing versus Imperium. They were relegated before, and they're playing with Substitute, and you needed this win. Otherwise, the win yesterday will not count for you as anything, because you're going to be pressured playing Anubis tomorrow. So does that count as one of your best wins on your career?
The win actually today was important, and thank God we won. But actually the match was very hard to us, especially on port. Imperium improved so much, and we didn't expect this improvement. That's why.
Yeah, 100%.
So we're happy actually to win, yeah.
I mean, I think we were surprised at how well Imperium played as well.
Same.
So have to give them some congratulations, but of course more so to you guys for picking up the win, Hunt. I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you very much for your time, and go celebrate.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, as
Yeah,
expected,
man,
right?
fair.
Well, Imperium played well.
Yeah, and he said that it's the Black Widow map was just a practice game for them. They're just doing like we used to see. I didn't get used to it, but however, they showed the dominant performance on the next two maps. However, Imperium, again, I want to mention these guys are doing very good. I want them to continue. These guys were like around 3 rounds, only 3 rounds away. Imagine you are 3 rounds away of getting 2 wins.
Yeah.
It's not 3 rounds away of getting 1 win
Yeah.
or 1 map. It's 3 rounds away of getting 2 wins. They could have been 2-0 right now. So
Yeah,
it's just
and
so
that'll be
hard
something
crushing for
that's
them.
going through their brain, isn't it? Like, you know, they obviously have to deal with that over the next
Yeah.
couple of days and keep thinking about it when they're trying to go to sleep tonight. But hey, it is what it is. That's what separates the best teams from the rest of the teams. And we've got one of the best teams, in theory, in Vitality playing next. And then obviously we have Swamp as well up against them. Now, Vitality struggled a little bit yesterday. I think we want to see them bounce back with a strong performance today. Also would like to do the same. So a big match coming up for our final game of the day. Don't go too far away. 10 minutes. We'll be back again for some more Crossfire. So see you then.
They have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
For free, what they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. They're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post blind, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stay.
Welcome back on in. Final game of the day here for CFWL Season 2, day number 2. And it is hopefully going to be a bit of a banger. We have Vitality and Swamp coming up. And I think there's a lot to sort of break down based on yesterday's performances for these two teams, Penguin. We had Vitality that started off with what seemed like on paper a very poor performance against Imperium. After what we saw today from Imperium, maybe you can give them the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, Imperium are pretty good. And on the other hand, Swamp got themselves a loss against TEC, although it was a pretty close loss. So again, you know, these two teams, I think, still a little bit rough around the edges coming into this season.
Well, Swamp Gaming, they had a roster change, and I don't know, I still don't know why they made this roster change, why LSN is not playing instead of Imagine. Of course, Imagine is a very good player. However, we can see that Strong Gaming, they still have LSN on the lineup on the roster. I believe maybe he's having some troubles, or maybe he's not here. I hope he's here right now and we can see him, or get to see him play again, because we've seen a very good version of Strong Gaming lately, at least. If you're talking about maybe phase 2 or maybe after that, also on relegation they played very well, and I heard that they made a very good reverse sweep on one of the open teams. They were losing 2-0 and then instantly they reverse sweep 3-2. So if they keep playing with the same roster that we've seen them before, I believe that they would have improved as we've seen the improvement coming out from Imperium. But I can see that Imagine is going to be playing now. Of course, we do not exclude Imagine from the picture, but I'm saying that having a 5-man roster that's stable since Season 1 gives you momentum, gives you more teamwork, and we've seen this by Imperium. By the way, Imperium just improved very well. Yes, they changed one player. Laz just destroyed everybody today. However, we've seen also when they played with Dres, they almost were very close of beating Vitality. So Swamp Gaming, last time they played Vitality on the opener, it was the first game. They had like they won one map, actually. They won Black Widow. and then of course Vitality just reverse sweep them. So it was like Vitality is just practicing Black Widow and trying to get used to it, but they were able to beat Vitality on one of the maps. So I believe that now, or I hope that now they can do the same, or maybe just upsets Vitality, because the upsets what we need to see, because we need to have a fair, good competition for everybody. So I would love to see a very good performance coming out from them, just as we've seen from Imperium.
Yeah, obviously what we see there from Swamp, pretty obviously going to be Imagine in the server again today. So, you know, no LSN back. Whether or not that's going to be something for the rest of the season, I guess we'll have to wait and see. On the behalf of Vitality, I imagine that there's obviously going to be no surprises when it comes to the lineup today. And look, I think, I got to say, I think that the performance yesterday was poor by Vitality standards, and obviously that's harsh words, but I think they would say themselves that they would want to be doing better than they did, and we'll have to see whether or not these five can actually bounce back again today and display some of that season topping performance that we're kind of used to.
Well, I echo you. Definitely, it was a poor performance. We don't want to be judging their whole season performance. Oh my God, Vitality is not playing the same as season 1. No, but we are talking. If you're talking about yesterday, it was a very, very poor performance coming out from them, because you're talking about the champions. You're talking about the season 1 champions playing versus a relegated team, and it was the 8th team, not even the 7th team, and just going back to back golden rounds and winning it only by their experience, because they had the better experience, not because they had the better aim, or maybe the better gunfights, as we can say. No, it was because the experience. The rounds that we've seen Imperium throwing, two clutch where both combined didn't have any HP left, and then they just went in, rushed in versus them. Okay, we know to kill them, and then suddenly Vitality kills them. That's all an experience gameplay. So Vitality only claimed the wins yesterday because of their experience, but their performance was very poor. The blacklist side was a disaster, and I mentioned yesterday that Vitality's blacklist side is just a complete disaster. And how do you know a well-prepared team? Just watch on the blacklist side. I watched Anubis on the blacklist side on the 2 maps that they won. It was perfect. It was a good communication between the team members. That's a good preparation. I watched 3BL Galaxy. Yes, it was perfect. Of course, neglect Black Widow, because Black Widow was not the best map. But I watched Vitality's Blacklist last games. Yes, they played 2 maps. Yes, they won both, but their Blacklist side was a complete disaster coming out from them.
Yeah. A couple of key players here, Kais and Snake. And I think yesterday, Kais was kind of just there, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think he was bad. I didn't think he was a real standout necessarily either. And I think for Swamp, you definitely want him to be in standout form today if he's going to be able to push the team through to maybe a map win or God forbid a series win against Vitality. Snake, on the other hand, you know, IGL, I don't think he necessarily needs to be fragging quite as hard, although he does tend typically to be a pretty heavy fragger even from that in-game leader role. Good clutching as well. So I think you get quite a lot out of Snake, and I think that's one of the big benefits for Vitality's perspective, is that, you know, you've got actually 5 people that can kind of like hold a gun, if that makes sense, in the server. You don't have one guy that's just kind of a bum but is there to be the brains. So you know, 2 different kind of styles, I guess, when it comes to these 2 players. We'll obviously have to see how they end up matching up in the server, but I do think Isis have his hands full today.
Well, they are the champions for a reason. That's the same. That's exactly the reason what you mentioned, that the 5 players, one of them can just pop off in one map, the other can pop off in the other map. If 2 players are not in mood, you can see that the other players are carrying them. So unlike maybe other teams we've seen, they are all relying on one star player. So if this player is not having his best day, then they are struggling. I'm not saying they're going to be losing, but they're struggling. I'm going to mention, of course, Anubis, one of them, Knights, one of the teams also, because Knights is also they're playing around Famous. If Famous is not having a best day, then they're struggle. I'm not saying that they lose, but they struggle. Anubis as well, if Muffin is not having a best day, they struggle. So it's not the case for Vitality. The 5 players are very good players. If you look at Swamp Gaming, yeah, the 5 players are very big names, but they are kind of they have some solo plays. They are not the well-structured, organized teams. Based on the practices, the guys are not practicing that much. They still have also a time zone issue, because they have 2 players from EU, Gen, and Awesome, and they have 3 players from NA, so it's just maybe +8, +9 time zone difference, so they don't usually practice together. So this makes the big gap between them. However, in Imperium's case, it's not an issue at all, because the guys are practicing. So we cannot compare Imperium to Swamp Gaming. Definitely we need to see Imperium way better than Swamp Gaming, although Swamp Gaming's names are just heavy and they're just experienced players, but the practice makes perfect. So Imperium are always practicing together.
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely a bit of a question mark over the head of Swamp coming into today, and there's no doubt about that. But on a individual level, if they're all firing, if they're all hitting their peak, I think they can potentially take at least a map in this series. We'll have a look at the maps as well, since we're on that topic, and see what the veto is going to end up being. Vitality yesterday were playing on New Compound and Subbase, and we saw Eagle Eye and Black Widow from Swamp Gaming. So we do get that Subbase again, but a little bit of a change up, obviously, across the board, given these are two different teams now. Ankara, Subbase, and then New Compound. So I think I would be looking at that if I'm Swamp and saying, you know what, Imperium, they almost took Subbase, they almost took New Compound. Maybe we could make something happen here as well.
Correct. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I wanted to say that Swamp Gaming is usually pick Ankara before the map veto starts, but Ankara used to be one of the best maps because of LSN, who's not here. He was the guy that he's holding tunnels and just killing everybody who swings tunnels. So he's making a lot of problems for the teams. Look, listen, if you're playing Ankara on the competitive level, you need to have 70% or 65% of your rounds on a side. That means if you're playing 10 rounds, let's say that you're winning 10-0, you need to have 6 to 7 rounds on a side only. Imagine you have one guy just denying all the pushes coming out from a side. So it was a big problem for all the teams, and we've seen Swamp Gaming defeating 3BL Galaxy on the playoff, in phase 2, because of that, because of LSN. He used to deny their pushes into a side, so they need to go to B side, and B side technically is not the side that you usually push. You're not comfortable pushing B side. There is a lot of angles to check, a lot of corners to clear. So LSN was one of the guys that's doing this for them. So will Imagine do the same? That's the question, because LSN was using a sniper and they were using the double sniper setup coming out from them, Kaizen, LSN. Now they will need it. So I would love to see Awesome back on the sniper, because Awesome was a flex player back of the days when he used to play on Lazarus, when he used to play on GV. He was the flex player. He's using sniper rifle and he's using rifle as well. So I would love to see him doing this, because that was their core strength points on Ankara, and that's what made him win on Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, look, Awesome. I don't know. I mean, I find him to be quite the explosive player. I don't know if he's maybe a little bit more down on his output this year in comparison to some previous years, but I think he's always going to be a bit of a key for his lineup. And again, I don't know. I think it's hard to sort of single out any one individual on the Swamp lineup and say, oh, this guy needs to play well today, and then they can win. I think you need to look at all five and say, yeah, they all need to be really on point, because Vitality, we know, typically are going to be really tough to beat in these kinds of group stages. Obviously, going into a match like this one, a little bit shaky yesterday. I think they will have been the kind of team that will have had a chat yesterday and maybe gone over things and sort of said, hey, look, that wasn't a good enough performance from us. And I'm kind of hoping and I would say expecting a little bit of a renewed Vitality coming through to today's match.
Yeah, definitely. And if you remember Horace, what he talked about on the podcast, that he said, I'm trying to make us as a family. If we have a problem with it, we need to discuss them. I'm definitely sure that these guys just sit together, they talk, they discuss with their coach, and they fix the mistakes, and they're going to be bouncing back, definitely.
Indeed. All right, well, that's enough from us on the desk. Let's hand it back over to the casters for the final game of the evening, Sekio and Laz.
Oh, okay, right. So we're back to the game, and that's gonna be the final one. Of course, we're seeing Ankara as the first map, and I believe that we will be heading to one of the really good games. I know that actually it feels like it should be one-sided. I don't think that they can find a way versus a team like Vitality, since Vitality are just like, I mean, they're the best.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, it's like without a question at all, right? I mean, they are clearly one of the best teams. Obviously, they've been able to have themselves a running without the league so far, and they've been able to do well at some of the international competitions, considering from the West League, you know, so it's always a good thing to see. And that's kind of the thing, like when you're the top team, like you have a target on your back. Everybody is kind of watching all your games. Everybody's trying to find all these gimmicks of what you're doing. So it is definitely a tough position to be in, but the fact that they've been able to persevere and keep themselves in this status has been very impressive. Yes, it's been a little rocky in some degree, I guess, right? We saw some ripples of a little bit of contention where they were getting pushed, but look, otherwise it's been relatively pretty strong for them. But we'll have to see, like the desk said, that this is a map where now Swamp, they might be able to find themselves a map win, but we have to wait and see. Again, they could just throw a little bit of a funny curve on this one and make it interesting. We'll have to wait and see now, but we're underway and ready to go for the first map of the series.
Yeah, maybe when they play on the NA servers, they're gonna have the ping advantage, and for a team like Swamp Gaming, they have a lot of really good players that you can count on, but like it looks like that this team needs a little bit of shuffling. They need to bring back some of the old folks, like of course Imagine. He's one of the players that got 10 plus years experience in the pro level, so that's something to be considered. And playing in Ankara, as Penguin earlier mentioned, that he can be just trying to rush the B side. It's a lot harder to play it, but it looks like the Vitality might be going for that play right now. Tazen is still holding the off angle in the middle, and 3 players are moving through Cat, and it looks like it's about to go down. And the thing is, Awesome is the only player holding the B side, so that's gonna be interesting. Jen and Josh are also charging back here now. They're feeling that they can smell Vitality, and Tazen brings the first one. It looks like they're going to have some trading here, and 3 goes for 1, and Josh left alone.
Yeah, tough position for Josh to be in, right? And again, this is where we all talked about at the desk, and you and I, it's like, look, this is where Vitality really should have themselves, like, on paper. The 2-0 should be an obvious pick for them, right? But this is where Swamp, again, this is their pick, so we'll have to see why they were thinking this is going to be a good pick for them. Well, I'm still kind of begging that question a little bit, but Vitality really not breaking a sweat. They look very much calm and collected so far. An easy opening round and able to get themselves in a decent start. And let's not forget too that, again, for even Swamp, I mean, they were the ones that were, you know, against TEC. They were only able to get 8 rounds against them on one map, so hasn't been the easiest. But Josh is trying his ways right now to be able to put up some good work here with the sniper, trying to do what he can with the TRG. But even with getting that opening duel, Sekio, I mean, again, you still got 4 Vitality players alive.
You still got 4, but Snake is pretty low in HP. But here's the thing, you can always count on one of the Vitality players to just shift everything around. Like, they have Horus, Snake, Snare, Tods, and Slayer. Those players been doing wonders through the course of, I don't know, the last 2 years, maybe more, before they were even together. So they have the experience, they have their titles, they have the run, and they will just eat you alive if you open them the chance to just play their game. And it looks like, yeah, they got the pick, they're playing around, and they're waiting on their util. Keep in mind, they still got 3 stuns and 2 flashes. Never mind, they're only down to 2v3, so not a lot of util. They're left alone. Snare drops the first one. I believe he's using it. The util won't be enough, and Josh picks those 2 kills and closed the round to Swamp.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting play too. I don't know why that we saw. I forget which player it was from Vitality, but they had the utility out and they're just like running in the site. So a little bit of a miscom. Maybe they just thought it was one player that was kind of locked in after that initial duel on the stairway. But nonetheless, Josh was able to do a great job being able to be the little bit of a boogeyman in this one. But now the boogeyman seems to be Horus. He's able to find himself that double kill and making a bit of an entry. And now Awesome is going to have to just, again, hide in the corner here. Hope that he might be able to find the timing of this one, trigger discipline. And it is a swing on 1, but can he get himself the second? And look at this, Watson right behind enemy lines. Quick and swift, and there's Vitality with what, a minute and 48. They were able to get the thing done. So 2-1 we go, and Vitality seeming to be in the winning ways thus far, so far in this game of Swamp.
Yeah, they're picking the base so high now, and for this time it looks like they're changing their strategy, going to the A side execution now. 4 players are moving, split here, trying to enter. Still, you have the toggle, you have the left anchor, but Tazen goes for it, brings the first one. The second, Horus picks him up, and now it's a 5v3 in a blink of an eye. He just missed 2 kills. You have the plant here, and yep, like, try not to retreat. Like, try to breathe. No, that's not. This is Vitality. You're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, kind of feels like it, right? I mean, just Vitality really doing a good job of just being dominant so far, and There we go. Another little bit of a cleanup. And again, very fast round. Like we're talking, what, 153. So this is where Vitality are really, really starting to make a bit of a statement. And Swamp are getting in some mucky waters. It's not looking great right now. So they look like they're going to call the timeout, if I'm not mistaken here. And this will be, again, just an opportunity for... Well, I don't know. There's no timeout. So I wonder if it was maybe a tech. But there we go. Timeout. Oh, Vitality, interestingly enough. Okay. I wonder why.
We'll see. I believe that Stray got things to say to the boys, but like, I don't know, it feels inconvenient to take a timeout after taking 2 or 3 rounds to your side, so that's something, of course, for Vitality. Maybe one of the players wanted to go to the bathroom. I don't know, man, like, it doesn't add up on my side.
Yeah, especially that you're in the winning ways. Like the one round you lost really was like not much to really worry about. Like I feel like it was a kind of a one-off, so I'm a little bit confused, but we'll wait and see if there's confirmation on that. That seems a little bit odd that they call a timeout, but I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they want to get something cleaned up right away. I have no idea, but nonetheless, I mean, Vitality are definitely putting themselves in a great position right now. They're showing their dominance. They're demonstrating why they're the #1 team, right? They're the team that won last season. They're the team that have been just so dominant the whole time that, I mean, it's now Swamp. We just have to see something big from them, and I think it was a good point that was brought up from Penguin, the fact that they don't have LSY here, that he's playing in that vent position, so it's, you know, it does kind of create a little bit of a question for me too on this map.
Of course, and we'll see how it goes. Guys are fist pumping each other, getting ready to get back into the game, and yeah, that's not a tag pose. They had some problems with the equipment, we'll see, but probably it was from Vitality's side, so yep, they still have their tech pose, tactical pose, not a tech. You got what I mean, like, they still got their bows. I don't know, man. Anyways, Horus just moving around, snatching heads here and getting closer and closer to the B side, and I believe they might just try and use some of those util or their setup to have everything settled. At least you need to use your bombs on the very back side of B to make sure that none of them is holding a sniper and getting ready to snatch some of your players.
Yeah, being able to get some hotel control here from Vitality is going to be really nice as well. So Swamp, again, already down the man. This is not going to be a good start for them, but this is where we need to see somebody like Awesome or even Josh, you know, just being able to, or even like Kai's being able to go for a really big multi-kill here. They need something, right? Like something has to happen here from Swamp's side, but they're kind of playing the 2-and-2 in the defense, which again, being down the man makes sense, but this is where somebody has to put up a multi-kill round. Otherwise, this round is over with. And Vitality got themselves a 4. Like I can't even question that right now. It just feels like Vitality has been so almost flawless this whole game so far, despite the 1 round loss against them.
Can't agree more. Kai's still waiting for Vitality. Let's see. For players, they might not be going for the split execution, but Snark just like telling him, thank you for the donation, that was pretty kind of you, you're donating another kill that will make it a lot easier for us to play. But guess what, we got the B control, we made the fake, we got you red-handed, and we will try to catch another kill while you are trying to rotate. And Slayer definitely will be taking that one. Awesome and Josh are left alone versus the full house of Vitality. Godzin will drop down. Slayer will try to get another one here. Goes for the 2v1 situation, but Josh is left alone. And he is going down. Oh. Wait a second. They forgot to plant. What happened?
Yeah, actually, again, I was kind of actually looking at, I was trying to look for a stat really quickly too, and it was, again, just blink of an eye, and it looks like Swamp are back in this, so they get themselves around somehow, some way, but imagine it's going to be able to find himself a good opening here as well. But yeah, bit of an odd round here for Vitality, so I was talking about how they've been almost flawless, but now maybe that's not going to be the true case for them, but Now we're seeing Swamp being able to win the engagement. They take down Slayer early on, so this has been a little bit awkward, a little bit different.
I don't know. It feels like it is what it is. Swamp Gaming got around, and it looks like they're going for the equalizer. I don't know. Anything can happen, and guys, double down on what I'm just saying with the double kill, but the triple will be with the snake. And a 2v1 position. He got his weapon versus 2 AKs, and that AK is too loud. Tons of damage, but can he do it with the EBR? That's the question. 2 on his side, still trying to move forward, cross the smokes, going down. He did the blind, but this time it's pretty early, not like he can be doing that here in a 2v1 situation. Jin and Josh will close another round, and yep, they go back to the starting point 3-0. To be honest, I still can't get over what happened in Vitality. Like, they basically like wasted a really tough round. Like, it was a lot easier for them said than done to just close it and go forward. But like, after what happened, it felt like, yeah, Swamp Gaming felt themselves like in a 4v1 situation. Winning the round was just like, yeah, man, that doesn't make any sense. But moving forward, we're in a 5v4 situation. But at this time, I believe that some of Vitality players might just go through mid TB to try and catch anyone that imagine will be the guy in their face. So he just leave immediately the hotel, getting back to the backside of B. And there's still 3 players in A. No information taken about... Oh, they can hear them under the water. Imagine, can he pick Slayer? He moves at the right time to get their trade, but he almost picked one from downside and another one from topside. So that won't be perfect for them. Vitality goes for the plant, and it's a 4v3 situation. It all depends on your util, the way you wanna retake the spot, and you need guys to drop one of Vitality's players, and then you're trying to commit it. You still got some util, but the time is not gonna be on your side, but guys delivers. 13 seconds on the clock, it's time to make it train bullets from right to left. No one is safe, and Horus makes it clear. 5 seconds on the clock. I don't think that they have the time to try to defuse it, but he goes with the early defuse and he makes it. Another round goes to Swamp Gaming to turn everything around on Vitality. What a win! Vitality had the numbers advantage. They got the control, but the boost planned composition was not what you wanted it to be. They went with a lot of chaotic plays, movement, and it ended up with Swamp Gaming making a miracle run. They thought like, yeah, they don't have time to defuse, they bought the time that they need, but the actual truth is like, yeah, I'm gonna go for the 1v1 and my teammate is just gonna stick it to trying to defuse. If you killed him, congrats, he got a 1-for-1 and he got enough time to defuse. Oh yeah, that's what happened. And now still 19 seconds on the clock, and we are waiting for the first bullet to land, and guys stays with us now.
Yeah, good kills going back and forth, and now Swamp putting themselves in a good lead here, right? I mean, this 4-3 is looking pretty good, and Vitality now starting to show a little bit of gaps in their gameplay. Now with the bomb down, this is where Swamp have to make the retake if possible. And you can see Vitality posted up on this. And again, with being up the player as well, this is going to be really problematic for Swamp. And there's Snake to be able to find the first, and there it is. Vitality teeing it up very, very nicely. Now it's just down to Awesome here with 8 seconds remaining. This round is already over and done with, and we're going to get that last round of the first half, and it's already looking like Swamp have again done a good job of being able to find a couple rounds in a row. Where I was thinking Vitality, the way that we were seeing this game go, I thought it was going to be a bit of a swift, but Swamp have definitely been able to give a little bit of something here on the GR side.
It felt more like, yeah, I don't want to take it away from them, like they're trying to go for all in the scoreboard, but Vitality been dropping rounds they usually don't drop, and a lot of fumbling been happening from Vitality. But I will just say, like, the ping issue also, we gotta add this into consideration, that it matters a lot when you're playing on high ping, and it might help Swamp Gaming into closing this game, but we'll see, At least Vitality, they need to close the first half with a round advantage after like dropping. There was 2 rounds that they should have never lost. They had the numbers advantage at 1, and the other one, like the 41 situation, they forgot to plan. So it all goes down to those 2 rounds that helped Swamp Gaming get into this situation, and now they're back toe-to-toe for all, and who got the trigger to take it all? That's what we are going to see. And now Snake goes with the snare, going with the trades, and that's it. They always go striking B. They know how it should be done, and they just deliver.
Yeah, they definitely do, don't they? And I mean, now it just seems like, again, Josh and Jin, they're going to have to pull something out of the hat here if they want to get this last round in their half for their favor. But Jin just kind of waiting for the big swing on this underpass. But look at Slayer. He's got a nice little bit of an inkling, but he's not able to find a shot. But Josh goes wide open, and there we go. Vitality are able to clean this up with a 5-4. So Swamp do push it to, I mean, the fullest effect on the first half. But now, like you kind of were mentioning with the server swaps and everything, like this might kind of change the tale a little bit here on this one.
Of course, and we'll see Swamp Gaming actually pulled a really good early game, like first half, and now we'll see how could they finish this game up, since I believe that Vitality got the favorite side of the map now, so I believe it should be a lot easier for Vitality to close this game, even though like the ping thing, then playing in a rough spot, not being able to use your full potential or like your full preparation for this game, but we'll see. They definitely got what it takes to close this game, I believe.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. I definitely think there's a big opportunity here for Vitality to close things off. And again, we'll have to see what Swamp can do here for the second half. But a little bit of damage inflicted against Vitality, but they're going to try to actually push out of A this time. So they're going to try to be ultra aggressive. They have Snare, that kind of on the backside here in middle, on the sideway, I should say. And now Swamp, they're going to be able to win that first engagement. Now Vitality actually decide to pull on back. They don't decide to overcommit this time. So now they're going to have to reset on their defense a little bit. You get the double in A. You got pretty much the 2 players in mid essentially. So a little bit of a triangle effect here on the defense, and just leaving for Slayer to be by himself here in this A site to be the sole anchor. Now Swamp in a position where, yeah, them being up the man, they got to be really careful, because you can tell they're really hesitating. They're not kind of really pushing on this. They actually do find a kill into Snare, so that's a good one. They might not expect a player here, and actually they do, so good read from Josh, and this might be a Swamp round all of a sudden, and it's looking like it's all just down to Snake here for a 1-on-4 attempt, and otherwise Swamp, I think they might be able to have themselves a tie game again.
I love the fact that they actually read Vitality's strat. They know what they're looking for, and voila, here you go. Swamp Gaming are back toe-to-toe, and like, I'm not saying that I don't believe in Snake, but in a 1v4, that's a bit rough to think of that he can do it. Like, doing everything, so it'll be hard. And now we're back again, which I believe Vitality this time will try to play normal defense, not gonna try to take extra land here. But I believe that player number 5, Todzin, was going a little bit further here, going for the hotel to hold a bigger spot, and that's the difference between them and Titan Esports. Titan go pretty low when it comes to defending, but Vitality likes to defend with much bigger land on their side.
Yeah, no kidding. And then there it is, Snare to be able to find that engagement against Imagine, so that's not bad at all. Josh again trying to clear multiple different angles, but look at that. Utility lands onto Josh, and he is gone. So Vitality being able to find 2 kills for the cost of nobody on their team yet, and Jin now trying to recontest, and it's just, yeah, again, all these Vitality players are starting to puff the chest a little bit. They're starting to feel a lot better about this, and all of a sudden now Swamp, it was looking good on the previous one, and now they kind of get back into some thick waters like I talked about. And Vitality, they've taken some damage on 2 of the players, but nonetheless, it gives them a huge advantage here to find themselves in a 6th round, unless we could see Kai's and or Awesome, or even the combination of them, being able to put up a bit of a mission impossible with a 2-on-5.
Now that's the first part, like, yeah, that they find anything here, and that was the trial, like they were trying to apply to be part of the crew, Mission Impossible, but we can try to do it for another time, like apply for the casting. We'll see how it goes. Like, yes. Anyways, Swamp Gaming still trying to play this time aggressive. When A said only Jen going to make some fake noise in B, and what a way to snatch Honus. Still love to see Josh from the other side, him and Imagine just picking Vitality apart, and it goes down after all of that to a 3v2 situation. Like, what a way that those guys can turn everything around. Oh, guess what? It's back to 2v2. Snake and Snare, what can they do?
Yeah, it's down to these 2 guys to be able to pull up a big clutch, right? I mean, you can have Kai's and also Imagine, the 2 players here just underneath the stairway, and 20 seconds remaining. And Imagine being a little bit over aggressive might be costly, and yeah, just some misplays here on the position, but a good way for Snake to be able to capitalize and get the M14 to full activation. So now Vitality find themselves a 2-round buffer, and things are looking a little bit better for them right now. And they're starting to clean things up a little bit here. But for Swamp, I mean, they're still getting the bomb down. They're still making things a little bit more interesting. But either way, it's not the job done yet, right? I mean, this is where Vitality, they've been getting a little bit of pushback. And Swamp have actually been able to kick things up a little bit. And Kai's putting himself at 5-2. A good performance from him so far. And now Snare's going to be able to get himself a reposition here from Underpass. He's not going to get into the contention here with Swamp. Not going to play their game. And we have the single snipers here from both these teams, so nobody going to double up on this one.
I don't feel that Vitality are going with the aggressive plays. I'm sorry, Horse, that I said that you're not going with the aggressive plays. It's in his blood. Like, he just was going to check on the waters, and yup, he found Kai's, and adios amigos. See you later. 4v5, and we turn everything around. Josh, Awesome, Jin, and Imagine. Can they break through Vitality's defense? That's the question. And till now they managed to do it once, but after that Vitality went back to their strats, plays, and now going to mid to B. Josh, big Snare on the way here. And now that's an open spot to try and contest the B side. And now player number 5, you'll see Thompson trying to remove one of the players here, trying to go for the rotation, but it's not going to be enough. Awesome going also. What a sneaky play. Picks up player, goes forward, and goes for the double down. It's a 3v1 versus Slayer, but trust me, Slayer is not a player to be playing with. Exactly, he picks 2, and now down to a 1v1, and Jen turns him down.
Yeah, wow, what a way for Swamp Gaming to, again, just kind of keep putting themselves back in this game. And again, it's easy to see Vitality being able to find these 1, 2, if not 3 round buffers, and then Swamp all of a sudden they get themselves seeing the light, and they're able to do a good job of being able to be back toe-to-toe here with the Giants. And now Vitality going to try to bombard this middle if they can, but they actually get counteracted here. Both Josh and Kais are able to find these duels. Snare looking like he might go for a late peek, and he does. So he goes down too. So now Vitality down to a 2-on-4. You have Snake and Slayer, the last two remaining players. And let's not forget, Snake is actually putting himself top fragging thus far right now with the 7-2 more recently. So this is a really, really good position for them to be in. But again, they're split apart from each other. Snake's by himself at this B site. You have Slayer here kind of posted up in A. So right now for Snake, he has to be careful. If he can keep his life as long as possible, that's going to be critical in this situation.
Important. Imagine catches Snake, but he whiffs the shots, but he takes it back away, and yep, he closes the round, and now we're back to an equal start, 7-all between those teams, and that looks like Swamp Gaming. They have a substitute player, and it looks like today is the substitute players' playground, since we have been seeing all of the teams, or like most of them, are trying to sub in some of the players, and it's paying off for Swamp Gaming, at least for now. We got the 1-for-1 trade. Snake good with the spray, and he prays and he delivers. 3k to a 1, and now it's a 3v1 situation. And Awesome, with a pretty low HP, still got a lot of heavy lifting to do. Drops it down to a 2v1. Still got the pings advantage. He got the C4 at this point, and can Snare and Todzin find him? That's the question, and the answer is just going to try to plant here in A. But keep in mind, A back, or like the backside of A, is not gonna be an easy part to try and clear, since I believe that Snare can just go through the tunnel and go there to play it out. Goes for the smoke.
Yeah, and again, the good thing for Awesome, though, is that he does have that C4 with him, right? So again, he doesn't have to like fight for that control. But now it's a bit of a guessing game with the minute remaining and needing to find something here and creating a little bit of an opening if possible. And now Vitality, you have Totson that's already pushed out through A main all the way. So again, just playing full retake. And now this is where, again, Snare should be waiting for his teammate to get the run through mid as much as possible. But Awesome is going to have to make a massive play here. He's got himself a potential of a 1v1 situation, but he actually decides to pull back on it. So he continues through underpass. A little bit of a fake diffused attempt here, and Awesome now going to re-swing this. Yeah, a little bit of the mousetrap full on here, and Vitality mess with their food a little bit, and there you go. Back into the lead we go, and Swamp, I mean, it could have been a really good attempt. I wish Awesome kind of committed all the way around through mid, but I think he was really, again, hesitating that they were both in the site, and they had, you know, essentially the opportunity for a defuse.
They did. Now it looks like Vitality are still going with the aggressive style on the defense side, trying to take as much land as possible. Let's see that Horus holding Hotel, and at the same time Snake holding the B side. Let's see some rotations here to the A part of the map, but at the same time you need to go through Cat to get closer to A, and that might be an opening for Snare to find a really, really good flank on those guys. They can't, or actually I can see through the middle that they're not even the case, but at this time they're just not gonna do that and will commit to the A side push. Fire bullets here and there, and you can see that no one is safe out of this. Awesome goes for the upper part, and they are picking Vitality apart. But guess what? It ends up in a 2v1 fashion for Horus. But when it comes to Horus, you need to trust in that guy. Guys, there are a lot of HP to play with, and Awesome through the smokes blows it out.
Yeah, I'm not, to be honest, I'm not really impressed right now with Vitality. I feel like this is just very sloppy. I mean all, nothing but respect for Swamp. But again, like we're talking about a team that, you're talking about the #1 team and one of the teams that kind of like, you know, just made it through, right? I mean, this is where you would think that Vitality should be able to have them any day of the week. So again, I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm also trying to realize, like, look, Vitality, there's a lot of expectations here. And the fact that we're going to an 8-8 in this map, especially a map like this, is very surprising. But again, on the other side of the coin, I'm not going to take it away from Swamp. However, this is a very surprise turn of events for me. I never thought it was going to be this close of a map.
Neither did I, but it looks like Vitality are struggling versus the team that they were almost relegated. So I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't feel like Vitality. They might have like some bad weeks. Their stuff happens. They might be just starting slow, but I believe what matters for them is to close on a win. Whatever the result inside the game, like they went for full distance, they did whatever, but if they close on a win, that's what they're looking for. And guys just spotted to, but actually he didn't even see them, so that may be an opening here. The stun goes, guys, between the 3 boxes. He's waiting for anyone to get closer to him. Picks the first, Horus on the left, Todson on the right, Snake and Snare. It all goes to Kai's inventory, and now it's a 4v1 situation. Todson left alone, and it looks like that's a map point for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, looks like should be Vitality probably calling this tactical this time around. And I mean, this is where I'm kind of speechless. I think Kai's again showcasing what he can bring to the server, and again, very strong player. And obviously my biasness of an NA player, but I mean, truthfully, like, even that round alone was great to see him just popping off. But it's just hard to kind of watch this little bit of a problematic situation for Vitality. Again, it just makes me worried of, like, what is going on here. Like, you have everything in the proper form for this team. You have all the right roles for everybody, it feels like, almost, but it just seems like they can't seem to figure out how to get these retakes in proper order. It feels like the retakes have really been kind of the linchpin against these guys.
I agree, and at some points it looked like they really need to just go back to the basics. And yeah, guys, check your corners. It happened multiple times that you will see a guy that is sneaking on the backside of Vitality, and he's just catching them off guard, and that happened a lot, I would say, in the course of action for this game. And now we might be going to overtime, or Swamp Gaming closing this game out. So Vitality might be losing their first game on not the first entire set, but like the first game on okay, oh wait, it was okay, alright, it might be losing the first set on this best of 3. So we'll see how it goes. Vitality, Swamp Gaming, the reigning champion, is facing some struggles here.
Yeah, and I think we were kind of talking about those struggles a little bit as well for, you know, even the Imperium games, where they again barely were able to squeak through the win. Like, they got a 2-0 and getting themselves the 1-0 to start the season. But man, oh man, was that a labored battle to get there. So I mean, now we're talking about Swamp on the brink of being able to get themselves a map win potentially, and that's where the desk was kind of saying, like, yeah, there's definitely a world we could see them being able to, you know, find themselves a bit of an upset that way. I mean, getting the series would be a lot to ask, but I just, you know, in the beginning I was thinking Vitality were looking so good, and then all of a sudden it just feels like they're running on fumes right now.
It does. And, we'll see how this game turns out. We had a pretty long pause, and now we are back in action. Swamp Gaming are 1 inch away from closing this game, and now it feels like Vitality need to pay some respect. And yeah, finally Snare drops the first kill. Horus double it down, and wakey, Vitality are back. Maybe, I don't know. Like, anything can happen, to be honest.
Yeah, anything could happen for sure. Yeah, that's the truth, no doubt about it. Again, Vitality, you know, needing, I mean, them being up 5-on-3 is definitely a really good position, obviously. So this might be able to push themselves into an overtime, but My oh my, what a way. If they get to this overtime, like that's going to be what, 3 overtimes in a row this weekend that they're essentially going to be on. Like that would be 2 from yesterday and then moving into this one as well, like going into day number 2. It's not a really great feeling for a team like this, you know, the number 1 team in the whole league, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's hard to get that prediction already, but Swamp are going to have to do something big. You do have Kai's alive. You do have Imagine alive with Awesome, so there's still a world they could, and they're going to be grouped up on mid here, but again, they'll have to get the perfect timing on this. And look at Snake. He's actually the one that just goes for the full commit. So it's all just down to Imagine, and now we're going to have to imagine, can he be able to find this? He will not, so it is going to go to the first overtime of this series, and Vitality do stay alive here for map number 1.
I do, but hear me out. Going to overtime is better than losing, right? Like, still, if you lost the game, it will add into your record that you lost this, you lost that. I mean, going for distant is not ideal, of course, for Vitality, but collecting a win is a win after all.
Yeah, that is true. A win is a win at the end of the day. But I mean, I guess to me, like, again, not trying to be the negative, the negative person of it, but it's just, again, to me, it's like, if we see the world where Vitality are able to get themselves a win on map 1 here, but it goes to overtime, has to go all the way, has to go to, like, say, golden round or even something like that too. It's like, that's not a really great feeling to be in. Because again, like you have to remember, like this is like 2 teams that you played against where on paper you should be able to, realistically be able to, take them out pretty convincingly. So the fact that you're going the distance, it just makes me wonder when they play like, TEC, or if they're going to play Nemesis, like what's going to happen then? Like that, those competition teams are going to be higher caliber.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like it feels that Vitality are not safe after the long balls they took after finishing the first split, but I don't know, man. Like they might just need the first week to gain back their composure, to play the game, to have it done, since I believe most of those players have been having long breaks before going back again to playing competitively, and we'll see. Like, we still got time, and the second split, second season will unfold a lot of really cool stuff. Like, we've seen a lot of teams, like I would say 3BL Galaxy. We didn't expect to see them at this place, like winning 2 games, winning versus the runner-up, and now they're starting to build the momentum for themselves. So that's something to keep an eye on. And wait for them to play versus Vitality, TEC, as you mentioned. So we'll see how this season goes to. Might be the fall of Vitality. You never know.
Very well could be. I mean, you never know, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's hard not to know for sure, but Totson to get big spray. He's able to get this kill, so not bad. Josh goes down early, so now again, Swamp losing another man on the playing field, not going to be easy. And now Austin is trying to make a bit of a play for himself. He does take down Totson with the utility in hand. And now Snake being able to find another kill at mid. So this feels like Vitality might be able to find themselves a winning opening round here in the OT. Imagine just trying to reposition himself on the ramp. This should be an easy one for Slayer, and indeed it is. Okay. Vitality looking like they have themselves locked and loaded here for round number 10. Awesome already's made his presence known. Horus has all the information. They know exactly where he is. And there you go. Vitality will be able to get themselves a little bit over that hump, I guess. But now we still have a couple more rounds to go. And Swamp, we'll see if they want to do anything different. Kaisa's going to be the singular sniper with the TRG. And same here for the Vitality squad of Snare. So not doubling up or anything. They're going to keep the 4 rifles intact.
They really need the firepower, and for this time I believe they can just like go make their plays across B, trying to have their smokes in the backside, trying to go in a split execution mid to B, and one guy go through the hotel place, but they're going through their base. Imagine is holding them 1, 2, 3, dropping Vitality players, but Snake finds a way to trade one of the kills. It's now a 4v2 situation where Vitality are struggling here to play versus Swamp Gaming, and Slayer is left alone, but this time versus 3 players. I mean, they have been through a lot of clutch positions, clutch rounds, and we'll see can he make this one, and the answer will be no. Josh taking him down, and Swamp Gaming takes the lead.
Well, still a tie game, but again, at least taking the lead in the sense of, you know, being able to win some big kills and again locking things down. So I definitely agree with you, but it's a nice thing to see because Swamp are not being intimidated by Vitality, and Vitality now realizing, okay, hang on, we gotta take this kill by kill and round by round now. We're gonna have to figure out what we need to do a little bit differently in this one because again, it just seems like they get a lead and then they let it fumble and then they get around and they let the team come back in. So all of a sudden, where Vitality could have been in a position of being able to find 2, they put themselves back into a tie game. So this is where Swamp, 3 players committed here on the GR side for the A site, and then you kind of again just have Kai's kind of posted up on the outside of Hotel. He has to be a little bit careful here too, because again, that smoke is going to be his friend for now, but he's already down to 31 HP, so it's just a matter of time. Vitality might be able to get the pop flashes through and just go for that big swing and commit.
Yeah, but that shot will just give him what he wants. He's 31 HP, but with 1 bullet, with that sniper can make a whole lot of difference, taking Snare out, and it feels like a lot of Vitality players are not in the form. You'll see not a lot of them got the positive KDs. Snare been struggling, but of course, like, you can't add up the scores here. Like, I don't have a calculator on my head, but like, we'll see. We'll see how it goes after the game finishes, but Jin been doing some really good work with that AK, and I believe him spraying over Vitality players. It's either gonna take a double kills from Horus, Snake, and Slayer, or he'll just actually deal some damage. But now he gets the 1, gets the 2nd, the 3rd might be here in this caliber, and of course Swamp Gaming turn everything around and take this game to their side.
Wow, this is again just seeing Vitality starting to shake in the boots a little bit and Swamp get back into some fighting ways here, and now we're going to be switching sides in the overtime, and now it's either Swamp, they're going to have to pull up just 2 in a row and be done with this, or the same here for Vitality. They're going to have to just essentially go flawless now and pretty much not take a loss. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about golden rounds here, and this is very impressive to say the least here from Swamp. It really impressive to see what they've been able to do so far. They are really making things destructive and havoc here for the top team of Vitality.
Whew. Swamp Gaming are making it a lot difficult for Vitality. 11th player on the scoreboard, and Vitality should find a way to turn those things around, but Kai's shuts me up and says, like, and that's not gonna happen, not on my watch. Snake been taken down here, a couple of kills, and Horus just immediately runs back into the backyard, and he's thinking of what should they actually do to turn the tables around. We'll see. They're in a 4v3 situation. Also need to clutch this. Gets the first guy. He won't be able to take another one. Slayer drop another one, and Horus in a 1v2 because he's pretty low in HP. He need to find Awesome. He doesn't have the nades, but now it's a 1v1. Awesome versus Horus. C4 intact with Awesome. Will he try to plant here in A? He will just get the long road and go to B side, trying to plant it. Or might just wait actually for Host to try to make the turn. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it could have been interesting where Awesome could have been able to find himself where I thought he was going to try to cut off the rotate maybe, but no, he's going to commit to the plant instead. Now Horus has a full idea. Doesn't know where he is exactly, but again, now Awesome does have the TRG in his hands, so It's a one-shot hit or either the pistol out to this gunfight. And now Horus has been able to make it across, but look at that. Awesome. Able now to put themselves on 12, and now Vitality needing to put up 2 rounds in a row to push Golden Round, and then it's a free-for-all for that one. Otherwise, Swamp, they're going to be the ones that find this first map win.
They're around the corner, 12 to 10, so it's like I'm starting to lose words. I don't know, that doesn't feel like Vitality, not at all. That's probably not their week, not their day. I can't say not their day, that's definitely not their week. I don't know, might be not their month, we will see. They might have some issues that they want to fix, or just early season wonders. Everything is unexpected. Slayer, Big Stu kills him and a snake. Here Todd's in double down, and now they have the numbers advantage. They push it further, and they're taking one more round. Man, they might be going for the golden round. I don't know. How are they playing this?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, a really good hold from them in the defense, and that's where, again, it seems to be their... This seems to be their like comfort, right? I mean, this is where Vitality play a lot better. The BL side has been pretty lackluster, but the GR side seems to be a whole lot different right now. But again, this is where Swamp, they just need one round to be done. Otherwise, Vitality, if they find a singular round, they got themselves to golden round territory, which is such a coin flip for both these teams, right? So it's going to be tough. Swamp now being on multiple different occasions where they've been on the map point and haven't been able to get fully across the finish line, which is always a frustrating feeling, not to rub it in a little bit or put the dagger in deeper, but it definitely hurts. But now Snare might be able to have himself a good position here. Josh has to be very careful how he wants to peek this. Snare has to hit this perfect shot. Ooh, a little bit of a warning shot here from the other side, and now Snare has to reposition himself.
You got all the time in the world to play with. 75 seconds on the clock. They're still waiting for any opening to try to abuse, trying to take it and use that in advantage. Of course, throwing some smokes here in the middle to try to get closer. ATB will be covered, checking every angle. Snare holding the sniper. Will take the first, goes for the second, but no, he goes for the pistol, waiting for someone to support him, but awesome, will drop him down. Causing got the sneaky peek. Big Swan, Big Stu, him and Slayer make it a 4v1, and now we are pushing to the golden round again. It looks like Vitality are giving us the same circus treatment. Like, I thought that we just got out of Vitality circus, but we're definitely gonna be in this roller coaster for a long time.
Yeah, seems like Vitality really like pushing games to the full boundary, I guess. I don't know why, but either way, last round of map number 1. No question, no turnbacks. Everybody is all committed, all in. Everybody going to see where they land here. It's either Swamp or Vitality to be the victors of this, obviously, and it's just all about, can Swamp be able to find enough of their firepower on this? They take down Snare. That's a big opening start for them. Now, getting themselves bombarded into this B site. They do have Horus. That's just on underpass. He's going to reposition. Now the rotate's coming through. Vitality needing to get the timing through the C4 timer, Cfwl.
Yeah, they actually got the blend here, so it's not gonna be that easy to enter, but they're all going from one place. But ATB will be contested here from player number 3. You see Horus trying to move forward. 20 seconds on the clock. You need to close this out. And now Horus makes one, immediately did it with a sniper. Drops a lot of kills here. You will see the place is being full of bullets, and Swamp Gaming will pick the last chapter. Toddson left alone in a 1v3, and Swamp Gaming, after all of that hustle, will pick the first win.
Yeah, wow, what a way for Swamp Gaming to be able to get themselves the victory of 13-12. So Vitality take a map loss so far in the season of split number 2. So Yeah, tough one for them to swallow, right? A really, really rough position to be in. But again, they tried to bring it back. They just couldn't. But Swamp, again, picked this map. It looks like they caused the upset, but they take down the Giants and they push it all to the way, the full effort and maximum effort. But, well, let's let Penguin and Elfish kind of bring us through this a little bit because, again, it is begging the question about how did we even get here? How did this happen?
I'm not sure that we have the answers that you seek. That's now 3 matches, 3 maps in a
golden
row
rounds.
that have gone
Yeah,
golden
3
round for
golden rounds.
Vitality. This is
Yeah,
unprecedented.
exactly.
I don't think this has ever happened before, and now they've lost one as well. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's just they look like a completely different team. I really have no words for what I'm seeing at the moment.
Vitality played 75 rounds in 3 games. I mean, I played 75 rounds maybe in the entire season when I used to play with TBI. Vitality played 75 rounds in 3 games. 13 to 12 first game, 13 to 12 second game. That's like 50 rounds. And then going back here and again 25 rounds, you're going to the golden round. So yeah, we have no answers for that. We don't know what's going on. But what I can tell you that Vitality are playing the same as season 1. What changed is that their individual skills is not the same as we used to see. Like we used to see Slayer just clutching whenever it's 1v1. When it's 1v3 and Slayer is alive, I would say that 50% or 60% Slayer will win.
Yes.
But when it's 1v2 or 1v1, it's like 60 or 70, maybe 90% Slayers win. And now he's not winning any clutches.
Yep.
Snare is not getting any entry kills and he's not playing aggressive as we used to see. He's holding his position. Yes, he kills the first guy who runs onto his scoop, but there is no double kills after that. Like we've seen him in the rounds, I guess before the last, he killed one guy mid and he swing back again. Normal Snare will double kill another guy and just die. And then he instantly whiffed his quick scoop. So the individual skills from Vitality is nowhere to be found. However, on Swamp Gaming, they're playing the quite basic game. They're playing aggressive. They're pushing aside. I told you that they will spam aside, and they did. They went aside, I guess, like 4 or 5 times, and they won like 90% of the rounds. I guess they lost only 1 round. So what's going on with Vitality is all the individual skills.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's 100% where I'm sort of at this point as well. Like, I've been watching these 3 maps that they've played, and I've thought, you know, like, okay, you can bring up the conversation around the death cam not existing and maybe that impacting some of these top teams and that sort of closing the gap in some sense. But, like, at the end of the day, you know, I feel like a lot of the time it doesn't matter, or it didn't matter for Vitality. Like, they weren't dying, first of all. Or if they were, it was like they were trading like 2 or 3 for 1 anyway. So it's like kind of a moot point about the information if they're just killing everyone anyway. I get the feeling that, yeah, they are having a bit of a more difficult time on an individual basis. You know, you don't as often see these big rounds out from the Vitality players, whether it's in terms of opening up the sites or whether it's the clutches like you're talking about. I obviously don't know what to put that down to, but for me, yeah, Vitality they don't seem quite as sharp. They don't seem to be on that same level. But if it's maybe them coming off the back of a bit of a break, have they been taking some time away from the game and been on holidays? I don't know. But they need to figure this out, and they need to figure it out quickly if they want to remain the top dogs here in the West League. Granted, they've obviously already won Split 1 in Season 1. So that gives them, you know, a little bit of wiggle room. You know, they get some points off of that. They feel good, what have you. But you know, you do need to be picking things up here in Season 2 as well if you want to ensure that you go through, you know, to next year's CFWL. You want to make sure that you go through to CFS as well with the CFS points. I think, you know, Vitality are probably still in a pretty okay spot in that regard because they won last season. But it's, you know, it's a conversation point definitely that I think, you know, we're probably not, it's probably a little bit early to be having this conversation. You know, we've only seen 1.5 games from Vitality, but I'm not loving what we're seeing from Vitality, and if this sort of continues, I can see them dropping maps, I can see them dropping series, I can see them potentially dropping a season, which again is relatively unprecedented when it comes to this Vitality roster. The question obviously will be, are they going to drop this series now against Swamp? It's hard to say necessarily. Like, I think there's a very possible world where Vitality just come back and reverse sweep this, but man, they have been really spotty so far.
Yeah, they're inconsistent. Yeah, they're inconsistent. Well, you've talked about the new change of the killer cam. It's definitely affecting them because the moment you were speaking about that, there was a round where Snare He swing from bridge. Then Josh kill him from outside city. He gets the kill on him, and then suddenly that's a 1v1, like Josh versus Snare, and Josh got the better of him and he killed him. And then after that, Josh stayed the same position and he put his crosshair into the window. We call it the A shack, into the A shack. And he waited for the player to swing, and Slayer instantly swinged on his crosshair. Normally, on a normal Crossfire day, Snare would be saying he's aiming on a shack, so Slayer wouldn't go for this swing, so he wouldn't lose his life. So he would wait until he leaves, until Josh leaves, and then Slayer starts to let's say that he starts to make mind games versus him, and then Slayer tries to take his crosshair versus him, better than just going onto the enemy team's crosshair, because you swing, you don't know if he's there or not, and the guy was there and he's putting his crosshair on your head and he kills you instantly. So I don't know how to explain this, but it's like Slayer swing and he gave his life for free for Josh. The guy didn't move an inch and he killed 2 players from Vitality, Snare and Slayer. So definitely it's affecting them, but not 100%. Let's say it's 30-40, and the rest is definitely on individual skills, because yeah, you said that Vitality, they won the season 1. But I say a thing that this year, I'm not talking about 2024, because 2024 they were the best team in West and probably beating Vietnam and Brazil as well. They were over, maybe surpassing these regions. 2025 they're doing very good as well. But on 2026, even though they won season 1, I'm saying that Vitality's win last season was because there were no competition, but not unlike the last seasons. So now, if these guys get some competition, we can see them dropping more series, so they would need to step up onto their individual skills, and that's the basic Crossfire. If there's nobody competing you, your performance will just go down.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not a good thing necessarily for West League and us as fans of the West League, because as soon as someone goes overseas and plays EWC, plays CFS, they may potentially get a little bit dumpstered, right? I think we've been seeing I would argue we've been seeing a bit of a rise in the West League over the last couple of years in terms of international results and whatnot. I don't want to necessarily go back to a world where we are like, oh, okay, every single team that we send into whichever group they end up being in is going to be the last place team in that group. Like, that's not a fun world to be in as someone who's from the West League. That, though, is a possibility if we see, Vitality taking a little bit of a step back. I feel like TEC maybe taking a little bit of a step back as well. I would argue, I think Nemesis have taken a bit of a step up. So, maybe there's like a little bit of a shrinkage in that respect, although they did drop that game yesterday. But in general, if we're talking about our top teams taking a little bit of a step off the pace, they're not going to be competitive internationally. I mean, at this stage already, they kind of struggle to be competitive international. So if you're going to slow things down here as Vitality, if you could take your foot off the gas, then that could be problematic when we get to these international events. But that is a long way down the track, and we are only a game and a half into the season. So maybe we are overreacting. Yeah. Let's see if Vitality can change our minds. We'll hand it back over to our casters, Laz and Sekio, to jump into map 2 of this game.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. And again, I think there's a lot of good talking points, because there's many things that we have to worry about if Vitality can't even find the series in their favor. But I mean, looking at the veto, now we're going to sub base. Again, a map that Vitality have proven to be very good on. I think we've only seen one time they got upset on this more recently, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then if and when we get there, like, again, assuming that Vitality can bounce back, we do go to a new compound, which I feel like I haven't personally seen Vitality on for a very, very long time. So it kind of creates a lot more question marks for me. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think this first map loss is great to see from a team like Swamp, but it is a little bit concerning for a team like Vitality, where, again, you would think any given day they should be able to have that one relatively easily, but I guess not the case right now.
Of course, and going back to what Vitality actually did, and those 2 maps particularly, they just played New Compound and Sub-Base versus Imperium, and it was not good. That's all what I'm gonna say. Like, Sub-Base, we usually see Vitality doing everything, and they have their strats. They know what it takes to just close it out. But them and Subbase in New Compound, it was bad. That's all what I'm gonna say. Going full distant, Golden Round versus Swamp Gaming. Sorry, not versus Swamp Gaming, versus Imperium yesterday, and now versus Swamp Gaming losing the first map. It's not the ideal situation you wanna put yourself in as the title holder, but let's not jump into conclusion. We're just starting the second map here, and it looks like Control Room goes to Swamp Gaming, and they might just be on the edge of trying to enter the B side. The bomb, like the nade, will target 2 players. Slayer was trying to get Awesome, like those 2 pixels, he almost saw him.
Yeah, and I thought that was a interesting stat as well from Penguin, like talking about, like, you know, 75 rounds or whatever it was for Vitality, and it's like, you know, when we talk about that, like, that's insane, right? Like, we're talking about it has been distance after distance here, and it's not even like, yeah, it's wins, I guess, but again, it's like, it's not a really great brag that you can have. Like, even if I won that, you know, you think most teams are like, yeah, it's not really something we want to talk about, but we'll see. And again, moving on to this map, Snare's going to be able to find himself an easy bit of a kill here, and now Horus gets really ultra aggressive. He can't seem to find the second kill, but he does do some good damage against Jin. Now the question, with 45 seconds remaining, does Swamp want to commit to this or not? And it looks like they're still kind of hesitating. They're on the stairway. Snake's just kind of waiting things out. He should be the first point of contact. Going to reposition towards Missile. And now Vitality, they look like they have themselves in strong positions here and now, and it's just now Snake's even going to re-aggress, finds himself the double, and I think this first opening round looking like it could be a wash. I think that it looks like Swamp might not have the answers needed, and Snake finds himself a triple to get things started off.
It feels like they are just trying to wake up the beast that they were made of. Vitality, I don't know, we'll see. That's only the first round. I don't want to jump into conclusions. Here you'll see them trying to contest the B site again and again and again, but here Todson is not actually going for the heavy defense, not going with the early aggression, just waiting for any chance to pick them apart. And after losing the last map, I believe that Vitality needs to step up, need to control that area and get those wins. Like, they need to win this game, like, there is no doubt about it, and they need to have it in a dominant fashion.
Good damage a little bit against Vitality, but it's just a little chip damage here and there, so nothing really too crazy. But again, you already have Snake pushed up into Woodroom. He's on the corner. He's taking a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure they have a good inkling he's there because he's taken already half his HP, but he's still not trying to move too much. Kai's getting a little bit of a distraction here against Snare towards, you know, outside of radio, so we're out of control room, I should say. But Snake, if they don't know he's here, he might be able to cause a little bit of a problem. Horus has to be able to go for the Snake. Oh, goodness, no, he's not able to find more than that 1 kill, and he actually looks like he whiffs the shots. Again, I thought he had them all. I thought it was going to be an easy shooting gallery, but no, and instead it's going to be a lot of shooting blanks, I guess, and just not able to do any damage inflicting. So now Slayer, he's going to have to showcase his rifling abilities one more time. He's got the rifle out, but now it's just him here by himself. Totson finally joins the party, and all of a sudden now with that bomb down, Kai's top mission to deal with, but a little bit of one-on-one peaks that might be costly. But Vitality, my goodness, they actually pull away with it. But again, like, it just, I don't even understand why they just don't wait it and double swing it as a team. They decide to take these one-on-one engagements, and it's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, it felt like Horus got the best out of them. Like, he had a really good spot. He should just go with a couple of sprays right and left. He should have found like a couple of kills, but he went with one, and they immediately all reacted to him. So 1 for 1, and after that, like, it feels like they had some mess-ups, but at the end they got the round, and now we're in 2-0 for Vitality spot. Guys and the rest of Swamp Gaming are going into the A side. They have the full control, but now the shotgun won't be helpful for say Vitality. I will see how would they play it. Slayer trying to go through the tunnel, but it's not gonna be free, and also I'm just telling him, you're coming to my apartment, that's not gonna be easy. And I believe the Thousand is trying to go again and again and again for that peak, and he immediately goes for another kill. But here at this edge, we'll see the Swamp Gaming will be picking this round.
Yeah, good round from Swamp, though. Again, being able to find that round, and it really comes down to, I think if I'm not mistaken, that was Kai's that pushes on bottom of A stairs and was able to get that, big engagement into control. So that was huge. I mean, being able to just be ultra aggressive like that and getting away with it. So a little bit of a misplay from Vitality, but yeah, again, I think it's just kind of making the question of, maybe Swamp are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, and that confidence with a team like this, right? I mean, could be a very, very dangerous monster they have to go against, but it is still a map pick for Vitality. It's been a map that's been quite predominant for them so far, but again, I mentioned this in the very beginning of the series, as I said, Vitality, it's a lot of tape against them, so it gives a lot of anti-stratting that you can do and kind of learning, like, again, the gimmicks of what these guys, bring to the map. So Swamp, it does kind of make me wonder if they've done some homework with, the practice that they can have as a team.
Like, just imagine that they're doing all of that with a substitute player. That's all that I'm gonna say. So, I don't know, like, is it Vitality or is it me? But Swamp Vitality, but now Snake jump scares him, takes a one and walks away. That's it. Like, adios amigos, I'm out of here. But immediately gets sprayed from Josh through the smoke. 50 seconds on the clock. Horus still holding the A side. And now the question is for Swamp Gaming, where should they be hitting at? And I believe the answer will be the A side. They should be looking to have radio control and trying to go for the stairs here. And now they actually go for the right stairs. You have double man beaking Horus, and he's all alone on this this information. Horus goes for the aggressive play, begs two players and leave the place out. Awesome. And the back foot won't leave them alive. And now it's a 3v2 situation in the last 10 seconds of the round. I believe that Awesome is left alone. He can't have the time to plant, he can't have the time to play, and he immediately will drop down to Todson.
Yeah, and again, like, even just with the C4 being dropped where it was, and just still kind of, again, going for that fight, and Totson, again, could have gone really bad if, Austin was going to be able to, flick of the wrist and hit the shot, a crazy shot. That could have been a big clutch, but nonetheless, Vitality, they do pull through. They got themselves a 3-1 lead now. Things are starting to, pick up a little bit here for Vitality in this regard, and now it's Swamp. They're going to have to do something a little bit different. They're going to have to mix things around, because you can see there's already a push here from Awesome. He's already kind of tucked away in the corner. Might look for a timing if he can to get through jail, if possible. But Snake does have the boost. He has a really strong position in this. And now Swamp, again, if they can find a couple more rounds getting on that GR side, that could be, again, it could be very, very interesting of how this map number 2 could go.
Actually, it could actually happen, but Home Gaming are holding the A side. I believe they are not even trying to commit to A side, even though that they know that it's all empty, which like puts Vitality in an awkward spot where they're like, what they're doing. And at the same time, Swamp Gaming are still trying to commit to the B plant, going with a lot of rush here. They have Awesome moving towards middle, going to the small pipe here to catch Slayer, but the answer will go to Slayer, and thank you for this 3-1. And now they're in a 4v5 situation after they had the A side fully cleared. None is hit there, and now they're just trying to go fist fighting Swamp Gaming, fist fighting Vitality, going for the fights. Nonetheless, Slayer will give them what they're looking for. Him and Snake will be destroying those lines, and Josh been left alone in a 3v1 situation, and he knows that they picked the wrong choice at this position. 2v1 situation, 20 HP, no time in the clock, and the last shot goes to Snare.
Yeah, really nice hold from Vitality. Again, this GR side is looking pretty pretty fierce, right? It's putting up a really big wall and making things really problematic here for Swamp to be able to get any sort of room. And now even the fact that Totson's kind of pushing a little bit, creating a lot of commotion. But now Swamp, they realize, okay, this might mean that they have a bit of an opening in the A site, but look at Snare is already here to play. He's able to find the shot. Jin's not prepared for Slayer. Why would he be? And now Vitality being able to find themselves, you know, three big kills, and I think Slayer essentially was the only player that took damage. Now we get to see a little bit of kills coming through, and Josh being able to find himself 2 more. Now question it. No, okay, Vitality are going to be able to get themselves that 5th round. So a 5-1. Things are kind of going according to the plan so far. Swamp realizing, okay, we need to call a timeout. Got to recollect our thoughts, and boy, oh boy, you have to have a bit of a conversation here because this is getting to be a bit of a massacre.
And of course, those teams had their small pause here to try and rethink to what should they be going and doing in this upcoming rounds. And now, up to 5 rounds to Vitality. Swamp Gaming had to take small balls, trying to play it out, and now I believe they knew that Ace has always been covered by 1 or 2 player at max, and now they're playing with their sauce. Jin goes with the double kill immediately with that AK, dropping a multi-kill Slayer here to try to recatch what's happening here, and now Radio will be controlled, and as it's gonna be a bloodbath in A site.
Yeah, it really does feel like it, right? I mean, this is where the bomb is down, 27 seconds, and now Vitality, again, haven't really looked that great on the retakes, let's be honest, and now they're just going to try to flood out of here. They actually do a good job of it, but now Kai's gets him in the crosshair a little bit, but there's both Snare and Slayer being able to find the kills. Josh just needs to burn as much time as possible, 10 seconds remaining. Plenty of time here, getting it a little bit close, but Vitality do show us a good retake this time around. 6-1. I like the switch up from Swamp. I like the fact that they try to, again, up the tempo a bit. They try to mix things up. It's a very coordinated attack on the aggression there, but it just was not enough. They needed to get another kill at least, and then that could have been more favorable for Josh, but the fact that he had 2 against him in that kind of a, you know, the triple box position, it's just not easy to go against.
Of course, and it felt like, yeah, they found a way to crack the code, but at the same time, Vitality, they said, nah, yeah, you know how we play, but we definitely have our guns to back us up, and now they are kicking the round with another kill into their pocket. Kaz will be the first one to drop down, and for now, it's a 4v5. Swamp Gaming, what do they actually have to counter Vitality's stress? They need to play it accordingly to the book, trying to go with a split execution, use some smokes on a B back, trying to stop Vitality from playing. Oh, I believe that Jin just spotted someone. Left side here actually picks the first. Awesome goes for the backup. Snake goes for the trade, and I believe he can just backstab Josh here, but he finds out and he immediately goes for the rotation, and now it's a 2v2 position.
Yeah, it is a 2v2 position, but again, good work from Jin being able to find a couple kills here and there, and now with less than a minute remaining, they still have that C4 in their back, but again, Vitality just posted up in jail. Big swing from the Swamp players. Oh, they just try to double swing it. I actually don't mind that idea, but Forrest seemed like he was ready and willing and able to find that. So Vitality finding themselves a 7-1 scoreline. And again, we last round of this first half we go, and it's again, this is kind of what we were, I think somewhat predicting of like the dominance they're going to show on a map like this. It's been their pick the whole season, and now it seems like they might be able to, really just push things to a third map. And Snare being able to find himself this double. Just seems like, Swamp have not been able to get anybody firing. And there we go. It is going to be Snare being able to find himself a quad kill in this, and now it's a massive lead, and then it's just a question if Vitality is going to be able to close things out, and then we have to move things to the third and final map of New Compound.
Yeah, I love the fact that they're looking pretty serious on the cams. They're very disappointed after what happened on the first map, and I believe even if they won this game, they won't be like us. We don't want to be in a part of any interviews, since they're probably not in their 100% mentality right now. You can see Slayer having some tough thoughts here. Snake is not always the guy he's always the guy that smiles, but now he's smile been faded, so we'll see how it goes for those guys. They held the title in the last season, and now they're struggling versus teams who almost got relegated. Quite of a story, but I'll still go to that Vitality. Just give them this week off and wait and see what they can do in the next one.
Yeah, it'd have to be a bit of a long run and a miracle here for Swamp, right? I mean, you're talking 7 rounds in a row to push this to a tie, and then you have to, again, from there, you have to work it if you can win the map, maybe going to overtime, but they find the opening duel. And that's the thing, is it is round by round. I mean, it's, again, we've been in these positions in past CFWL history, but we'll have to see. This would be a massive choke if I'm being honest. If Vitality let this lead fall through like that, it could be problematic, and that would even be raising more of the questions that both Elfish and Penguin brought up. But now Slayer by himself, and he is able to find this kill, and finds a second now too. So he should know this other player is at A. He's still kind of guessing a little bit, still a little bit unaware. He has no idea. And look at that, the running one tap, and Vitality are going to be able to have themselves a 9th round, and we might be able to be done with this second map quick and easy, and then packaging everything up for New Compound.
In a 9-1 fashion, they're just trying to get back again and saying like, what happened in the first map is just a fumble from our side, and now we will get it done. Of course, Snake goes with the opening kill, and now it's a 5v4 situation. We just started the round, and it looks like they are hungry for action. Jin, hearing the noises, doesn't know that there is a guy on his backside. Guys go for the trade, but Vitality are here, closing out the round, closing out the game, and making us go to game number 3. But it all goes to Kaizen Awesome. Can they turn this round around, or Vitality will just close it? And it looks like that's news. 4v1 situation. We're going to game number 3, and New Compound will be the place. And this is the knife, the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And I mean, again, there we get to see Vitality winning at 10-1. So again, kind of what we were expecting for a map like this and a game like this, but they get it done, and they get it in unique fashion to get the knife out as well to put the extra icing on the cake, like you said. But look, let's leave it to Elfish and Penguin to bring this down, because Now I think that, yeah, I think this map was an easy wash up. We knew it should have been pretty much like a sure thing, I guess. But now that we're going to new compound, do we live in a world where we get to see Swamp maybe being able to make an upset? I'm not sure, but boys, I would love to hear your expertise. So we'll give it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess that's a little bit more like it. That's a little bit more like what we expect from Vitality. But you have to question, I mean, how is it possible to have such a close map and then such a one-sided map? Is it a server thing? Is that what this is possibly down to? Or is it just is it a comfort on subbase? Is there anything that you can kind of rack your brains and tell me, Penguin? Because I'm at a loss.
Well, definitely servers are playing a vital role on the rounds, on how you are playing the game, because usually, as I mentioned, that there are some rounds when you are playing on the North American servers, you cannot do some, for example, if you have a round that you are throwing a flash and you are pushing after your flash, you'll not be able to do this round on the North American servers because you will not have time to switch into onto your gun. However, but I didn't talk about the rounds, I didn't talk about anything else. The individual skills from Vitality, it's the same on both servers. However, when they went into subbase, at least we've seen some strategic wise coming out from the guys from Vitality, because we've seen the splits, we've seen the woods pressures coming out from them, we've seen Snare also unleashing himself and getting the opening kills for himself. So we've seen Vitality that we used to see, that the team that's proactive and hyperactive in the map, just taking areas, denying your controls and doing everything for yourself. So this is a thing that we didn't see on Ankara, because even though if you saw it on Ankara and let's say that they're losing a bit of trades, we would say it's a ping issue, but we haven't seen them trying to take areas, take spaces. So that's why I said that they are not playing their casual A game. So that's why I thought maybe they're having some struggles, and I still think that Vitality are having some struggles on their individual skills, which is not worrying at all, but it's a thing that from the desk I need to mention.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, certainly a much better look from Vitality across the board, able to win a few more of these duels, and I think that kind of goes hand in hand with a much better performance. I thought, I really thought there was a couple of moments, especially early on in this map, where I was kind of thinking, so far looking half bad here. It's just obviously at a certain point when Vitality turn it on, then there's really only so much you can do. So I would look at this series, and I think if I'm Swamp, I'm still trying to kind of like G the boys up and say, hey, listen, we've taken a map, we could still make something happen here. Yeah, it is Vitality, but they have certainly looked susceptible throughout this season. This is so far the only, I will say, good map that we've actually seen from Vitality. So out of the 4 that they've played, having only played one decent map so far, it raises some questions still, but maybe starting to make some amends for it. I mean, that's a little bit more like it. Again, really, really solid across the board from Vitality. Swamp, of course, pretty much struggling across the board. It is to be expected. It goes hand in hand. But I suppose right now, for me, the biggest question, obviously, will be how does the form translate into Map 3? Because Swamp's form fell off a cliff. Vitality's certainly picked up. If this is maintained, it's a Vitality win. We go away from this match, and we forget about all of it regardless. So I think really a lot of this comes down to what Swamp's going to be looking like, and we will see whether or not maybe they can cause a bit of a ruckus for Vitality.
Well, yeah, you mentioned that if things stayed the same, we've seen a better version of Vitality, of course, than Swamp's version, even though they won their map pick. So maybe, yeah, it's going to be Vitality's favor. I guess the last map is going to be New Compound, if I'm not mistaken, which we've seen also Vitality yesterday is struggling to play such map, but we haven't seen Swamp Gaming using or picking this map quite a lot. So I think that it's quite tricky to have Vitality playing New Compound, because their New Compound is not convenient for me, and Swamp Gaming also, they are playing New Compound, and I haven't seen New Compound from Swamp Gaming, and they used to ban it. Okay, if they have one ban, they will definitely maybe ban New Mexico or whatsoever. But if they have 2 bans, I would say that last season at least they banned New Compound 2 or 3 times. So this is also worrying for me. So it's kind of puzzling to say who's going to be having the upper hand on the next map.
Indeed. Well, we'll have some time to think about that, because we can go to a short break here, but we will be to map number 3 right on the other side of this. So don't go too far away. Welcome back on in. It is the final map of the day. It's been a long day. We have been working hard to get here, and I think both Swamp and Vitality can say that they've worked hard to get here as well. Certainly, map 1 was a real slog, let's just say. Map 2, a little bit easier, obviously, for Vitality. I think they were having a little bit of fun, and if they can transition that momentum here into map 3, we will probably still be walking away from today with a rather forgettable result, which would be a 2-1 for Vitality over Swamp. We'll come back at the end of the season and say, hey, they lost the map against Swamp, but it was in the first week and it was in an OT. These things happen. It doesn't really matter. The real thing that we want to see today, I think, just from a storylining perspective, is a Swamp win. If Swamp can pull off a win here in the third map, at least that makes the season interesting.
Yeah, especially after Nemesis loss and after Titans Esports loss as well. If you see Vitality also falling, that means that the underdogs are doing very good job of just practicing and improving, and that's what we are seeing right now. I wish maybe that if this is gonna happen, that also Imperium maybe beat 3BL, so that means that Vitality, 3BL, TEC, and also looking at Nemesis, they all lost. That means that the guys that we are always favoring are losing, so it's gonna make the season interesting. And I said they need a competition. Vitality needs a competition in order for them to improve. So there is the competition, and everybody's getting it.
Indeed. All right. Well, let's jump into it. It's time to hand it back over to our casters, Sekio and Laz.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, like you guys said, it's been a very long day, a bit of a grueling day, but we're finally here at the last map of the day. And now the biggest question is, do we get the storyline that some viewers were probably hoping for, is where Swamp can come out of nowhere through the swampy waters and get themselves a victory? Or do we see ourselves in the Vitality way of just them being able to get themselves a series win, but taking a map loss, right? So, I mean, that is a big question. I haven't been able to see them personally on this map for a very long time. I won't forget that Vitality typically have been very good on this map. Like, I mean, again, this is back, 2 years ago. I want to maybe say even a little longer. This was actually their pick. So not to say it can be good for them, but them not playing it as often, I wonder if that's a bit of a worrying thing here for Vitality.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, with them playing in a new compound will be something to look up to, playing versus a team like Swamp Gaming, who, like, we talked it over and over again that they were almost relegated from Season 2, but here we go, they're toe-to-toe with Team Vitality, and if Vitality didn't finish this match with a dominant performance, we'll be worrying about them. They need to step up, they need to bring back some focus to their side, and we'll see. New compound, yes, as you mentioned, was one of their best maps before. Like, we had those changes, but now we'll see if they can deliver or not. And also, I remember they played a lot of times in Newcomb, actually not a lot of times, maybe 3 or 4 times back in Season 1, so they still have it in the mix. No roster changes, they can just stick to what they are used to doing.
Yeah, it kind of makes, again, like, it just makes me wonder, especially Vitality on the GR side of this map, like, if again, just kind of watching what they used to do back, it was even when I first came into Crossfire, like, again, back in, like, 21, 22, it's like, this was a map that they absolutely loved playing, right? So that's where I was like, look, it's like, they can go back to old habits, they can go back to situations where they're very good on this map, but, like, when you haven't played it for some time, like, it's the same conversation we had with 3BL, right? Like, they can play Black Widow, but, like, obviously when you don't play it enough, like, you're going to showcase a lot of weaknesses. So, like, I am just curious for Vitality's sake, and the weakness does show a little bit here in the beginning, where now Snare goes down early. Horus is going to get overwhelmed. He finds himself this 1 kill, but there's Slayer once again, Star Rifler, and then having Tots in here to just kind of, again, streamline another duel as well. So this is looking like Swamp, despite them being able to find the opening duel, looks like it's a little bit of a blip, and there we go. Vitality back into round contention again for their favor.
Just picking up the pace, and it looked like Swamp Gaming movement were not in a really correct spot. Like, they were not trying to cover all the angles. They always get the, I would say, the flanking position. Like, they need to always leave a player to have your back covered, and for this time we'll see Vitality find a way to close this one out and see now more aggressive plays that's coming from Vitality, but at least they're holding a very, very tight spots and also trying to go playing a little bit aggressive here. They almost lost one of their members, and it looked like I'm trying to guess now, but like they might be on EU servers. Since I don't know, I don't think that Kai's would have missed this shot if they were playing on A.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, Kai's definitely been pretty lights out so far in the series. So, yeah, that's kind of the other question where I think Elfish was asking, too, like, oh, is it like server swaps? Is that the issue, or is it just something else? Like, who knows, right? And I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, but now it looks like Vitality are getting back into some fragging ways. They're trying to pick up some good duels in favor. Slayer, surprisingly, actually, a bit of a lackluster duel there. Like, I mean, it feels like he just couldn't find a connection to save his life. So now, through all of this chaos, through all of these duels, yes, it does come down for Vitality yet again, but, like, there was a situation, it was a 2-2, like, or 2v2, I should say, whereas, I mean, they, Vitality, I think they were up a 4v2 at one point. So it just kind of felt like some openings were created, and thankfully, the IGL of Snake was able to save the day.
Definitely did, and while we're waiting from Vitality, I know that's a bit too early to speak about it, to just close this game as fast as possible. They have the experience, they have the rounds, they have the matches. All what they need to do is bring back that muscle memory and show up in action. Of course, those slight changes will matter, but you still got Horus, you still got the full squad who can really deliver, and I believe in this position Snake will have his cover, and now he goes for 1, 2, 3, 4 players, but at the end it's a 2v2 trade. But at the same time, Swamp Gaming players' HBs are pretty low, so that's a really good opening for Vitality. If one of them uses the nade on a perfect spot, they can just get some of those kills. Kais is the only guy with a full HP, catches Horus off guard, and now it's a 3v2 situation. Slayer fix it around, and he spotted him. He definitely did. Check your corner, exactly. Finish the spot down, and Kais back to a 2v1 position.
Yeah, it's a good check in the corners, like you said. I mean, that was something lackluster from both these teams, but good kill from Kais and a nice little bit of a quick scope on that one. So now all of a sudden a 1v1. C4 are going to be up and grabs here for Snare. So again, posted up on it. And Kai's here with 45 seconds remaining on the clock. He's going to have to make a bit of a decision on this one. And you can see the Snare again in a strong position. He has two different angles he has to essentially clear, and there's no way, Kai's could have tried to go all the way around. I think the timing would have been pretty tight, if I'm being honest. But now even Snare, again, just kind of playing a bit more defensively on this. He's going to use the smoke to his advantage, making it even more of a situation for Kais. He might be able to get across this gap. I mean, that's a cheeky little boost, and I was going to say you couldn't get away with that before, but this new compound allows some extra footing, and there we go. Kais will be able to find himself the 1v1 success. I was going to say, if that old wall, or we were playing the old compound, I think Snare could have had that easily because he played that right. He burned the time. He used the smoke. But unfortunately, he just gets bested here from some good mechanical movement here from Kais.
I totally agree with you. And now we're back in a 2-1 scoreboard situation, which feels like Swamp Gaming, they're not gonna let this one slip easily on them. Vitality. I don't know what they're thinking for, but when you see what's happening in the game, you start questioning yourself about everything, to be honest. But those questions will rise in their heads, not leave them until they find a way to turn the tables around, to get back on top of the ladder, of course, on the ranking for the Season 2 itself. And all of that from Imperium and Swamp Gaming. They're making Vitality wonder again and again, are they really the top dog? Are they really the team that runs the place? We'll see. 1 minute on the clock, and now they have a tough challenge, and it looks like Swamp Gaming are aiming for it.
Yeah, nice kill though from Jin. Again, just dropping in the window. But again, good response here from Vitality, being able to find 3 within just in a moment here. And now might be able to just serve up a cold dish here. And there it is. Kai's finding himself this double. So now all of a sudden the 1-on-4 is turned into a 1v2. C4 still in a bad position for him, but again, he's got 30 seconds. If he can find a shot here, then again, we're down to a 1v1. So this is still a world that this could happen. Kai's again making a lot of noise. Now they know for sure he's here. This is where they just have to play the number, should be able to have it, and indeed they do. Hudson will be able to take his head away. And Vitality continue on right now with a 3-1 score. And things are looking relatively on course. I feel like for a lot of people probably predicting how this map would go with Vitality, but I mean, again, some of these rounds, let's not forget, Sekio, they have been down to these like 1vx situations. So it's not even like it's been too much of a blowout, if that makes sense.
I agree with you, and also it goes to the, like, I don't know, 1v1s, the individual plays, like that one that imagine just pulled on to Horus. It feels like that it's pretty close, even though the Vitality are winning some of the rounds, but Swamp Gaming always firing back, finding a way to close those gaps, at least numbers, but now they're heading into the rounds. That's the thing that they're missing. A leg shot, drop him down, snare goes with a trade here. Kai's double it up, and now it's a 4v2 situation again and again and again, but Slayer goes for his praying, and he's praying to get kills, but the answer will be nah. Doors are not open for you. Swamp Gaming, they've been struggling, scrimming, and you can see the results coming up here on the new compound.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit of struggles, but again, only a 1-round differential now, so it's things are getting a little bit closer than maybe some would have thought, but Swamp are still trying to put up a fight as much as they can. And again, like, this is where, you know, in theory, I'm pretty sure Swamp are the team that, you know, again, don't really have the opportunity for tons of practice. So this is just off pure talent too, right? I mean, this is where Vitality are the team that, again, we put them so much in the spotlight, you know, sponsored by the organization, full practicing, everything, right? So this is where it's hard not to ignore how, you know, they're getting a lot of resistance right now from Swamp, but you got to give it to Swamp being able to keep pushing the envelope as much as they can. But still early days here for Compound. And now it looks like Swamp are going to be, you know, just doing the 1-3-1 split right now. And even Vitality, again, just kind of mixing up their defense a bit. And having the 3 towards this A site and just leaving the double towards B. So kind of really allowing Slayer to just kind of be, again, that one player kind of playing mid. But now he's going to tuck in the corner.
Does actually Swamp Gaming got in their pocket? We'll see here. Flash has been used. A lot of util been invested here, and feels like Swamp Gaming are trying to change the position into holding one place. They're trying to go from Totson here. Finds a perfect flank. Picks the first. Kai is gonna be the second kill for him. And nonetheless, that's not gonna be the only guy that falls down. 3 of Swamp Gaming are down, and Vitality, they have the numbers advantage in a 4v2 classic. Repositioning here, retake. They still got all the time in this place to go on, and they are going with the split execution. 2 from one side, the other 2 are from the other side. Awesome is holding one, and you can see Josh holding the other side. The flash connects, it helps, but Awesome actually makes a really good run, but Snake and Slayer close it up. 4 rounds to 2.
Yeah, I was commenting a lot about, you know, Vitality and their retakes have not really looked that good, but honestly, it's starting to look a little bit better and better. And I mean, like you said, the numbers were on their favor, so not an easy site to retake on. But I mean, the fact that they were able to utilize like the 4 players alive makes a huge difference, right? Because you can essentially just, you know, triple or, you know, have 3 players swing essentially. So not a bad situation at all. But yeah, Vitality do find themselves a double round lead, meaning it for Swamp to be down by 2, meaning that now Swamp have to do something a little bit different. They've been kind of playing the default setup still. They haven't really mixed things up yet. We haven't really seen them kind of, hightail it to a site. We haven't really seen them try to do a coordinated rush. We saw that before in map number 1 where it looked actually quite, proficient. But right now it kind of feels like Swamp are playing the, like, let's get a pick. Let's work off the pick. Let's see what we can do, capitalize on it. But that's where, again, if Vitality figure this out, which you would think they would, that's where they just have to make sure they can play the more turtled setups, right? Not allowing a lot of room for them to be able to get these duels.
Will they be able to do it? I'll see. Swamp Gaming again. Trying to go through mid, and now they just caught Slayer off guard. A good way to start your repositioning, your controlling area, but immediately gets shot down by Snare. Moving forward to B side, still trying to go with the util, checking all the corners here, destroying anyone that's in the B side, making the plan go in, and now they have 4 players versus 2. Horus and Snare. They don't have a lot of chances here, making it a 4v1, and through the smoke, Swamp Gaming, the full squad, is using their full muzzle, destroying them and making this game a 4-3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, again, this is just like where it comes back to my comments or, about the beginning where I was saying Vitality, like, not looking as sharp as they have. And I think, I think the desk was also alluding to this too, is that it just seems like a map like this where, again, I know they haven't officially played in a long time. I thought this was going to be a little bit better of a showing, especially on the GR side. Like, I thought this would be kind of a dominant half, if I'm being honest. I felt like there was going to be a world where they were kind of sitting at 6 already. Like, if I'm not even just trying to, like, inflate their tires more, but it like, again, I also don't want to take it away from Swamp. I think it's also really impressive that they've been able to, really make this very close. Like, and again, we're talking 1 round and back to a tie game. Then it's up for grabs who can find the first half, right? I mean, so it seems like Swamp, again, just kind of playing the slow, just defaulty setup is not really too bad and too shabby against a team like Vitality right now with their defense composition.
Agreed. They're making a name for themselves, and they're stepping up versus, I still call them the top dog, even though what's happening here doesn't prove that, but they will try to get back to that name, trying to get back to their throne here. Todson will be taking the first spot here. With those, a lot of trades, Snare will be having a trouble and a lot of time here trying to have the A-side control, but through all of that bloodbath, you'll see Swamp Gaming falling apart, giving another one to Vitality. They had the split, they had the guy in the A-side, and they just made a perfect sandwich out of Swamp Gaming.
Oh, they absolutely did, didn't they? And now, yeah, with a 5-3, so now they just need 1 more round, and that's going to feel a little bit better for them going into the second half. But Josh actually decides to just run on through. So this is where I was talking about maybe Swamp are going to accelerate a little bit more. But look at Horus able to find himself that triple kill. So now he cooks with a bit more of that premium gas like we talked about. Now Vitality, the man up in this situation. C4 still has to go down, but it is in possession for them, but it is just Vitality trying to take advantage of this with the numbers, but all of a sudden it's down to the 1v1. Nade's gonna miss. Awesome has been able to cross on the right-hand side. Todson, I believe he's now spotted him. He just gets the jump spot of the head, and there's Awesome. I don't know why he tries to jump it, but he does. First half, though, will go for Vitality, but my, oh my, that was a lot more close than I thought it was going to be, and that scoreline doesn't fully paint the picture here in this situation.
It definitely doesn't, and it always goes to that 1vs situation that it feels like it could go both ways, but this time we'll go to Vitality's side. And like I will say, like, I'm so proud of Swamp Gaming performance here versus Vitality. Like, call it whatever you need. If it Vitality's like folding, not playing by their best, or Swamp Gaming are stepping up, but Swamp Gaming to go to full distance versus Vitality, to play with this style. Not being afraid of that team is something you gotta give it to them. You gotta thank them for pulling this up and executing one of the greatest games, I would say, in their career as this squad.
Yeah, and if I'm
Do you
not
think
mistaken, what's that?
I'm sorry. Do you think it's Imagine input on the team? Like, he's the guy with the most years of experience going back to the bro scene and helping like Swamp Gaming up. Do you think that's his input? Like, I believe like he did a lot of stuff for the team, but like I'm not sure if he's IGLing or not. But if he is, like, he's making a lot of stuff for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I'm not really sure because I thought there was a world where Kai's was also calling, but I don't know if that's not completely correct anymore. And I'm trying to remember from an interview from last season what they were saying, but I'd have to double check and fact check that. But I thought Kai's was just because he is quite experienced as well, and like he's been able to play some decent stages at Crossfire too. So like, I mean, all these guys have, like, that's that's no question. But it seems like Kai's has been pretty active lately and kind of repped the Swamp Gaming jersey for quite some time now with multiple different seasons. So I'd have to get some intel because it's a good question. And like, even their coach, like, they didn't really normally have a coach that was involved all the time. I mean, they sometimes did, like they had MKZ, maybe that kind of would float in a little bit here and there too, if I'm not totally mistaken. So that's yeah, it just kind of depends, like if somebody else is there just to give some extra insight, but I'm not 100% sure. It's a good question.
We'll see if anyone knows in the chat, like, guys, you can just give us those information. But at the same time, we'll head back into the game as we start the second half of the final game of tonight. Whether it's gonna be Swamp Gaming or Vitality, it's definitely an interesting match to watch. And now a lot of nades being thrown in the middle, taking some damage to Vitality players, but they are spreading across the field, trying to find catches, see if someone is speaking here and there, guys. Also, I need to give that guy a lot of credits, because he's one of the key players that Swamp Gaming are here in the first place. Like, he's been doing a lot of really good work with the snipers, playing with the AR. He's been a really flexible player that you can count on through the entire series. Plus, you need to give a little bit more to Josh, and also the remaining players. Swamp Gaming are giving us a masterpiece to watch. Will this masterpiece continue? And the answer goes from Jen and Awesome, making a double, make it treble, make it quad, and man, it's only Snare versus the world, and that world only contains Imagine and Josh.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good favorable position right now, and Snare actually does get the plant through. They try to get the timing of this, but now Snare's going to have to get some good kills, and that's already one, so now it's all of a sudden down to the 1v1. Josh with a big swing, and he is able to find it. So Swamp, they bounce back right into this. They win the one-on-one engagement. Like you said, they were able to have themselves that 2v1 advantage originally, but Vitality, it looked like they had a good kickstart to this originally, and then Swamp were able to just find some really good multi-kills to bounce back into this. But this is where, again, like, servers change. Now Vitality's on the BL side. I mean, again, they've been decent on the BL on this map before, but now the server swap makes me wonder. But Kai's goes down, the one that you were praising, goes down to the grave quickly, so he hasn't been able to find any sort of success yet, unfortunately. Because I agree with you. I think he's done a really good job so far, not even just the series. But
I feel that I should extend. That's definitely not a caster's curse. Alright, like, he just, like, died a couple of times here, so I mean, I didn't do anything. He's just the guy who's holding the mouse and keyboard. I got nothing to do with that, guys. Don't point fingers at me. Alright then, so I thought he might be playing that game, which you need to have a little bit of hold, a little bit of patient, and it might be working out. Imagine is the only guy here, and the A site waiting for Slayer to collect all the information before they fire at that spot. Also on the other side, Todzin is holding the B side, and now A side, they know for sure that it's cleared, but guess what, the C4 already went to the B side, and now they are trying to contest Gen. He's left alone, Med been held by Josh, and all of those players will be facing some serious trouble right now.
Yeah, a lot of trouble indeed. Yeah, and again, you still have Kai's gone, and you also have, you know, for Imagine he's removed from this one too. So 3 players need to do something big. Josh might be able to find the double, but he can only find that one, but also at least can be able to find something in their favor too. But there is Vitality now starting to really kick the tire down the road here. So things are rolling in. They should be able to get this plant down as well. Awesome does kind of swing through the smoke. But there we go. Vitality will be able to find themselves another round, and I believe this should be a Swamp Gaming timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Assuming it's a tactical.
It's
a tech. Okay.
Alright, so we'll see if we are going back to the game anytime sooner. We'll be here, so just like grab your drinks, do whatever you want to do till the game gets back.
All right, well, now we're back and ready to go. 7-4, and we're there with the timeout that's done and over with. And now Vitality's still in the winning ways, as we were mentioning. But Swamp have done a really good, little bit of a fight on this, right? Again, it feels like kind of the David and Goliath kind of situation. And I know the scoreline does have a gap. I understand that Vitality have the 3-round buffer. But again, it's I feel like 1 or 2 of these rounds could have gone either way if I'm not, too crazy. It's been a long day, but like, again, I feel like Swamp have really impressed me with what they've been able to do. And, again, this roster had to go through a major shuffle as well from season 1 going into season 2 and changing things up from the, even the previous years. We've seen so many different players, which is such a interesting little bit of a course for this group. But look, Vitality, again, same roster, maybe a different team banner, but they have been that core 5 for many years, which is also a very cool storyline we don't get to always talk about for a lot of these top tier teams. So nonetheless, we're ready to go. Last map of the day, second half as we go through, but it's a question about Vitality, if they can close out, or if maybe again that miracle run of potentially Swamp. But it looks like Horus is trying to make a little bit of a stoppage here so far already. Good kill coming through, and now for Swamp being down one of the players again. You see Snare should have been able to. I think he should have been able to catch him just on the edge of that smoke now. And now Awesome's going to make the little bit of a rotate here through GR spawn. So again, kind of expecting Vitality to potentially maybe put themselves in a situation here to maybe even split this A site or even towards B, because again, you still have Totson just kind of on the outskirts of B main. Now the mid attack is coming through, and Swamp are actually starting to get the rotate through now. Now they're starting to get a move on. This is actually a really nice little bit of a fake. Good work from Totson, and now Swamp, they've completely fallen for it. And now Vitality get themselves the bomb down. They got themselves the site control, and now Swamp Gaming, Josh critically low in the HP department. It's not looking good, and Vitality find another kill. Unless we can see Jin and Kai's being able to pull out, the biggest magic trick that we haven't been able to see yet. I mean, this is now putting Vitality in the conversation of 8 rounds for their favor. Kai's being able to find 1 against Horus. Still 17 seconds remaining on that timer. It has to get a move on. And there we go. Vitality will be able to find themselves the opening round here from that timeout. And only 2 needed to close this thing out here and now for the last series of day number 2. All right, Kai's with a big kill into Snare, takes him down. So Snare actually trying to get a little bit ultra aggressive, and now Vitality trying to reconvene back in the middle if they can. Good reposition here from Swamp. Now waiting things out. Vitality again, just burning some utility. Ooh, a nice little bit of a shot here from Kai's. Actually catches the kneecap here, and I believe that was Horus. Yeah, it's the only player that's taking damage, so he's going to be caught a little bit. Now Vitality brute force together. Looks like they might even just try to go through A main, but look at this. All the 2 of the GR players are here. It's a good kill from Kai's, but can Josh be able to capitalize? Can he be able to find this? But he actually repositions himself, and look at this spray control from Snake, being able to find the double kill. I was thinking that Swamp Gaming might be able to have themselves a bit of a field day, but now Josh, being a little bit of that nuisance, has been able to just run away and leaves it down to the 1v1 all of a sudden. Leaving it just down to him. Josh, critically low. Slayer does have the time to go for the plant. Now the biggest question is, where does Slayer want to go? How does he want to play this? Does he want to play outside the site, or does he not? And it looks like he's going to overextend, and he's going to swing for it. My goodness, Vitality. All right, they're going to be able to find themselves a 9th round. And now Swamp Gaming going to call out their last timeout here for the day, and they're going to have to do something of a miracle if they want to be in this game, because they're going to have to push, if I'm not mistaken, 5 rounds for overtime. Okay, maybe potentially the last round of this series, or maybe not. I'm not too sure, but it is going to be Horus being able to find the opening duel. And look at that Vitality. They don't want to mess around. They're done with it. They've said enough is enough. We've already played a lot of Crossfire. It's been a very long day for everybody here, and they're going to try to close things out. And look at how fast this round's already coming to a close. We're talking about Josh, the last remaining player, a 1-on-4. And now just needing for him to do something big. But look, it's already done. I don't even have to finish the sentence, and it's already a 10-4 in favor for Vitality. And that's going to be it for us here on the casting desk, and the panel will let them close out the day. But again, congratulations to Vitality, finding themselves the series win.
When you say us on the casting desk, Laz, who exactly do you mean? Because all I see is you. And I mean, I wish I got to see you, because that was a beautiful end to the map. Yeah, nice work. I tell you what, you can give me a piggyback anytime you like, Laz. It was a nice job on the last few rounds solo. But Vitality get themselves the win, Penguin. And can I say, I don't think many people are surprised at that.
Yeah, exactly. No, nobody's surprised. We are only surprised on the first map. Even though if you're playing on the North American servers, you would put the first seed or maybe the champion of the West League into the favored team. Even though if they are playing whoever, and especially that they are playing Swan Gaming, one of the teams that's been relegated. So that means that they struggled a bit. They know how to play in North American servers. They played a lot on North American servers. However, it's not the case for today. They lost the first map, yet they came back very strong on sub-base. They beat them 10-1, and then they came back on new compound. By the way, they play half of the map on North American server and the other half on the EU server, yet they had the 10-4. Finally, we are seeing a double maps in a row from Vitality in a convenient way. I mean by that they're just stomping their enemy team and having very good games and good performance coming out from them.
Yeah, 100%. I think, look, again, it's sort of a little bit more what we expect from Vitality. It seems like maybe they're slowly starting to wake up. They have a couple more sort of, let's say, cleaner maps towards the back end of this series in that reverse sweep style. Would they have liked to have gotten done 2-0? Yes. The fact that they lose, though, in the golden point, obviously, you know, that can't be helped sometimes. And then the fact that they still close the series out. Like I said before we went into that map, if they close this series out, if they get it done, and they, you know, get themselves the pointers on the board, it really doesn't necessarily matter how it comes about. At the end of the day, we will forget about it. We'll say, oh yeah, Vitality at the end of the season, wins a win. All they need to do is go through this regular season, get enough wins to get to a point somewhere in the playoffs, and then in those playoffs matches are what's going to actually matter. So overall, I kind of take it with a bit of a grain of salt here. I would still like to see Vitality playing a little bit better than they are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're in a bad spot overall. And I think they've got the time that they need, if they need it, to just figure things out. And you know, again, another one of those talking points that we had going into that was the international prowess, and, you know, how well Vitality might be able to do when they do go to EWC and CFS. And I say when because it is very, very likely that they will be one of the teams from our region representing. And I think that's really, again, what I always tend to focus on in these regular season matches is Vitality looking like they're a good team that will be able to go overseas and represent the West League to a good degree. I think there's still some work to be done in that respect here this season, but again, early days. I'm not going to rag on about it too much.
Well, if anybody's watching, or even if Vitality members are just watching the stream, they're going to be saying, hey, we're just playing a casual game. We're not doing what we're going to be doing on the international stage. International stage or the international tournaments requires different strategies or different game style that we will be preparing and we'll be ready. But I'm here talking about their individual skills because casually, since 2025, Vitality is playing all the regular season. Talking about the regular season means phase 1, phase 2, or just the group stage matches with only communication and experience, and they destroy everybody because of their strong aim, their strong mental resilience, and also they have some kind of good in-game adaptation. Right now, I'm not seeing the same as we used to see. Maybe we are seeing some improvement from the other teams, which is good for Vitality in order to push them to improve more and more and more, and this is all for the benefit of the region. However, I'm still saying that there is a downfall in Vitality's performance. Probably they have time, as you mentioned, that they have time to improve. Yes, they do, and they can improve, but they need to listen and check onto their gameplay. And I think that Vitality is going to be taking maybe 1 or 2 weeks, and then we can see the real individual skills maybe or strategies coming out from them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're an experienced lineup. They've been together for a very long time. They've got a very experienced coach as well. I'm sure they kind of are cognizant of these things. You know, if we're picking up on it, there's no doubt that Vitality are picking up on it as well. So, as I said, the important thing is that they're getting themselves the wins. Whether or not they come cleanly at this stage is something that we can sort of talk about later on in the season. Totson, though, will take the set MVP. He picks up the that one for himself, and a nice solid performance, 1.5 KD. It's nothing outrageous. It's not going to set the world on fire, but it was good enough to get this game over the line for Vitality, which is pretty nice for him. And, not really too much to necessarily comment on there, so we'll move straight on into the match MVP, and that is going to, well, be preceded, of course, by the match result, which, as we just saw, was Vitality getting the 2-0 over Swamp Gaming. And I have to say, it was at least a little bit refreshing to see Vitality actually have a couple of clean maps. It's sort of, 3 maps in a row to go to Golden Point. You start to wonder, I wonder if these guys are actually a little bit off at the moment, but they do sort of remind us again exactly why we have them in such high regard, and they get that 2-1 victory. So a solid enough day from Vitality.
Yeah, it's casual day, but yeah, as you mentioned, we were getting war because we are seeing 3 golden rounds back to back from them, and versus who? Versus Imperium, which was the 8th place last season, and then versus Swamp Gaming, which was the 7th place last season. So, however, yes, back to back, they got 10-1, 10-4, so they replied for 2 out of 3 maps that they showed us a very poor performance. Now they showed a very dominant performance on 2 maps, Subbase and New Compound. They will look forward to continue this dominant performance. As you mentioned, they're just collecting points, collecting wins, and they're probably going to be improving by the next weeks, and they're just going to put also themselves in the playoffs bracket, and then we can see another play style coming out from them. Well played by them, well played by Snake. He played very good, even though they lost on Ankara. I believe that he was the only one who has a positive KD on his teammates, if I remember correctly, and he is just consistent among the 3 maps. Well played by him. And as you mentioned, an IGL fragging, you are getting the best out of Snake.
Yeah, 100%, and that is exactly what we said coming into this series. That's the reason why it's going to be so scary. You have 5 players that can get a lot of work done, and if your IGL is going to be the match MVP, then you're probably in a pretty good spot in terms of firepower for that particular game. But again, something that we'll have to see following through for the rest of the season. Now, speaking of the rest of the season, I think we're at a point now where standings are starting to become a bit of a conversation, and teams are starting to get a couple of wins on the board. There's been a bit of shakiness here and there. You've got some teams now that are now 0-2, for example, Swamp, who are going to be looking at the upcoming days and the upcoming matches and thinking, hey, actually, we really need to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Otherwise, again, we're going to have another tough season similar to the last season.
Yeah, and lately we've seen some teams, they're starting very, very, very slow on the first week. So I want to see the next week. This week is done for me. I know that there's some games tomorrow, but we've seen all the teams, excluding Unnights, of course. We haven't seen Unnights, and we're going to be seeing them tomorrow. But I still think that we cannot judge on the first week of all the teams, because I've seen that they are coming back from, especially on Season 2, because Season 2, there's a break between Season 1 and Season 2. Most of the teams just take this break, go out, go on a vacation, just chill, quit the game for a while, just relax their minds. So when they come back, usually see them struggle on the first 2 weeks. So that's why we're saying maybe the first week we cannot be judging, but the next week is going to be important, because it's going to be wrapping up phase 1, I believe. Then that's what we're going to be seeing, all the teams played old and versus each other, and then you're going to be knowing who's going to be on phase 1, who's going to be on phase 2, and who's almost going to be getting relegated again, and who's almost going to be getting the first place on the phases.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we kind of have a bit of a decent idea of, where a lot of teams are kind of sitting at. I still want to see Unnights. We haven't seen Unnights playing at all, which is kind of surprising. Obviously, we're 2 days in now and we haven't seen a single game from Unnights. Would have thought we might have caught up with them. But apart from them, everyone is starting to become a bit of a known quantity. And I feel like for the most part, the pieces are kind of falling into place where you'd expect them to be. At the moment, while we're waiting here, we're just chatting, getting ready with those standings, and that will, I think, tie into this conversation. The only real, I would say, glaring surprise for me so far out of these first couple of days has probably been Nemesis. I can get behind Anubis getting themselves a win today. I can get behind 3BL, being competitive and finding themselves some wins here and there. They've shown enough in previous seasons for me to kind of believe that is possible. But the fact that Nemesis is one of the teams that has been upset is kind of what surprises me, because I thought that they had a pretty good season last season. I thought they came into that season looking like a squad that was really quite invested as well, right? They, have the team house or the boot camp setup or whatever it is. You know, you saw the majority of those guys playing together. I think there was only one of them. It might have been Raffin wasn't in that location.
Yeah, Raffin.
But apart from that, you know, you've got 4 guys that are in there. They make it to the top 2. They make it to the grand final, which for that core of players hadn't been the case previously. You know, typically it had been the Titan core or the LCK core that had, you know, sort of been playing second fiddle to Vitality. So I thought Nemesis on the rise. They're doing a lot of things right. You know, they're going to make EWC, they're going to make CFS, they're going to do well in this season of CFWL. But I think they let themselves down a little bit at the start of this week. And hopefully, I mean, I think we'll see them again tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be able to bounce back from that and have a bit of a better performance tomorrow. They are playing against Imperium, so, you know, I don't know. Like, normally I would look at that and say that's an easy thing to get over the line, but Imperium have looked good so far, so it might be another upset on the cards.
Yeah, Imperium. Oh my god, man! Just imagine Imperium. They're playing Vitality, then they're playing TBL Galaxy, then they're playing Nemesis. It's just very tough for them. And the thing is, if you look at that, you will be saying, okay, but Imperium will get swamped, or maybe they will get smashed when they play these games. But the thing is, they were only 3 rounds away from winning 2 games out of 3 already. So it's just very close for them. So we can say it's a very easy matchup, because talking about Nemesis performance, as you mentioned, the guys are not still giving 100%. And as I said, maybe they're having some relaxed minds. They're coming back from vacations. They're not all in the gaming house right now. I've seen that Beck is at his house, and Raven also is at his house. The rest are Egyptians, of course. They're going to be on the gaming house, so maybe they're still trying to you know, they're getting it step by step. So tomorrow that's the second test for them. If we see Nemesis shaking, that's the thing that they should be worried about, because last year we've seen Anubis deep claiming 2nd spot and then dropping to 5th place, missing EWC. So if Nemesis are not aware of such thing, they might be missing EWC as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, obviously that's a little bit of a ways away before we do get to that point, but yeah, at this stage we'll just kind of have to keep on as we wait for those standings to be updated, and that, again, it's only day 2, so realistically, how valuable are they? I mean, it gives us something to kind of look at, but I don't think that there's too much necessarily that we really even have to say at this point. What else can
I tell you one thing? Let me tell you one thing, that all the games today are reverse sweeps. First, it was Anubis, second, Trivial, and now. So that's a reverse sweep day.
There is the standings, and you can see, like we would normally expect, Vitality and Titan towards the top end of things. The team that joins them, 3BL, may be a little bit of a surprise, I guess, given some of the previous seasons that we've seen from that lineup. But hey, that's kind of nice that they're up there with 2 wins and 0 losses, and they've worked hard for that position. See if they can continue to hold on to that one. Anubis, of course, have got themselves a win on the board. Only the 1 game played. Unnice have yet to play a game, and Nemesis, Imperium, and Swamp to round things out without a win for themselves, which is going to be disappointing for them. Going into tomorrow, though, every single team will be playing a game. As far as I know, we have all 4 matches, which is a massive, massive day for everyone involved, basically. You know, there's an opportunity for the likes of Nemesis, for the likes of Swamp, to get themselves some wins on the board. But not necessarily the easiest matches for them. And we've also got a bit of a barn burner there. Vitality up against Titan, match number 3 of the day, number 9 of the league as a whole. I mean, that's typically expected to be Seed 1 versus Seed 2. And so that's always a group stage match that you really don't want to miss.
Well, look at this. Vitality versus Titan Esports, then instantly you're having a derby between Anubis and CFL Galaxy. So it's just an early finals for both teams, or maybe for the 4 teams. So it's very good and interesting to watch these games, especially that it's coming on the day 3 on week 1. So I would love to see and watch how this guy's going to be performing.
Indeed, me too. But luckily for me, I will be there, and I think you will be there as well. So we will get to watch how they get to perform tomorrow. And you guys will get to watch that as well. Same time, same place, of course, as always. We'll be back again tomorrow with some more Crossfire from that West League. We hope to see you then. Peace out.
Bye-bye.